wow. I make them go wow. I make them go wow.
Call me in a minute, tell me I look pretty, and I know you wanna hit it 2 times. From the side, how my profile wild, baby, stand by me, I'll make a shoe shine. I don't even gotta try much, just a vibe with the paintbrush. I can make a whole school bus blush. Trust, I'm always stuck inside a funky situation. If I get tongue-tied, I'll distort the simulation. I'll take the whole thing on without a hesitation. Give me 1 second and I'll demonstrate. Wanna take it for a ride? Come on, take a little try. See you looking at my little goodies all night. Wanna take it for a ride? Take the wheel, baby, drive. You'll be playing with my little goodies all night. Get me with the ticket, got me like I'm breaking limits, but I gotta get it every time. I don't even gotta try much. Switch gears and I hit the clutch. Watch him catch a little schoolboy crush. Trust, I'm always stuck inside a funky situation. If I get tongue-tied, I'll distort the simulation. I'll take the whole thing on without a hesitation. Give me 1 second and I'll demonstrate. Wanna take it for a ride? Come on, take a little try. See you looking at my little goodies all night. Wanna take it for a ride? Take the wheel, baby, drive. You'll be playing with my little goodies all night. I'm always stuck inside a funky situation. If I get tongue-tied, I'll distort the simulation. I'll take the whole thing on without a hesitation. Give me 1 second and I'll demonstrate.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Do you think you're a good liar in general?
I think when I want to be, I can be, but I try not. It's not going how I thought it was going to go. What's going on? What are we doing here?
We're gonna ask you some questions today. We're gonna put a lie detector on you.
Okay, I'm raising my arms.
Do you think you're a pretty good liar?
We're about to find out, I suppose. I haven't even done anything, and this is intimidating. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you sitting in a chair right now?
Yes.
네, 진실입니다.
Do you promise to be truthful?
Yes.
진실입니다.
All right. Do you believe that one of the previous Pacific Masters winners will win Champions Paris?
Yes.
Turns out you're lying.
This machine, I'm gonna recalibrate this thing. I think maybe a better question would be that I think a team from Pacific is going to win Champions. Maybe it's not necessarily one of those three that you listed. Maybe that's the anomaly here.
Your favorite team is known to be DRX. Do you believe that DRX are making it to Champions this year?
Yes.
Not true. Do you have doubts?
Yeah, there's always doubts, but I would have thought that the reason why the first question was false was because my true belief would be that DRX could win Champions. I think they're just a team that needed a little bit more time. And now that they've had this full cycle with Master Toronto happening, then waiting for stage 2, I think they've had a lot more time to prepare, and I really trust in the coaching staff to be able to get it done.
On Plat Chat episode 223, when asked about Zeta, you said,
You think I have memories of this? Like,
do you think Zeta is memorable? It's a yes or no.
Yes.
Not being truthful. So you don't think they're memorable?
I hate this. I have to go to Tokyo in like a month. And that's a loaded question, I want to say. It was more so to do with Tenten's recent addition to the team, because they'd only played one event where they played one series with him, with Depp in the roster as well. There wasn't much to pull from. But I think that Tenten is a really strong addition to the team with some more time figuring out the roles, and maybe if they stick with having Depp get more comfortable playing things like Viper and Cypher in that Sentinel role, then I think that Zeta does have a strong future, because ultimately Zeta was this close to being able to make the playoffs, and I was really rooting for them to be able to do so.
Zeta Vision, they get the 2-0 victory over Paper Rex.
All right, let's move on to the next question. Do you actually believe that Team Secret can't win a match, or is it just for the content?
Yes. Don't like that sound.
Read normally.
I feel like I am. I feel like I'm doing everything right here. They're not a team that I hate. They're a team that frustrates me, because every single time I think that they're going to do well, and I think that they're going to be strong and going to climb the rankings in Pacific, they just lose to all of the teams that I think that they should be able to beat. But I think that with the changes to the roster, it's a bit of a soft reset. Obviously, there's still some core there. Envy, I mean, he has been their best player for a very long time. I'm glad to see that he's still going to be competing for them. But I'm hoping that there's going to be some further stability found and some more consistency in their performances. So I'm willing to reassess my opinion of Team Secret.
Do you believe that Talon is a top team in Pacific?
No.
True. First true.
Sorry, Frost. So I think that they have a lot of growing to do. I think there's still these young rookies who are in Tier 1 for the first time, and they're finding their footing on stage, and they're finding their comfort. And I'm hoping that going into Stage 2, Talon does kind of become that team, because the talent is there. The players are cracked. They absolutely have the ability to be one of the best teams and to be going over to the international events.
Special question just got added.
Okay.
Do you think Paper Thin is stupid?
Yes.
False.
No, he's a smart guy. I gotta give him credit. He's got a degree, I don't. He's a man of science.
But it's safety first. You don't need that. Oh, okay.
Last but not least, do you think you're the best talent in Pacific?
Yes.
True.
I mean, it's nothing against anybody else. You know, I'm about to be 14 years deep into my career. Just been doing this for a while, and if I don't feel comfortable and I don't feel confident in myself, then what am I really doing? It's always great working with the teams that we have out here. You know, we keep them tight-knit. I think that allows for everybody to just get along and vibe and build a rapport with one another very quickly. And to my co-caster Paper Thin, this machine is broken. I do think you are smart. That was an experience, you know? It's one of those things where you always think like, yeah, I could beat a polygraph. You know, you have that kind of thought. I think that I was a little bit nervous at the start. I think that maybe offset some of my early answers, but it felt like it was starting to get into sync by the end there.
Do you think you're a good liar in general?
I think when I want to be, I can be, but I try not to do that too often.
Thank you for coming today. I guess we'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you. This was an experience. I appreciate you not asking about the murders. That's great.
Wait, what?
Hi, I'm Yuki Chiba. New song, Shinpai Muyo, is on YouTube and Spotify. Shinpai Muyo is just don't worry. Don't worry and then just do it. Please listen and watch it. Peace. Yuki. 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 全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように別に何が起きても大丈夫どう転んでも起きて喜ぶそりゃ走り回ってりゃたまに転ぶこけるのは怖くない先を急ぐビビって何もしないなんて損だしまずは動くそっちの方が得我慢とか溜め込むのは猛毒この気持ちに素直な俺強欲不可抗力どうにもなんないリスクを取りがち取れない安牌リスクある方がうまくいく案外いつまでも平気一生安泰全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにいつかはなくなるこの世の全部だから今しかできない経験するいい飯食っていいセックス毎回本番してない練習地元で集まるいつものメンツ心配すんなってよく言っているアトランタで友達持つみんなが厳重平和な連中自信がないとなる心配性俺自身のこと疑ったことはない一回も絶対いけるいちいち考えない失敗を全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように
The hit. Berserk's, however, going to be noted is quite far forward. It's Paranoia going to be sent. Berserk's, however, still present, still looking to try to keep his team in this one. Spams him down to 33. Nothing left here in the regen shield. Spots him, finds the headshot. It's now Sugar Zero. All alone. Swinging right into it, and Berserk's.
It's a pretty good read, old Munchkin.
RB's lurks have been having a little bit of a rough go. Cuts back across, looks to try to take the fight here versus Ash, wins that. Dashes out into the open, grabs the spike, refracts back over it. Foxy9 watching the angle here for the moment. Loses it. Swing on the corner. Ace v Ace! He's got him flown and Dumpy collects it!
Or the drone, excuse me. Oh, Counter Hunter's Fury though start to come on in, start to clear the angles over towards the side of A, but it's
Play around the site. They've heard Monyet slipping in, but still with the movement.
Blast pack forward, 10-10 needing to try to find this kill, but Berserk's managed to draw out the weapon fast enough to clean him up. By 3, the Odin just spraying away frantically through the smoke. Damage has been found. Clues dead. XDL with no real time to try to make a go of it. But he has it! Ooh, will get shut down. Yurutan. Nice little jiggle peek out of the wall. Yurutan. Very nice snappy shot. Does get rid of Mako. Flies flashback. The guided missile's looking to strike. One shot to find the kill. He's dialed in and he has it.
I told you guys, don't cry, okay? Don't cry. Don't cry.
좋았다, 현철아. 좋아요.
그럼 마이크 체크.
안녕하세요. 안녕하세요, 투. 안녕하세요, 쓰리.
안녕하세요.
가와이 다케데 다메 데스까?
야, 요맨 형님. 왜?
재즈라는데?
Like I said, bro, they are Gen Z, not your father. Don't be scared, okay?
That last round is scary and easy.
Boy, I almost like I fired you, boy.
Pengen gue berdiriin. Tapi kita belum.
Jangan.
You know what I said? I want to stand up, bro.
Remember your place. 얘들아, 분위기야, 분위기. 울프즈도 3등 했는데 마스터즈에서.
맞네.
아, 나 오늘 일어난다. 안 되겠다. 들어가자!
C 레이즈포, 형. C 포악포. 바이퍼 있을 거야, 아마. 원웨이 걸게. 걸었고. D 나오는 거 내가 볼게, 형들. 나 최대한 많이 들어가 볼게.
Going in. Let's go B. Let's go A.
Going in, I'll make some here. 오픈설. 나 아치 보고 문 열게, 이거. 문 깼고, 얘네. 나 메인 안 볼 거야. 얘들아, 상대 블라인드 없다. 확인. Still here, Imin, guys.
Watch inside.
Out more heaven, guys. Wait. Go. Walking. One side. I saw one side. 메인 온다, 이거. 사이드 들어왔어. 확인.
Heaven down.
One more, backside. I'm gonna take 3, can we swing 3? 레이트 40 일단. Upper on. I'm gonna defuse, guys. I defuse. All trust, guys. 해찬도 다 냈다, 아마. Oh! 까비.
Almost died, bro. I even jumped.
What the hell?
Lo boleh langsung flank C gak nih? Pas dia one way gua langsung terobos.
Ya, when he open door, you just.
biasanya Omen sama Viper, Ki.
Viper lah.
リプラウラー今ギガロ返してる
Shilling Viper. Cancel and go C. Only one here.
I got one way.
C berat pakai. Kira na iyo. Pilar.
Can we fight him?
야, 파이트 DP. 나이스. CT 入ってる。ナイス。ワン。待て。デコ入れる CT。
打つかよ今サイト。Nice. One more.
CT 山渡った。
Nice. Dia nge-pick outload.
Viper taruh Seki. Sinjita me.
Nice.
Có biết sao một tiền à? Nãy giờ xưa là. Khổ. Sao một tiền mà, หรือไม่ต้อง sao một tiền được à?
아, 야, 시험 봐.
Again.
10 먹었다 10 먹었다
เจอแค่สองมันเจอแค่สองไปรอบพิษด้วยวะ
원에 있어 머크 나 지난 거 못 봐. 아 보고 있어 둘다 뺄게 영마 한번 더 채울게 채워줘
โอเมนกับไวเปอร์อยู่นี่น่าจะ3อ่ะอันนี้พูดจริงน่าจะได้ A สุดเลยเฮ้ยเฮียเจ็บก็ได้
둘다 블락할게요 블락하고 연막 칠게 기다려 살아
แต่พี่เคป
턴 먹었어 오케이 앞에
จะไม่เจอโยรู้ป่ะจะรู้ว่าเฟดยังไม่เจอเฮ้ยมันโดดไปเช็คเอลิง
야 A 있나 본데 이런 앞에 있는 듯 시간 10초인데 얘들아 B일 때 거의 얘들아
พี่วางเลย สวยทัน
야 짝방이 오퍼야 아 진짜 백사이트 하나 짝방이 오퍼야
ได้กับเฮเว่น
나이겨 헬렌 기어
보였다 충고 보였어 สวยเกมสวยพี่ทีมก็มาเอาไปกูสวย
쇼시랑 훅카 많이 오는 거 조심하자.
내가 이거 트럭 뒤로 오는 거 콜 해줘야 된다
A 쪽 조용해 일단. 못 가는 거 없다.
트럭 하나 있다 트럭 하나
삐렁한 둘 이상이다 얘들아. 삐렁 먼저 먹고 시작하나 보다.
잠만 가능 프라라라 테도 가래 프라라라 테도
앞당. 아위 TP.
I can cap hold my cap guys nothing shower
남자 막
샤워 계속 없어 B 조심
이 요르겠고. 오케이.
나 호카에 들어가 있을게 잠만 꺼진다 얘들아 잠만 오실 건다 I think the vice play A Okay, make noise B and then a bit volley shot Okay, I bet the volley shot guys 샤워 조용해 계속 얘들아 45초 형 나오면 폭 갈게 폭 들고 있을게 슬슬 나 뒤에서 갈게 뒤에서만 갈게 the smoke is fading soon
Everybody have one smoke.
No smoke.
Bring me right side
내가 누가?
I flash out
이거 올려고 하야 얘들아.
온다.
TP 하나 TP 둘 샤워 올라나 샤워 러시 같아 얘들아 오케이 나 쇼타나 오케이 쇼뺑돼 The wall is shot
아 그래.
They wall up.
I will smoke
10 seconds guys. We need to go.
갈비.
Go kill 가비 guys.
백 끊었다 얘들아.
설뻔했어 야 살아 에이 what 나이스
절 끊어버려.
でもう一回 B メイン狙うねまあ A3 ミスだから今度 B ます I'm scanning chill build guys
Wait, nothing A. Guys, it's trap B or mid. Guys.
ミッドスモークまたトップスモークB メイン音ない B メイン音ない遠いかもね B メイン任せてる今
Market one picking.
Can you do any flash? I flash later
I'm throwing towards left.
ドローン 들어가시 오케이 A focus Cよ
But guys, I'm gonna fight it.
Maybe they push mid okay I go down outside guys you wanna go? I smoke left side Nothing side Elbow A쇼が入ってる多分入ってるA쇼 나이스 One ailing side para
Gotta take CT space, boys.
Spike Sage plantoサイト2そばだけわかんないサイト2からエルバカイが
I'm marking.
Elbow
One bullet.
야 얘네 알로 나온다 조심해라 2자로 나와 3자로 나온다 3자로 B캠 나 B 쪽 붙어있어 볼게
떼면 바로 조치해줄게 그냥 이거.
야 B맨 컨택했다 야 이거 포탑 이거 터렛 깔았어 얘들아 터렛 나 오른쪽만 볼게
미드 괜찮지?
미드 안 보여. 미드 괜찮아. 너희들 BTP 안 돼? B 셋이서 막아야 돼.
나 B 없어 아예 B 없어 B 밀어볼게
나이 갈게. 나 CT 가는 중.
나 그냥 쭉 맬게
나 엘보로 갈게. 태호 형.
아예 없어 야 얘만 봐 정체로 땡겨 내가 볼게
나이스.
포박 깔았어. 들었다. 나 개피.
나 일단 먹으러 갈게
나 이제 형 추익 까줄 기다려봐. 추익기 깎고. 왼쪽 하나.
사도
나이스! 스펙터 개사기네.
맞긴 해
In the story of VCT Pacific 2025, kickoff, that was just the introduction. We got to know all the characters. Stage 1, the opening chapters. The stumbles, your close calls, they don't define you anymore. And if you were on top, you'd better stay sharp. What you did back then won't mean a thing if you blow it now. Because stage 2 is where we find out whose story this is. 12 teams, and everyone thinks that they're the main character. Honing their strategies, their aim, their toughness, and plotting their revenge. Anything they can to gain an edge, but there can only be one. Everything before this, that was just prologue. Now, you're playing for the big trophy. Win here and your name is forever written in the history of VCT Pacific. Everyone else is just along for the ride.
I've got the power.
Everywhere you go, you get the flow. The power. Every move you make, you got it all. The power. Every step you take, you keep the ball. The power. Not every single turn, you're in control. Forever. Everywhere you go, you get the flow. The power. Every move you make, you got it all. The power. Every step you take, you keep the ball. The power. Not every single turn, you're in control.
I won't be shackled. I won't be confined. In the pursuits of my dreams, I will always find. Will not test me. I will make you cower. So don't mess with me, 'cause I've got the power. 'Cause I'm a woman of 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 power. I've got the 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 power. I won't be shackled. I won't be confined. In the pursuits of my dreams, I will always find. Will not test me. I will make you cower. So don't mess with me, 'cause I've got the power.
Hello and welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 2. We are on the first day of playoffs where all the best teams in Pacific have been whittled down to this moment, and we're going to inch our way towards Tokyo where we're going to have our finals. I'm your host, Victoria, Chubby Ninja, and at the desk I've got Big Time and Pills. Nope, it's Quack.
It's not
Hi.
Pilsky.
No,
Yeah.
I'm here today. I'm a very well-mannered boy, and I just decided to invite myself over onto the desk.
I heard you knocked Pilsky out backstage.
No.
To steal a spot. That's what I heard. It's all rumor, but
We had a tiff. You know, things were exchanged.
Probably was good.
He's asleep right now.
He's only like 5 feet tall, so that was easy.
Yeah.
Like,
True.
punted him out. Yeah, so we have some fun stuff. Quack, welcome to the desk here. It's been a while since we've desked together. Guys, for those of you who have any artistic inclinations, we got something special going on. We got the Valorant Summer Fan Art Contest. So all the drawings, you post it online, scan that QR code with all the details in it. I think you hashtag and stuff. Post it up online. We're going to feature it in the incredible stadium that we have set up in Tokyo for the finals. And, you know, we have our own drawings to show off. Do you want to start, Big Time?
I'll show you mine.
If you can call that a drawing.
This is a wonderful drawing. Hopefully. So this is.
Talk me through it.
I drew my perfect Sunday.
Okay.
So it's me and Pilsky walking in the park. That you can see Benkai is far away in the background, just to where I can't hear him, smaller than a sunflower. This is how I kind of view us basically, and this is my dream weekend.
Oh yeah, that's definitely to proportion. Pilsky is that.
Yeah, he's quite small. He's a small guy.
You're just big. You're a tall guy.
I'm much taller than him.
Perfect Sunday.
We have some drawings as well. I'll show mine first. I featured the hosts of Pacific. It's all of us.
Yeah.
Here, we got all of us. This is my little
It's fine.
drawing.
It's a little bit less artistic than mine.
It
but
is definitely
that's
less
okay.
artistic than yours. But we also have one by Jen. Jen also did a submission. Quack or Chamber. You even got her autograph here. We're going to sell these.
Am I supposed to be mogging in that?
This is Quack or
What's
Chamber.
going on with my jaw?
I hope we get some of this
You were
artwork
mewing.
shown in Tokyo.
I don't even think Chambers
Excellent.
looks like that, but okay.
Excellent. That's a great drawing.
It's if Quack was Chamber.
Let's
This
put
is
that in the loop.
Quack in Paris. Yeah, so this is great. Quack, have you done a submission?
No, I unfortunately have not. Once the
Today is the last
deadline.
day.
Oh,
so
God.
today's the
Gotta
last
get on
day.
it, man.
We're gonna have all day to do this, guys. Remember
Okay.
to do your submission. We actually have an additional submission. You guys talked about fan art ideas, and I believe Pilsky made a request. So his girlfriend Caitlin drew something.
Probably big time in a bikini holding the new Splash X
No,
operator.
we did not. My day is
That's
ruined.
probably what I would go for, so I'm going to be scanning that QR code later.
Yeah, Mika just said her day was ruined, but now my day is about to be made. Show us the drawing by Caitlin.
Let's have a look.
The
oh god.
Yeah.
I can't.
Wait.
It's a cheat.
That's with the new skin bundle. The Splash X
The
bundle.
resemblance is uncanny, really.
Love it.
Amazing. So she drew this. She actually drew it.
She's really captured my
and
essence
drawn.
there.
Yeah.
I
It's
love
actually
the
very detailed
the
line
double
art.
global
Good stuff.
The
bikini.
double globes.
The double globes.
My favorite part is just the fact that the Vandal is specifically covering the
Being
lower
featured.
portion of the
You
body.
can't show too much in these drawings.
Yeah.
It is being featured. So speaking of, so she was drawing the Splash X bundle. That is the latest bundle out in the Valorant stores right now. I've definitely experimented with it a bit. I think Frost was saying, it was a Thigh or Jip Boys? Jip Boys is like super into the melee.
Yeah,
The
they're good
gloves.
though. That's a good melee.
Yeah, it's like it's super fun. So that's what Caitlin was drawing. Awesome drawing, by the way. Caitlin is drawing is the only one that deserves to be featured in Tokyo compared to all of this stuff here. But let's find out who's going to be joining in Tokyo. Let's look at the brackets so far here in Pacific. It's been really exciting so far. We've been seeing, especially last week, some high-level Valorant. And now we are here on the very first day, and the winners today will be facing DRX and PaperX respectively, and we got Gen G and the losers waiting.
Man, I mean, this is a stacked bracket. We really have no idea who we will be sending to Paris as a region, but any of these representatives could do very, very well there. I mean, we can see our opening games here, but as you say, winners playing against DRX, PRX, massive names here, Gen G, DFM in that lower bracket. So even if you lose, things don't get any easier for you.
Yeah, I'm honestly not gonna lie. It just the whole bracket looks very competitive, I think, by far. Even some of the other games that we had at the last day of the group stage, but just the fact that if you have to start off today facing against, you know, either RRQ or T1, and then you gotta maybe go up against PaperX or Gen G, I'm not even gonna pick. Yeah.
It's actually incredible because all four of those teams are trophy-winning teams. RRQ won Pacific, and the other three have Masters trophies. It's just... Actually, we are just such a stacked region, and it's so hard to make that call. And right now, this is the championship point standing. This is really important because right here on the right row, all the ones that are grayed out, they have absolutely no chance to qualify to championship champions through the points.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be really important for the remaining teams who are kind of vying for that spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's most important for those teams up at the top. It's their extra safety net, essentially, to get in towards Paris. So we see PRX at the top there, meaning that even if they don't finish top 2, they have a good chance of being able to go. But unlike some other regions, our points are so close together, so stacked. Really, there's a lot of teams where the points could really come in and save the day for them.
For sure. But more importantly, I mean, for the ones who are grayed out, like Talon, for example, DFM even, if they actually do want to make that run all the way to champs, they have to get that runner-up spot. You know, he can't make it 3 points.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's super duper important. And I'm pretty sure teams at the very top, T1, PaperX, they want to completely 100% secure their chance to go to champs by getting enough championship points. So whatever happens, that stuff happens. You never know. Yeah. You know, in the final weeks of playoffs, what can happen? Someone's sick, something happens, and you're just like, I want to make sure I go to champs. Now, group stage, we had a lot of fun news here. Let's start at the very top here. We have the first Japanese team in VCT Pacific.
Love the graphic.
Yeah, in playoffs.
Yeah, DFM, miracle year. You know, they've not had a lot of luck so far in the sort of partnership era, but this year their luck has turned around, spearheaded by May, now heading to the playoffs. They are starting in that lower bracket, but they're ready to make waves here.
Oh, yes. We got to follow our ship captain, Clinton. He shed a tear. Now they're in the playoffs. Hopefully they can make the full run. But apart from that, Talon at the same time, you know, Frost had the whole thing saying, like, they're going to make it to champs. I don't know, man. It still looks like a really tough bracket. They might have broken that streak, 6 consecutive wins and losses. Now they're like going further up, but you got to make it all the way through.
Well, there's an argument that the win-loss streak is still ongoing because that was a super week. It was technically 2 weeks. So the streak is actually accurate and it's still going on. They're due for a win today.
Oh, they're due for a win? Okay.
Yeah, today's due for a win.
Good. That's good for them.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll talk about that. That is good for them. Yeah, we'll talk about that. The Ace Jinx, you know, you guys know about Texture and his 4K. Every time he aces, they don't win. And yeah, did he get an ace and win?
Yeah, he did.
It was against Global Esports.
It was with a Sage res though.
So that's not a
that's like the caveat there to it, where it wasn't 5, players who, I think there's a little asterisk there, but still, he did technically get an ace, and they did technically win the match, so you can't complain too much. He'll be happy about it. He always says, "This curse isn't real. Let me get my aces."
And Paper X had an incredible run in Stage 2. They had a 12-match win streak. Lotus, it finally came to an end, and they also a non-stop map win streak as well. It was a 2-0. All the way until one team, the least expected team. The least expected. No, it's crazy. Quack, talk us through, why is it surprising that it was Zeta?
I mean, because Zeta's not here in playoffs. They haven't had the best time. Deb kind of swapped over onto different roles now, but when it didn't matter, when that pressure was taken off, they actually managed to take down, Paper X, and then the Jurassic era is just over now.
Yeah.
And boom. This is a bit
this one makes me sad. This one makes me sad.
I know. Why don't you talk us through it? I know this is very emotionally big.
So good in Stage 1. I was so excited for them. They were playing really great, solid, disciplined Valorant, absolutely schooling their opponents. And now Stage 2, it's unfortunately been the exact opposite. Really not being able to find their footing here, not being able to win a match. From 5-0 to 0-5, it doesn't get any worse of a flip than that.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of us are wondering which teams will be going to Challengers, which Ascension teams will be going back to Challengers, or going straight to Ascension, or even remaining here.
Yeah, so just to add to that, if you are a Boom fan, you want DFM to not make the top 4. That's how you get through here. That's what the championship points are saying. So you are rooting for whoever is against DFM if you're a big Boom fan.
Are you a big Boom fan, Quack?
I'm actually on the other side of the fence.
I'm
going for DFM. I want to see DFM and champs, or at least make a deep run, make it to Japan.
I would like to see them in Tokyo. That would be fun.
Oh, you can't have it both ways.
No, I can't.
You gotta pick
I can't.
big time. In fact, let's look at the player stats for the group stage, because May is at the very top. So them going to Tokyo is totally possible. That's not great for Boom fans, but for DFM fans.
He's decided they're going to Tokyo. He's trying to get them there by hook or by crook, dominating in ACS, KD, ADR, and max kills. He's an absolute chart topper here in Pacific, a true prodigy of Japanese Valorant, and I think we're going to be saying his name a lot as we move through these playoff brackets.
So much. May is literally him right now. It's pretty insane that he's topping so many of these statistics, but moving on from that at the same time, I'm sorry, I got to do this to you big time. Remember how Famous was topping op kills back in Stage 1?
Yep.
He's not there anymore, man.
That's not happened.
Nope.
It's Jemkin. Jemkin instead. I think Jemkin has seen a real return to form. Over at Masters Toronto, he did struggle. He wasn't putting up those numbers that we saw, but since coming back to Pacific, it's clear he's a lot more comfy here and is able to start that domination once again.
Yeah, definitely. I think there was some adjustment period as he added in new agents to his pool, including Waylay, which we had some question marks, but we'll talk more about that later. Corrode is the newest map that's been added in, and Pacific has been playing the heck out of it. And we've gone a range of comps, but these are the top 2 popular ones.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Viper is becoming much more of a staple. I think the way you're able to use it to kind of win around mid is very important given the size of that map, but also Deadlock getting plenty of play because the chokes are so tight. I think Deadlock is great on this, but I'm surprised to see Neon there and not a lot of Yoru. I mean, I feel like we've seen plenty of Yoru, but it looks like Neon has been the one that's actually dominating there. I think that duelist role is where you can be that little bit more flexible.
Yeah, and Pacific, you definitely can have some swap arounds, but I think just given the fact that Neon kind of provides that burstability, Vise is also pretty fun as well because of the Thorns and how you can control a lot of space with it. You know what's not on here though? is Chamber or Astra. And that's another
Yeah,
thing
tell
that-
it to T1.
Yeah, tell
They don't
T1
care. They don't care what everybody else is doing. They go, we're our own team. We'll make our own
They have
meta.
their own style.
Yeah.
I really love that chamber.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't know, it's found some success, sometimes not. I just feel bad for Buzz, as just not seeing the Buzz performance that we normally see. In fact, we will be seeing T1 today in today's matchup. It will be the second series against RRQ. And Talon and Nongshim, of course, is going to be the match to start the day. And I'm really excited for this because Nongshim has reverted back to a form that we've been wanting to see. And it looks very dangerous, actually, for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim going back to that old school Ascension style of not really caring, playing so fast. Now Francis is back on the IGL. He's really able to enable Danby, and they just send it, and it's horrifying to play against. It's so in your face. It's just like getting punched again and again and again. That's what they love to do.
I reckon that's actually the reason why they were able to take down Gen G last week.
Yeah, that was definitely a big part of it. But they will be facing against Talon, who are arriving for today's first match. Now, this roster has been locked in, the first full Thai roster for 2025. I think there was a lot of potential, but there was a lot they needed to work through.
Yeah.
The coaches are talking about how green they were, but we're seeing a lot of discipline finally come into form.
Yeah, it's a very, very young squad, and they have been up, down, but on their day, they have looked truly exceptional. Primi, of course, is an absolute superstar. Him moving across onto that Sentinel has overall been a very, very good pivot for this team. He's a little bit more free, doesn't have to die entering, because now they're giving that role to Thai, and he's making magic happen there as well. This full Thai team is very scary. A true dark horse here in Pacific, but they're looking to run this all the way to Paris.
Without a doubt. I mean, just every single statistic that you're seeing on the screen right now, Primi and Thai especially, just it allows a team to flex a little bit more and just play a lot more differently as well. But at the same time, I do kind of want to throw an asterisk over that, because sometimes some of the rest of the players aren't performing as well. It's a little bit tough to say, but it does happen, and sometimes that could be the reason why. Like, for example, last week they weren't doing too well against Paper X.
Yeah.
Well, it was a 2-0 to
2-0.
Paper X, but the scoreline was pretty close.
Very close.
And Cruz had a
was a monster.
Yeah, superstar moment on that Viper on the second map.
He said to the young guys around him, he was like, "Hey, I've got you. This is my map. I know these old timers on the other side. I'm going to take it to them." He ran away with that game, really putting a shift there. But I do agree with you, Quack. I feel like we talk a lot about Primi, we talk a lot about Thai, and for me, I think the onus is really on Jit Boys, Kahlua to be stepping up, because we have seen massive games from them, but once again, consistency is a little bit of a problem for this young Thai team.
Yeah, and consistency is one of those things I think that comes with experience, right?
Absolutely.
We've seen it with all the teams here, have their ups and downs, including Gen G. Yeah. Now, they are facing against Nongshim. We're talking about they're back in a form that we want to see, that is exciting to see, it's fun to see, and a large part is Francis going back to the IGL world.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's done a great job. He knows how to enable the people around him, and they are very much returning to that old school vintage style. And RB is sort of slotted in now towards that Sentinel where he's able to be a little bit more free. I felt like when he was on the IGL, things got a little bit too rigid for this team. They were doing it a little bit too proper. That's what Nongshim's not about. That's not what they should be doing. I'm much, much happier to see this old school style come back.
Yeah, shout it louder from the back big time. That's exactly what this team is all about. You want to see that burst. You want to see them go with that speed. And I think it's also really nice just that we have RB back on the Sentinel, because then he can just kind of be in his own world, control sites, and defend to the best of his ability. At the same time, we also saw Danby coming back in with this Waylay.
Yeah.
And it was pretty sick, let me tell you.
It was
I mean,
good.
So many times it's just RB kind of anchoring down, maybe Seaside on Lotus, and then the rest of the team can just come back in through rotations to kind of retake off the composition that they have.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit of a doubter about the Danby Waylay. We saw it.
You loved it at the start.
A little bit.
I felt like it could be a good fit for him because he was so good on Neon, but then it didn't seem to play out that way. But he's gone back to it now, and it's clear that extra time has helped him a lot. I think the coaching staff have put a lot of work into this Waylay. I think they have some very good fleshed out ideas, and personally, I hope we see it again today.
Yeah, I with Margaret being off the roster, RB stepping in instead, I think it's allow for a lot of improvement. Persia being able to step back up really well as well. So let's look at the two teams and some data comparisons here. And Talon is definitely slightly more superior on the pistol win percentage.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing great, and the pistol win percent first overall in Pacific, and that's such a helpful stat. I can't understate how important winning these pistols are. It lets you snowball, then you have that bonus round where you're okay to lose, you're just doing damage, but more importantly, the ults get online quickly, and for a well-structured team like Talon, that's where they really start to make big impact, because they know how to use these ults to maximum effect.
It's true. The numbers are pretty undeniable, but I will say this at the same time for Nongshim, just the fact that they took that win against Gen G last week. On the defensive side, 3 out of those 6 wins were retakes, and I think that's where you get to see kind of how the first kill percentage transfer over onto that as well. I mean, now that they're back with Francis on the IGLing role, they get to play a little bit more offensively, and that can really give them the win in their sails that they're looking for.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think there's a lot of strength there. One other stat I want to highlight here is Talon. If we look on your bottom left there, in the first kill win percent, second in the overall league. So that means when they get that first kill, how often are they able to close out that round? This is a real measure of discipline, of your advantage play, and I think that's a good reflection of your coaching as well. So very, very disciplined team, able to be very clean, and that will be very important if they want to get that win today.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is going to be, you know, we have all this data here, but Nongshim is playing differently in the last 2 matches. Thai also and Danby are 2 superstar duelists that we are looking towards. I feel like we haven't seen this at all at the start of this year, and now to see this in form now, especially Thai on that op, those op kills, absolutely a menace.
Yeah, I mean, he's really, really impressed me since moving across to this duelist. You know, he had to kind of replace Primi in that role where Primi has been so good, but Frost even sat on this desk and called him the mini Primi. He said he's the next one up. I think it's very clear to see why. Like you say, so strong with that operator, which is in stark contrast to Danby on the other side, who doesn't really use that. So they're very different types of duelists, but just look at how sharp his aim is. He's able to bail Talon out of many bad situations just with his raw mechanics. So it's been a real pleasure to watch him grow into this role.
Okay, but hold out there. I mean, while I do agree with the op stuff, you know, that's a little bit unfair to my guy Danby on the other side. I mean, look at this. You know, you might not see him on the op, but what about the Bucky kills?
Or
what about the shorty kills?
True. I just need a frenzy and a knife.
Exactly. That's all he does. You know, he kind of goes in aggressive. Thai is a little bit more different, but I do think that does give us a pretty unique matchup between the 2 teams as well, because if Danby's not able to bypass some of the op lines that Talon might hold against them, that could spell some trouble for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, Danby plays with pure disrespect. He does not care what you're doing on the other side. He will run at you with whatever guns he can afford, and he doesn't care if it's technically worse than what you have. He's been very, very effective, to be honest, especially since the swap of IGL. I feel like he's been let off his leash and is allowed to just send it. This clutch from him was absolutely spectacular. The way he used the Waylay to go get that spike back and then reverse aces it in this round, just phenomenal.
Absolutely, and I think with Francis going back on that IGL, like you were saying, the team can support the speed of his Neon or his Waylay now, and this is why we really enjoyed watching Nongshim when they were SPG back in Ascension. It was just so fun, so fast and explosive to watch. And on the side of Talon with Thai, I think he plays very differently than Primi. Primi is a superstar shooter, but the style of the way Thai plays those entry fragging roles is so... I think this is what Talon needs.
Yeah, I think very much so. We saw them run something similar when they had Governor in, right? I think Thai is much more okay about dying. Danby has to be set up. He has so much util behind him a lot of the times to enable him to get these kills. Talon don't necessarily support Thai in the same way because that's not his job. His job is go make that space. He is very good at getting the kills, but he's not as well supported because he's just trying to create space for Primi and the guys behind him to go frag. So they are a little bit different. Like we say, Thai loves getting the operator out. Danby not so much, but this is a fantastic head-to-head, one you have to be watching today because both of these players are going to be really fighting to get that team across the line.
Very true. I mean, you're already seeing how the stats reflect that as well. They're pretty close in some of them, in fact. But when it comes down to it, yeah, you know, kind of Danby has that aggression a little bit more in spades, I think. But at the same time, you know, they are just operating very differently as a whole team.
Yeah. And now that both of these teams have changed things a little bit, our map data here is only from group stages, so it's not from all year. I think group stages already tell us a lot. What are some of your expectations for today's map, Vito?
I mean, both these teams flawless on Corrode. That is a big one. I mean, I could very much expect to see a Corrode come out today. I think that would suit the way both these teams like to veto, but Talon very, very, I want to say loose in how they take their vetoes. They don't really run a permaban. They're not afraid to hide things, try and trick their opponent, catch them out last minute. So it's going to be a hard veto to guess.
I think in the first few games of Stage 2 specifically, Talon was always trying to pick what their opponents were maybe strong or weak at because they were preparing like anti-strats and stuff.
Yeah.
And Jovi was kind of tweeting about those as well. So I think coming into today, they might be picking that something Nongshim are comfortable with and then find a way to really turn that around. At the same time, though, I also do think they're kind of afraid of Ascent as well as Icebox. I think Nongshim want to avoid Icebox.
Yeah, unless they figure something out in the week over the last couple of days. So I'm really curious what that map draft is going to end up being. And I think you guys are right. Talon like to be a little bit tricky about stuff.
Yeah.
They're just.
If I know Frost, he'll have something hidden for the playoffs. There'll be some weird comp game. He loves doing stuff like that.
Just not the zombie comp.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I want to see it
trash
again.
That
was
see
great.
it again.
We do see Nongshim picking Lotus here. Of course, they bested.
We got the Waylay.
Yeah, they bested Gen G on this. You know, down beyond that Waylay, we just spoke about how effective it was. So not too much of a surprise there. I'm curious what Talon have got cooked up to counter that. But Talon picking Corrode.
Yeah, that one's really interesting because given how both teams have performed in Corrode, they are pretty successful on it.
Yeah.
Nongshim, of course, running the standard kind of Deadlock Omen Viper comp, but this is where Talon does something a little bit differently as well. This is where Primi goes on the Yoru.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be very fun to see again. We know how powerful Primi can be. We do have Bind for that third map decider as well, so I think there's a lot to look forward to here, but it does all start on Lotus.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Bind at all in this map pool, but I'm very excited to get to that map if we do. Lotus is going to be the one to start the day, and like Quack, you were saying you're really excited to see Nongshim play this map again.
100%. I mean, just thinking about the whole game from last week, I'm honestly, a little bit afraid to mention it because I'm not sure if like Texture was having an off day. But Dambi, if you look at the stats, he actually outperformed Texture. He was taking duel sim 1 to 9. 9 times he killed Texture. And if that happens against, maybe Thai or Primi today, this map could definitely go towards Nongshim.
I don't even think Texture was playing badly that day.
No, he wasn't.
Nongshim was just phenomenal.
Dambi was just frying him, which is, scary to see. But yeah, Talon were running the double duelist on this Lotus, so I'm curious if they're going to be sticking with that or if they're going to bring some change in.
Well, let's see what our build diff is going to be like. Things are going to be a little bit different for this week's build diff. Whoever wins gets 8 points instead of 5. So Pilski is in the lead. If he wins this, he'll end up with 68 points, which is going to be hard to catch up to. But this gives us, the rest of us, a chance to catch up. Even Mika.
Pilski not happy at all about this change. I heard him crying backstage this morning, saying that it was unfair, just weeping.
Well, that's why we boot him off.
Yeah, that's why we had to send him away from us today.
No crybabies at the desk.
But talk us through your team, Vic.
Yeah, so I was really, this was my hardest one. Picking between Thai or Jemkin, I think was the biggest struggle here. But Jemkin, I end up rolling for that one. Killua, I know he's had some ups and downs, but I'm banking on a huge up today. Ooh, I'm missing some people. Meteor, I actually normally don't put Meteor on my roster today. I'm feeling that he's going to be fragging on that Sentinel role. Persia, also
doing good.
Mega. Super awesome ever since the IGL switch. And DH has been the most consistent guy, I think, in Pacific, especially only playing an Omen. Like the whole time, he's just been absolutely fragging out. Mika's picks are interesting. I disagree with some of them, but who knows? Maybe she'll end up getting those 8 points today.
Xfero had a very, very good game when we last saw
She likes to pick the ones that pop off the week before.
That's true.
So if Xfero can do it again, he helped you win last week.
Well, I didn't quite win because.
Oh right, that was me.
Yeah, okay, you did that on purpose.
Okay, I forgot.
Yeah, sure.
Brag.
Right, I'm going to talk you through my team, which is of course the winning team for the day. I'm going with Jemkin on that duelist. I'm keeping Francis on my initiator.
Francis is solid pick. The only IGL that's like fragging the way he does.
Primi, I think you've got to go with Primi. Primi's the guy.
But
so,
he's going to be playing Yoru.
Yeah, I don't care about that. He's going to get 45. And my flex is of course Kalu as well. A similar line of thinking for you. I think Kalu can get a lot done.
Pick.
I wanted 2 Talon players for today.
You're going with Killua? Okay.
All right, Quack, show us yours.
Okay. Well, mine I think is actually pretty similar to Pilski's. In fact, it's kind of pretty much the same as Big Time's current one. Just the fact that you've swapped the flex over to something that makes so much more logical sense, in my opinion. How could you not go with Meteor? How could you not go with 2 times Masters winner? For me,
I think this
Sentinel.
could be the casters teams. I think that's what this is.
That might be true.
This reminds me of, I think this is what Seth was picking
pretty solid
backstage
too.
with Izu on the flex there. I mean, Izu's been putting up numbers, but he's a perma-duelist, so...
Let's see what the casters, or Pilsky rather, because you're still... oh, DH is the controller?
DH
Yeah,
okay, let's show
that
the
makes
full
sense.
board
That makes
here.
sense.
Ah, okay, this makes a lot more sense. Oh, this is pretty solid team.
It's a good team. It's a good team.
Pretty solid team.
Much better than Big Time.
And of course, the winner of the build diff gets a... you know, let's just pull up the whole graphic. Wait, where's Francis? This is so crazy.
The second one.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, so the only difference here, we have a lot of similar picks. A little bit of a shuffle here. I think Mika's is probably the most different, and then maybe the casters as well. You guys put Izu on the flex roll. A lot of us haven't been picking Izu in a while, so that could be your guy to bring you to victory. I don't want that to happen, but
Very
for
much
me.
so. And I mean, look at Pilsky's team. Pilsky is in the lead in this game, of course, going with RB, not Francis, on the side of Nongshim, like most of us, and he's going with 2 T1 players in DH and Meteor.
He picked RB?
He did pick RB.
Oh,
RB.
interesting pick. Okay, well, RB is not IGLing anymore, so
He's
maybe
loose now. He's free.
that could be the case. Now let's talk about overall predictions for match 1. We got Talon versus Nongshim. Paperthin is the only one who picked Nongshim. I actually want to know why, but he's not here. Pilsky got rid of him and took his spot, so we can never find out now, which is unfortunate.
We'll unfortunately never see Paperthin again. He's gone missing. But most of us went with Talon.
Yeah.
I would say you have to put Talon as the favourites heading into today's game, just based on overall form and what we've seen throughout the year. I do think Nongshim are on that uptrend, but I found it hard to predict them today just because I think they can be a little bit unstable, especially against such a strong disciplined team like Talon.
I can still kind of see why Paperthin went with Nongshim, though. Just the fact that they took down Gen G, there's still a chance.
Yeah, I think Nongshim has a lot of pieces. They're moving in the right direction, and they could absolutely pop off today. Talon, on the other hand, has stopped Nongshim every single time. They're
3-0.
Yeah, 3-0. And it's always during playoffs, so Nongshim gets completely knocked out by Talon. I'm sure they want a little bit of revenge today. I don't know if today is going to be the day. I ended up picking Talon because you know why?
Win loss.
It's the win-loss. You know, it's...
They lost to Paper X last week. Surely they win this time.
That's how it goes.
It's just science, guys. It's math. Pure analytics here. So this is going to be very exciting to start off playoffs. The very first match of today is going to be Talon versus Nongshim. Let's see who's going to take it.
Let's fly.
Victory for the team, glory forever. The last tickets to Champions Paris. It's the final chapter of VCT Pacific 2025 Stage 2 playoffs. The era of the duelist. With the meta shifting, the front line has never been more crucial. The pleads for victory grow louder, and the shadow of defeat looms larger. In an ever-competitive region, entry fraggers are expected to have it all. The ability to carry, selflessness, unshakable composure, star power, fearlessness. They're sharper, smarter, deadlier than ever. Because that's what's necessary for survival. After countless battles, only one team will find glory, and only one duelist will stand above the rest. So in this fierce competition, who will be the one to guide their team to victory? Witness the very best duelists, teams, and region in the world. VCT Pacific 2025 Stage 2 playoffs start now.
Talon. We are in VCT Pacific Playoffs Day 1, and we're gonna start it all off in the upper bracket with Talon and Nongshim. Now, Talon and their full tie squad have finally hit their stride through Stage 2, Quack.
We've seen that so much. They've been soaring through it all. I mean, now that Thai is on this duelist, being freed up to do a lot more, and at the same time, Primi onto the Sentinel. He's blocking off so much, and you love to see this team continue moving forward.
And they're going to be facing off against Nongshim. Nongshim definitely have a bone to pick with Talon because all year, all of 2025 at kickoff in Stage 1, it was always Talon that knocked Nongshim out.
Yeah, Nongshim never been able to get the better of this Talon roster, but this is a Nongshim that is looking better and better by the day. We just saw them beat Gen G, a match none of us really saw coming, but Danby back in form, as well as all of these supportive players. They're returning to their old school style. They're aggressive, they're in your face, and they're going to punch their way to Champions Paris.
And I think this is a very good chance to do it, to play like this, to change your play style into a form that they're comfortable with and that surprises their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're definitely the underdogs for the day, and they want to lean into being the underdogs. I think you're okay with that. I think that's when they're able to play their loosest, you know? We just saw what they did against Gen G, again, in a game where none of us really had them predicted to win. So I think they should embrace being that underdog. A lot of people have them down as the weakest team here in the playoffs, but nobody's truly weak here in Pacific. So lots of chances for an upset today.
And definitely not in the playoffs where things are just so darn competitive. But at the same time, I do think Nongshim do have a really good chance to pull off some surprises. But I think Talon are exactly the team to be prepared for surprises just like that. I mean, that's why you have the map veto going this way as well. Lotus being left open has to be something that Talon considered.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was surprised to see something a little bit trickier come out from Frost. I think all these maps in a way were quite expected, which, you know, isn't normal from a Talon veto, but I think Nongshim going to be feeling good heading into this map 1. We've seen what they can do on their Lotus. I'll be surprised if we see a composition change from them, just because they did look so sharp last time.
I think this might be a good sign from Talon, actually. Instead of relying on a little bit of trickery and unknowns, they are comfortable, they're confident in what they've been showing so far.
Yeah, true. I mean, we're seeing them look better and better, to be honest. And I love how they play. I love their style. It's full of discipline, but so much power and so much aim that I feel like this is a kind of a team that can do it all. I think Talon are really looking to run this bracket. They are probably one of the dark horses, but we see them finish top 4 again and again and again with rosters that we wouldn't predict, that we wouldn't say on paper should be in that top 4, but they always find a way to do it. But Nongshim, it's on them to put a stop to that success today.
Yeah, really good chance for them to make that happen, especially with the composition changes up that they are deploying into today's matchup. But at the same time, again, for Talon, you know, it's all about the preparation. It's all about, you know, staying disciplined, playing together. Because like you saw on the stage, the graphics, the fact that they have won a lot of 5v4s. But let's take a look at the age of compositions for now. Talon going in with a double duelist. You've got the Euro for a bit of trickery here and there. And at the same time, Vice just slow things down a bit.
On the side of Nongshim, they are sticking with that waylay. It looked so good last time. Danby was going crazy. As you said, Quack, he hard diffed Texture, and that's a very difficult task to do. He'll be hard supported there by Ivy and Francis on that double initiator, sorry. So really, really playing for Danby's success here.
Well, there is one major change that I see today, and that is that we have neither Chobra or the Zeta guy screaming for
That's
Nongshim
true.
here
What
in
a
the
hard
stadium.
nerf. What a hard nerf, actually. They didn't think this through at all.
Yeah, I'm worried for Nongshim now.
Oh, no.
How on earth are they going to pull through without the power?
Go get your boy! Get him here! What are you doing?
#1 cheerleader.
Yeah, Zeta guys,
Very
by the
true.
way, if you ever need to recruit anyone to support, just, in life.
Yeah.
Just even you just need someone to cheer you on.
I want him
hire
to
the
follow
Zeta
me
guy.
around and celebrate my wins.
This guy is phenomenal. He was cheering for Nongshim last week. I don't know who he's cheering for this week. With that, we're going to send this to our caster. Something's also a little bit different. Here we got Achilleos and Pelski.
That is right, it's playoff times, baby, and we're pulling out all the stops, and that means that I've gotten rid of paper thin. It's time to cut the dead weight, and I've upgraded to Pilski, so welcome to the caster test for your first time here in Pacific.
Why do you keep doing this? It's like you have almost like a thing for Australians at this point. You keep replacing the old reliable with an Aussie caster. It's a bit weird, man.
I mean, I don't have much of a choice. I'm kind of surrounded by you guys. It's either Aussies or a Brit for the most part, I suppose.
We're taking over.
Yeah, so you guys are taking over the league, it would seem, but here we go. Playoffs ready to begin. A pivotal match between Talon and Nongshim here. So much, kind of hanging in the balance as these teams are vying for a position at champions.
This is so stacked. I feel like the playoffs is looking so good. I'm excited for every match, even these opening stage matches. And both of these teams, it's really do or die. They've got to go straight through the upper bracket, tee up a game against DRX because they're not going to get to Champions Paris based on points alone.
First on the attack, Talon bringing out the double duelist, going for the Paper X style here. Let's see if they're going to be able to contend with this Waylay. The Dusk was talking about Dobby had a whale of a time in that last series.
Yeah, main change-up I'm seeing from Nongshim is that RB is off the Cypher and onto the Viper, which I actually don't like as much with this Breach comp. Obviously, the Breach flashes don't impact the wall as much. You're going to get a fight on front B here in a second, though.
Let's see if they're actually going to enact on this one. They're ready for any kind of contact that they possibly get, but for now, Talon keeping things very quiet.
You can see Talon very cognizant of the fact that there could be a fight on front B. Nongshim hasn't pulled the trigger on the trap. Ivy just spotting out, seeing if he's going to be able to at least gather info that Talon is on the cross, and Nongshim in transition, pushing front B and starting to get closer on this flank, but the Vice Wall will keep them in check.
It might have to just be the 3-2-1 go. I'll try to tuck over the top of that one here. Unless they leave anyone behind. For the time being, though, Talon will just go ahead and see that they've got this A site for free, and the wall does go up. It's just Dobby's managed to make his way past this one.
Yeah, fair bit of util use getting into the site, but Haunt and Paranoia still available as they go for the push into spawn side now.
Cruz swinging around the back. Ivy positioning wisely. Still does make a nasty little bit of damage there through the corner of the wall. 3 players in his way. He will just go ahead and recut back across towards that connector door at the same time. All of Nongshim, their forces now forward here into tree. Paranoia across, Kahlua just sat here, tucked away in backside, will be able to recover from that stun of the blind. Now going unscathed as they start swinging around the side here. Dobby's able to find one. The push out of the smoke. Premi going to be good for one there with the Sheriff in hand, but quickly does get dealt with by Francis as they look to try to get the defuse started. A re-swing's going to be coming through though from Thai, making his way forward onto the side, catching them completely off guard. Comes away with 2 kills. Paint Shell now to further delay. That's going to be down, be dead. And that is going to be the round going the way of Talon. This is just not enough time to make it happen. A Red Bull clutch here to kick things off. Welcome to the playoffs.
Nongshim, I mean, unfortunately just running out of time there. Thai going unchecked, finding a nice timing to be able to get a multi-frag and refresh that paint shells. It was very much down to the wire. But unfortunately, that's where, look, Vice might not be this hard senti that does always keep the flank in check, but the sheer buys a lot of time there and really slows down Nongshim, who go for that heavy flank. Whenever you go for these, trap-based pistols, where you are really heavily stacked up on one side of the map.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, already into a tech pause. Sorry.
What have you done,
Sorry, guys.
Pilski?
Sorry. This always happens whenever I'm around some recent tournaments as well. Have been some of the worst tech pauses ever. So I'll take this one firmly on square on my shoulders this time around. But yeah, I think, look, Nongshim did try to go for that front B trap. They don't pull the trigger on the trap, but they are able to come in on the flank. And whenever you are going to go for these trap-based pistols, you are stacked up heavily in towards one side of the map. You do have to have a plan and a follow-up for, if they don't walk into your trap, how are you going to retake in X or Y situation? How are we going to approach retaking the site? And unfortunately, the heavy flank just takes a little bit too long. And Talon as well, although they did use a little bit of util getting into the site, something that I've been watching a lot lately is how much util does a team actually use to take an empty site, and therefore how much util do they have on the attacking side to use in the post plan?
Well, it's been, I'd say, few and far between with the issues here. See, I think everything's been overall pretty good throughout the stage. So hopefully this is just going to be a quick little hiccup, and then we can get on our merry way and continue. We've just got the barest of tasters here with that first round.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're kind of talking about it. I think that just looking at the schedule today, given that it's the playoffs, everyone's going to be fighting tooth and nail to try to avoid that lower bracket.
Yeah.
I'm fully expecting a very long day of Valorant.
100%.
I think it's 6 maps. Very well could be possible.
Yeah, there's no room for error for these teams. Like, they can't just coast into a champion spot. They need to go all the way through the upper bracket. You got some sharks down there in the lower bracket, man. You lose a game in the upper bracket, you tee up a game with Gen G, I would be bloody terrified.
You need to try to just go ahead, keep yourselves afloat, keep those wins going. These teams know that they're just a couple wins away from potentially being able to punch a ticket over to Champs Paris. Obviously, for these two teams, need to make a pretty significant run of it.
What is this tech? He's dual wielding the bloody hand warmers. There you go.
He's got it all figured out.
100%.
He's got his pregame, his pregame meditation, his deep breathing that he does, and now he's got the double hand warmers going. So
I believe it with Cruz. This dude's got a lot to do, so I think he needs to pull out every trick in the bag. Dealing with an injury, translating, IGLing, doing a million different things for Talon. Really is a very valuable player on this squad. I think though for Nongshim, lately, for those who haven't really been tuning into Pacific as much, first of all, why? But second of all, I think for Nongshim, they are really hitting some crazy form. Swapping Francis back over to the IGLing duties. They just took down Gen G pretty convincingly. One of the better games I've seen from Nongshim in a very long time to be able to make sure that they maintain that spot in Ascension at a minimum. And now really, I think for both of these teams, they really want to make this upper bracket run all the way into the top 2. It's a long shot. But I think for Nongshim, they're in better form than ever. And for Talon, this current roster is the best that they've looked. And for my expectation for Talon for the longest time is that they're kind of better than the sum of their parts. They're making do with a little bit of a hodgepodge roster. They finally put together the roster they've been looking for. And I think the configuration that they've landed on in this stage in particular has really been working a treat.
All right, well, we are back into the action, so appreciate everybody's patience. Minor little gear issue, so I guess we've got that sorted. Classics now across the board here for the side of Nongshim. Not going to be seeing any kind of hero sheriffs coming through. To get a haunt reveal onto Primi, who's going to be swinging out wider and wider, trying to avoid that flash. And he does end up losing his life to 1. Dambi coming away with that kill, but Francis will be the ultimate cost. So Marshall does get recovered, so potential chance for maybe a bit more damage, but given the armors here, not going to be finding any free kills.
Then way to util to minimize risk, get the Prowler as well as the Boombot to clear out Mound, Haunt on into the site. Nice open site. Talon should be able to establish themselves a very nice post plant. They're even going to take some spawn control here and just want to make sure that they keep 4 guns up here. They don't want to lose another kill to the Marshal of the Classics.
Yeah, if you lose the Stinger and carry for the rest, you still feel pretty okay about that, but keeping all 4 certainly is going to be the goal of Persia. Trying to get a shot woven through there, but unable to find contact, so we'll just look to re-wrap, but smoked off for the moment there is RB. Looks like he's widely content to just sit back and go down to the spike here.
I may go hunting here, try to look for the showstopper, and he's punished for it.
That's a Guardian out of position. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to recover this one. So yeah, they're just going to have to abandon that one on the floor. So it does end up being a little bit more costly than you might have anticipated. Persia looking like he's more than happy to just go ahead and buy up a different rifle.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even blame him. I think that the ult economy definitely outweighs potentially the finances. If he gets that extra kill or 2, gets very close to a showstopper going into a bonus round, it's one of the biggest win conditions you can really have access to this early on in the game. And if you're able to get some impact, get an entry with that showstopper, win the bonus round, then you're off to the races on the attacking side often.
Overall, Talon probably not going to be too bothered by that one, so just a little bit left behind. But now we go into the bonus to see if they can try to get a conversion, and well, we'll lose the Guardian, pick up a Bucky.
Should be rubble control for Nongshim, pretty uncontested. Maybe Primi will go for a pick and try to gate crash out.
Dash at the ready, doesn't actually opt to go for that one, just holds on to it here for now. And grabs an orb. 1 away from having that conversion. Pat's online now is Dambi.
RB actually fighting over Mound with no escape. So if you do see Talon look for some control over there, he could be in a little bit of trouble. Talon just playing in pairs, but it does look like they are actually going to contest this rubble crossfire.
Smoke going to be cycled out here, the push forward. Clears the Prowler through the smoke. As Persia eats an immense amount of damage, going to be down to 47. Sheer Wall now going to be set up, and yes, they are in fact going to be pushing right over in towards RB, who, like you said, is on a bit of an island. He's going to try to fight for one. That's just too many forces facing him down.
So risky to play those off angles on an agent where you have no escape mechanic, and he is punished for it. No wall active, not that they'll need it as Talon take full control of this C site. Pretty uncontested. It's going to be a difficult retake for Nongshim, but one they must complete or they're going to lose versus the bonus.
Once again, just scaling forward, taking that firm control this time. And 3 players pushing past here. Oh, just a quick little jump peek out, and Primi still somehow keeps himself alive. If he uses that as an exit path, he'll have a nice clear upgrade from that Stinger into a rifle. And for the remaining players here of Nongshim, you're in a fairly committed position from here, but likely you should just be drifting away and trying to save.
Trying to commit. Getting zoned away by the util here. They may really just be playing for exits. Nongshim up to fall away from Mound and Talon. A flawless bonus one with very basic utility, and I was even thinking about it. Seeing RB contesting that off angle on the Viper right from the start of the round, it's a ballsy play. It's the kind of play that you make when you're brimming with confidence, when you really want to send a message, get a little multi-frag early on in the game, but when you're punished, you're left feeling a little bit sheepish, and the rest of your team will be worse for wear as a result. Persia even going down to the spike. Oh no, that's another gun loss.
He's just in the corner outside of Mound.
Oh my lord.
Just misidentifying the plant spot and just dies to the spike?
There's no excuse for it. That's a very basic plant spot. That's like even the safer of the plant spots.
Yeah. Oh, this is a bit of a rough sign. Hopefully it's not of what else is to, continue to transpire here. But yeah, that is brutal.
He'll take it if you're Talon.
Oh, happily.
To the half by now for Nongshim. I'm going to fight over rubble here. Dash back across. Disengage from Primi in combination with the fault line now into RB.
Yeah, and they immediately suss this one out. Not really going to get any damage across either. Just tight. Taking a one shot, and now he's got a showstopper online. Quick clear. They know exactly where Francis is going to be as the Prowler chases forward as well. So they're not going to try to invest that showstopper quite just yet. Can save it in case things start to get a little bit dicier here in the post plan. Once again, Talon just full take of this site, full push forward. Clearing out all these deeper angles of approaches. Flash going to be turned away from the second shot, ends up going wide. He's going to have to try to exit. Converter path's going to be sent in as time, does get taken down. A nice shot from Ivy and some damage on Kahlua. Gives them a bit of a window back into this one, but the Thorns for now hold them at bay.
Slowing them down.
Up and over the top, looking for that saturate, but Ivy and Domby going crazy as Ivy finds himself a third. Cruising to do it all, and he cannot. Ivy with a 4K. Well, go ahead and get Nongshim on the board in this effective half-buy round.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity for Talon. Man advantage inside the site, plenty of time burned off the clock. They even had Nongshim pinned back behind a one-way on spawn side. There's no reason why you should be able to complete that retake that cleanly, that easily from such a deficit.
All starts back over to here. Just swing out from Die. And Ivy is just more than ready for it. Saw Paranoia connection there from Persia, trying to make up for the oopsie from the previous round.
I mean,
this is team forward.
You see it running back into the site. Big 4K from Ivy coming back in on the retake, but even from those replays, how much util were they really contested by coming back into the site?
Not very much, especially considering just how much they were drowning in that util in the previous round.
It's a little too easy. Going into this round, though, rubble will be secured by Nongshim. Gonna have the rotation back across from Danby. Arcro's dealt with from RB. He has been punished multiple times. He will play things a little safer. I was gonna say surely not again.
You say that, and he's potentially considering a swing out of here if he can get any kind of assist util. Prowler to B main, seeing nothing. And that's just a clone, so not falling for that one.
Well, it's worked pretty well here. He's going to be able to actually re-clear Mound on the timing. You've got the rotation back across from Nongshim. Persia's been left on an island. He will play things safely over towards the A side. Nongshim cannot afford to keep losing personnel contesting basic map control.
Some jiggle peaks going to be spotted, and of course that showstopper still in the back pocket here for Tai, so could put that to good use. At the same time, you've got Jit Boys who's going to be looking for a bit of a late lurk in through B.
RB as well. Pushing around on the flank, and you are going to get actually Talon to commit into B. Danby trying to play from Heaven's side.
Doing a thing.
Couple shots in his direction, but oh, gets one, gets out, but it's a very shallow refract, so ends up beating a little bit more damage from through the corner, but crucially keeps himself alive, and it gives a player advantage here to Nongshim as they get ready to try to go for this retake. The showstopper going to be drawn out. Cruz lingering here outside of A, finds Domby. Finishing the job there is showstopper effectively going to just be zoning them back. The re-swing, Cruz gets himself another. Now just like that, Talon, they're in an advantageous position where RB is trying to pincer his way in through this C door. But they're just getting knocked down one by one. France is about to die. That leaves RB now to do it all.
He's going to get a couple exits for his trouble. Get closer to the pit. There's no way you're completing this clutch, though.
Yeah, looks like he won't even try to go for the tap. Doesn't want to try to bait them forward. Wants to hold on to the weapon. So we'll go his separate ways. He gets himself on the board here in this round, but he cannot get Nongshim another round win. So Talon will stretch the lead. Once again, up by 3.
These rounds are looking a little too easy for Talon. Like you saw Nongshim, they had positioning all around that B site. You want to come in for that flood or that crunch. Unfortunately, they're just not really meeting up well. If they were going to hug the B site, it would be the most awkward hug of all time. Like none of them were really synced up, actually committing into the site together. You see all of these 1v1s being taken and punished by Talon. Outside of a couple of exits, that's the only real into that round that Nongshim's able to have. And of course, they need a timeout. This is where the coaching staff of Nongshim needs to give the boys a bit of a kick up the arse and say, let's get our heads in the game. Let's actually start contesting these guys, because it's looking a little bit too flaccid in the opening couple of rounds here for Nongshim.
Well, it certainly has been. Well, let's see if they're going to be able to right the ship here. I mean, Nongshim, some rocky starts as well. When you look back at the series versus Gen G, did have a bit of a similar start to that Lotus, and then from there we're able to really come alive off the back of a timeout. So we'll see if there's going to be a similar conversion here for them. The Talon right now, like you said, you know, aside from the one round that they've given up, everything else has widely felt very easy for them.
Yeah, and even that one round, I felt like they were just a little bit switched off. They didn't actually, it seemed to have any counter utility to be able to slow that retake coming back down for Nongshim. See RB once again dropping the standard wall on front B. So we head back into Lotus now.
And Persia's going to be glass cannon with a Vandal.
Okay. He's going to be over towards that rubble side of the map as well. You could definitely get melted on rubble retake here for Talon, but once again, it's just a slow start for Talon. They're just working the map like a ball of dough. Know you were enjoying your pizza earlier, you know?
It was delicious.
See if Frost can make you one later on, because he seems to be cooking up something delicious on this attacking side of Lotus right now.
Prowler just to check forward, and once again RB for the moment here on a bit of an island, but it looks like Talon's not going to look to poke and prod too hard this time.
They had their options open to them, Talon. They pulled that rotation back across the C. This is where that aggressive positioning isn't going to allow you to lean as heavily across the map. It's a 2-on-2 for Nongshim, and that's something that Talon can take advantage of here. Haven't pushed off that rubble info line. Instead, it's just a smoke to kind of keep the Fade in position while they set up this C execute. Breach and Viper to receive.
Smoke dissipating, orb going up, RB fight at the ready here on a timing, sends it there off the back of the Nightfall and bounding forward. He just can't get his vision back fast enough. As Ty so quickly deals with 2. Dami going to be able to find just the 1 as Kahlua swinging forward into the site is able to take his head clean off. And for the 2 players alive here on Nongshim, you're just going to have to save.
They're just folding this site time and time again like a bloody plastic chair right now. Just absolutely cleaning up Talon. I don't even think you contest this as Persia. Like, what can you even do? Surely not.
You have 2 Vandals, your economy is in the dumps. I mean, I guess Ivy could just have another Ivy moment. Put the cape on. Prowler will get the check. Still so much to try to contend with, though. Haunt at the ready here from Kahlua. Still has a seize behind this. A quick peek out. Cruz trying to find the timing. Tap on the spike with the defuse, and now Persia, the glass cannon himself, last one alive. And yep, it's just going to be a 1 tap through the smoke to put him down.
Oh,
so
man.
5-1, timeout, not finding value.
No, and not making any tangible impact on the game either. That was pretty much the exact same look from Nongshim again. RB, punished early on in the half, is forced to play passively on this C site. It is still a 2-man setup, but unfortunately, Thai makes it fast enough across into RB, who's full blind, gets that clean entry, and that's where the breach utility doesn't hit the Raze, who isn't cleaned up on the entry. And the breach is kind of left in the open with players coming late into the site, scaling in, and a Raze on a like annoying little off angle just harassing you.
Fault line avoided. It's just going to be a very breezy drift across here to the back rubble for Primi. Shot does go a little bit wide, so Francis still alive here for the moment.
Yeah, and at some point you're starting to get nervous for Nongshim. This is their pick, Lotus. Not that either of these picks are a surefire win for either of these teams. Even Corrode has had some success for Nongshim. So the series is not over, but this is a shocking defense for a map you should be prepared on here.
Makes you scratch your head a bit and wonder about the pivot here. Move away from having that hard sentinel in play. Ty is just fully blinded up, but it doesn't matter. He's got plenty of bullets, a hell of a lot more than Ivy does.
I mean, I kind of agree with you. Like, they're getting into these sites very easily against the Viper comp.
And Brimmy able to just go ahead and tuck out of there. And then with the quick little push over the top, Ty will find the final. 6-1. Talon already in a fantastic spot. I mean, Nongshim to recover this one needed to at least get up to 5.
If they don't lock in now, this is going to be a write-off, honestly. We need to start scraping some defensive-sided rounds together. They're really not fragging that much either, which means they haven't had access to many of these big impact ults outside of the Convergent Pass, which was converted into a successful retake. This is where going into these next couple of rounds, finally we're starting to get some ults online, but you can even see it in the replays there. Vice ult and Dimensional Drift ready to go. These are both rounds that can, both ults that can open up rounds or close them down.
And it's going to be the Dimensional Drift off the rip. He's going forward, knows that Dami's going to be here in this position. Now the Steel Garden coming through just to try to take the weapons away. Push into the smoke, gets the spot there on the one. The breach going to be noted. And Brimmy will be able to clean up Francis. Just without a weapon, they're just spamming him through this smoke. And it goes out into the open. Jip Boys once again will find Dami through it. So Ivy is only able to find the Yoru thus far.
I mean, he's the only one who really did anything in this round for Nongshim. Dimensional Drift and the Steel Garden just completely shut down that rubble control. Nongshim now at a man disadvantage, feel the need to maybe push out into A.
Well, they need to start hitting their shots, and they need to hit them right now. Ty about to have his eyes here on Persia. Ivy as well, scaling forward, trying to gain this space, but there you go, Persia dead. Ivy now noted. And bold of him to re-peek that.
It's just great patience from Talon in the 4-on-3. Knowing that Nongshim have to make a play somewhere, have to make something happen, and they've punished it accordingly. Cruz now lurking around this C mount. Not hearing anything, not seeing a push on that side of the map, so feeling that it's safe to go into C, because often at a man disadvantage, if the C anchor is going to rotate anywhere, a lot of the time he is going to push at a deficit. So if he hasn't pushed, then he probably has just rotated off that site back to A. And therefore, C side is open for business once again here, boys.
Yeah, and even though the clock is getting run down, they've got plenty of time unless they just catch a stray here. Bite, I mean, rebounds so far off the wall that it's a non-factor. And now Nongshim are in.
Oh my god. Was that a quad peak? That was just a coordinated quad peak onto Waterfall. Like, what do you even do? Talon is playing perfectly right now.
They really are.
And Nongshim is just not playing at all. Might have had a tech pause to check they got their monitor on in this game, like, I mean, honestly.
Popped out into the open like that as well. Just a clone to try to block.
This was such a sick ult combo as well. Like, you're often thinking of the Dimensional Drift to be able to open up the site. Like, you're going to run your initial default, and then your Dimensional Drift is going to run into the site, see the setup, and then you might Steel Garden to either clear out the site or in the post plant. But to use it for rubble control, you could tell it's just something that Nongshim haven't even really had to deal with much before. Like, how often have you actually seen a Steel Garden committed into rubble there? That's a very, like, low percentage, and you could tell Dami's like, what do I even do against this? Like, I'm just stuck.
Doesn't have a refract set up, so just on an island. Sliggy, please watch. Is that the name of something that he should watch?
I'm not singing the song. There's a meme going around.
I see.
You're a bit too old for the TikTok these days, sir.
I have literally never had that installed on my phone. And I think I've gone to the website once because somebody sent me something on TikTok.
There you go.
So it's just, it's not my style of brain rot. You know, I've got my own pocket of the internet that I like to just go ahead and melt my brain cells over. TikTok is not for me.
Look, Nongshim needs to reverse the brain rot ASAP. They need to actually focus up. Well, the majority of around here, or
they need the DH. They need the DH very quickly.
Yep.
Nongshim need a blood boy.
They're meant to be the Gen Z squad. Come on, boys. Where's that Zoomer energy we need to see? A lot of ults online as well. Convergent Pass ready to go once again. Aggression on front B. They're going to try to run this door setup. Potentially try to pinch Talon if they take C mount control. But Talon are quite happy just reading the setup, playing things slowly. They're more often than not just winning the early to mid round.
Just the one weapon noted there. Trying to disguise the numbers, but seems like Talon's still going to be very suspicious about this.
I mean, the Prowler clears front B. Now they know that they have space on A because they haven't heard utility to be able to actually secure that control. So Talon, it's just a decision tree. They confirm front B has contact, therefore you have space on A. Really, really good macro. Now we're clearing out C mount, and we're just working the map back to front.
Okay, well, Ivy does manage to find Primi. It's a good first step, a good opening kill. It's the follow-up spot there onto Cruz.
He wants to go for more. He feels like he needs to go for more with how flat Nongshim have been so far this game. Still aggressively posturing.
Bring them down.
Krala does confirm that Talon's still in the area.
30
Cruz
seconds
for now,
left.
eyes trained here on the door. I mean, they could just try to go for the pivot. They do have Kahlua lurking forward here at B main, but Rolling Thunder's going to be set on a bit of a timing, but it's actually quite shallow, so it doesn't find that opening hit. Try to push back these players, so they're scaling forward very quickly. Fault line, however, will be able to zone them back, and this is going to flush them over towards the A site, where there's 12 seconds remaining, as you say, and Ivy looks to hold the line, finds the first, gets rid of Cruz, with the plant still being stuck to. Tries to run him down, and Ivy not going to be able to find an ace, but he will be able to find a round win, and I'm sure he's much more concerned about that. The fuse will come in. Nongshim are sending out their final timeout to manage to get themselves a second round victory.
It's another hero 4K from Ivy. 2 from 2 rounds that Nongshim have secured. Ivy has put 4 together both times. But it wasn't just that would oversimplify things. I think Nongshim really recognizing the pacing that Talon were bringing in that round. They've been playing very slowly so far on this attacking side. And it's really good reactive utility. It's a big strength of this comp. You've got Breach, Fade. Pretty much every agent, literally every agent on Nongshim has this reactive utility that can stall a push, that can shut down the attackers trying to shove a certain area. They're able to just do that enough against a slower paced round to just run Talon out of time.
I mean, Ivy has just been electric for them. Needs, I was going to say more of that, but realistically just needs the rest of the team to start stepping it up and playing alongside him a bit more. Maybe a breath of fresh air here for them, a breath or a sigh of relief. Still have 4 ultimates to try to work with.
Still some slower pacing here for Talon on the attacking side. Op out for Primi.
Push forward, and Gambi's just bouncing around like a madman. He's able to avoid the shot.
I've seen that in the outback. I've seen kangaroos running around like that. Unreal.
Well, he does get hit on the follow-up, so now he's down to 28 HP. So that does end up costing them potentially a bit. Ping's now coming down, and RB, as he hears contact, will just go ahead and immediately try to invest this pit, but they could just try to overwhelm him because they do have a showstopper.
Gonna pivot to front B instead, meet up with the Fade.
Bring them down.
Pushing towards this angle. Showstopper now does go out. See if they're going to be able to avoid it. Seems like with how Deep Tide's been going, yeah, no one's likely to get caught by this.
Have secured waterfall control though, and now they're going to pivot straight into C. RB reading this very smartly though. He's positioned himself over on Mound, but look at Cruz's position.
If they're just fully circumnavigating this pit to get themselves into the C site, and Cruz, with that op in hand, has a very casual shot to take down Francis, and now Nongshim have to be worried. You got one guy who's just left abandoned inside of a pillar of green smoke, and the rest are cut off.
Big fight on Swan.
See if they're going to be able to find anything here on the reef. Push is further confirm op presence. 1 shot remaining here in the magazine. The Nightfall is going to be committed to this one. Connects on the 2, but I believe the Vice is going to be avoided as, oh boy! Oh, you landed right in front of him. And he's got covering fire. Persia going to be able to find one here on the back end, but Primi with that Vandal having swapped over. Get the pop flash in, and a quick shot to Persia's face. 8-2, Talon still continuing to look so damn clean.
They're just looking phenomenal. This is the form that they came into the group stage with right from the first game against Boom. You could tell that Talon was hot here in stage 2. Despite a little bit of a slip up against DFM, they just continue to go strength to strength. This is just another dominant game from Talon here in VCT Pacific.
And that was 3 ultimates invested. The convergent paths, the pit, as well as the Nightfall, all sent there from Nongshim.
Oh.
And given there's just 2 rounds left in this half, you only have this from the shadows, which Persia's now dead, to try to utilize for the remainder of this half. Is it's just 1 by 1.
It's just too easy. It shouldn't be this easy. They're just walking around the map and absolutely destroying Nongshim.
Yeah, the Primi is the cliffside to the lemmings that are Nongshim right now. Francis trying to put this Phantom to some use, but in the end, it's just a bit of a stalemate, so they back away.
RB needs to go huge here, but nothing but a Sheriff in hand. Got a Snakebite to be dropping. Cruz spotting out RB on the site. Now they're going to turn their attentions towards him, and he's just going to get folded relatively routinely yet again. Thai, an easy entry into the site from him.
There's not much more to say. And France is going to be good for one. The spike not yet planted. Aftershock could come in to try to... Never mind. As it's just going to be Ivy left alive.
I
4
mean,
targets.
They've avoided him well this round.
A third 4K, perhaps.
We'll take it on the exits. We'll get closer to a nightfall, but that's where the good news is going to end, heading into the final round of the half. This is just domination from Talon. They're getting out macroed, they're getting out microed.
And I think I know what's going on. I think I understand it.
Okay, what's your theory?
I think that Nongshim have also just accepted the red light, green light theory. So they're coming into today thinking that they're just guaranteed to lose. Whereas you need to just realize that all of these things are silly. And that, yeah, you need to just ignore the curses and all of the mumbo jumbo surrounding it and play your own game.
Oh, Ivy even cleaned up on the exit there. Nongshim, a little bit superstitious perhaps, you know. Dating based on star signs, things like this.
Oh, I didn't ask you what yours was. Are we compatible to cast together?
I don't know, actually.
You better not be a Libra.
No, I'm scared. I'm a Taurus, mate.
Oh, okay, we're fine.
Yeah, we're chilling.
I understood very little of what I just said as well. I don't prescribe to any of that nonsense.
I'm a chill guy, but I'm stubborn is what I understand about it. That's about it. Turn our attention back to Valorant. Contest over C Mount here. Guy's got the Outlaw out, understanding that there will be a lot of light armors to be finding. In fact, 4 out of 5 can just net him an easy kill.
We're just going to look the back way. I should say, if anyone was offended by me making fun of the star sign, if you're into that, it's just because I'm a Virgo. So you can't really blame me.
That's fair. Little bit of spam there. Talon just buying all of the different guns in Valorant, just testing them all out. Oppenheimer, you know, these are all fun.
Yep. You're already beating them so hard.
Once again, they do have the Dimensional Drift and the Steel Garden.
Well,
there's the Outlaw.
RP continues to have a very rough time. Nightfall now going across. Bleed gets the catch just onto Francis. It's Primi. With the mask on, just sprinting forward, trying to get a scout here. We'll just make his exit inside the connector. Clue at the same time, scaling forward to upper. Taking that first fight, losing it, but the second layer from Tai is there to trade one back. And he's even going to trade it up. 3K now for the raise. As Ivy, once again, needing to be a hero as he's the last one standing. Tai at the same time, potentially on the hunt here for the ace. If Primi doesn't take it away from him.
He's stalling time for him.
He's going to try to assist it.
Go on, son.
Push forward for this one. Oh, they're just jumping at it. Once. Okay, with a classic all things. Tai will go ahead and get himself a Predator Ace to close out the half. 10-2. Talon are looking immaculate.
Absolutely. 18 kills for Tai in that half. He's been unbelievable on the duelist. Bar, maybe the Neon on Sunset. This dude has just been running around as a rookie on this role in VCT Pacific and just absolutely making mincemeat of everyone. His second stage even playing. Very promising rookie. So we headed to the halftime break here. Nongshim have got a lot of work to do. I think they're done here.
I mean, that is a very big understatement. There is a ton that would need to happen. I mean, granted, look, we saw the run back from, RRQ versus Secret. That crazy push in towards overtime into the closeout. But I don't know if I see that one happening here. Trip to France with Francis, or land with Tai. I mean,
in this game, yeah.
But in theory, the trip to France could also just be that you're going the champs.
That's true.
As a fan of Valorant, I think you would want to lean that way.
Might be a little bit of a tower diff there. I think that the Eiffel Tower, I don't know, I'm measuring here.
Because kind of
calculating the distance.
In both of these circumstances, it kind of alludes to Talon going home. Because if Francis is going the champions.
So you're saying the script writer's already on top of this is going to be another 10-2 comeback?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that I think they dealt a little bit of a dirty hand to Talon here. Because they're just basically trying to say, like, oh yeah, well, they're eliminated. They're going home.
Maybe.
Maybe it's happening.
I'd love to see it. I would get much more excitement out of that happening than what we're getting currently out of this game.
I didn't get to see what that said. Said something about the UK, though.
Yeah, look, it's never anything positive when mentioning the UK.
That's
Talon,
true.
First in pistols here, 16 wins, 7 losses. If they win the pistol, this game's probably done.
Oh, absolutely. Let's see if they're going to be able to find anything here, as it's just going to be a 5v4 clash at Mound, it would seem. Talon technically with the one-player disadvantage, but this paranoia could absolutely swing the tides here very quickly, as there you go, Smoke going to be falling down, and okay, Nongshim do get the better of them as RB is able to collect 2, so quick little pivot here from Jit Boys to try to see if he can find anything, but it's only Ivy who's realistically tagged up as the spike gets ready to be planted.
It's a simple play, but just walking up in the orb can do you a lot of favors, couching the defense, slipping there with a big Mound setup. Jit Boys now reserved expectations of him putting this clutch together.
Well, I don't really know exactly where he's approaching from. Well, Arc Rose, but yep, there you go. A little wide swing into the feet plant, and Francis will get them over the line. So a third round win going to be found. Nongshim get themselves this pistol, but Talon, and the big question you have to be asking yourselves, do they go for a force buy here, given the lead?
I think forces on defense are trash, I'm not going to lie. Like attack side forces, I can get around that. You can kind of be proactive, you can set yourself up a whole nice round where you're running around with stingers. That can work. Defense side force, I feel like you often can just get picked apart unless you're going to kind of stack somewhere. If the other team is often playing a slower round anti-eco as well, things can go not well for you. So I like just taking the path of least resistance. You're so far ahead here. No reason to go crazy. We're not playing for round diff. Round robin's over. Nongshim, though, mandatory pistol win here. They need to just keep the conversion clean. They need to 100% this game as much as possible from this point out.
Well, gamble stack on C, but Nongshim choosing wisely, pushing just in towards Kalua, who's alone here for the moment. RB with a little explore on the B. He's going to see that this is completely open, so might end up calling actually for a pivot here, which would put the Talon players a little bit closer.
Yeah, I think this is a very common concept that you've seen in Pack FPS for the longest time. It's called money manning. You just send someone with a weak weapon somewhere to just scout out. If he dies, you see the stack, you only give up a pistol, it's fine. Can often complete the 4-on-5 from there.
Well, let's see if Talon actually make a go of this, or if they just want to like really bleed dry the funds here, as well as the ult charge from Nongshim, and try to deny them everything and just go down to the spike.
Doesn't seem like they want to feed them any ults here.
Yeah.
There hasn't been that many multi-frags from the pistol either. You can see the ult orbs very evenly spread out on Nongshim, so no one's going to get this big impact ult very early on in the game here.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, just a smoke cycle forward. You can tell Cruz, he doesn't want them to go pushing through in towards the back of B, so we'll just go ahead and hold that line, funnel them back out in towards the attacker spawn, and that should set up for everybody on Talon to go down to the spike.
Yeah, this is the most sensible... Dammy, okay, relax, mate. Going the wrong way. That's a one-way street.
Don't go pulling a Francis now. Persia. Yeah. Sorry. Tell me to do you dirty, Francis.
Bro's catching strays for no reason.
My bad, my bad.
And that's actually a pretty nice looking bonus, you have to say, for Nongshim. 4 rifles, you got some bulldogs in the mix and things like that, but they upgraded extra rifle, and that actually looks pretty nice. I like that approach in the anti-eco from both teams, really. Talon give them absolutely nothing. Nongshim play things very sensibly. But we will get a big clash over rubble right off the bat here.
Yep.
And these are the messy situations where you can make use of a bonus round as Nongshim. You need to.
With the Odin in hand, Cruz is going to be looking to really tear him apart, and that's Francis down to 23. Yes, Jit Boys at the same time.
You can't just keep getting first picked as RB.
Yeah, just another brutal start. Posted up the top of the tree. Forward pushing. Okay, Tommy does manage to get the readjust, but Primi finds him there to the corner time at the same time. Finishing the job on the Francis is, yeah, they're just getting worked in the neutral here on the approach.
Back to our regularly scheduled programming, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just the daily game show, the round-based game show of does Ivy clutch? This time the answer is no.
Yeah, and that's like, it's like a pie chart where that's like a one little sliver of like 10.
Well, Talon now up to 11 denying that bonus conversion, so all the potential places we were seeing. Oh, that's a rough way to go.
Yeah. I mean, some first deaths that were questionable for RB, some unlucky. It's just one of those games. You have them. He tried to play with confidence right from the get-go in this game, got punished for it. Now he's getting a little unlucky and things are just going bad to worse. What can you say?
Odin spray this time. Or so successfully avoided as they do get a hard reveal, but don't really play off the back of that one time. But he does still, again, get tagged up.
Yeah, refract forced out though. Nongshim will at least secure control of rubble. Once again running the 1-4 with RB on the lurk front B. He will go unchecked. And surely Talon are just going to go and look for C mount control of the Arcros. There it is.
Faultline does get a hit there on a cruise, but he's got the paranoia, sends that one out to try to keep himself safe. A full flash into the face, but they're not scaling fast enough to really try to get the jump, but he still does damn well to lock on for the headshot. So Domby going to be taken down. A site right now primed for the opening to be taken here for Nongshim, but they're very slow to scale forward here.
Yeah, Nongshim are just cutting sound. They know that Talon has gaps on the map.
Slow approach, a smoke over towards stairs. Give them a little bit more comfort here as quick little step over the line, gets that sheer wall pop, draws some attention back for a moment, but what a shot from Premi. That's the raid boss down. Ivy gone. Faultline stunned there at top of rope. Drop coming in from Ty. No target to really find quite just yet. But you've got all three players of Nongshim very fanned out. Francis on the peak, able to find one. And that's a critical kill as Persia notes the door. Jit Boy's dead. Premi holding that, denies the swing. Pushes, however, to his own demise. The bite, the paranoia, all there to delay. Kahlua will need to try to pick them both off, but he just does not have the time, so we'll have to make his exit back to the stairs, but he does continue to make this a little bit more costly. So Persia, lone survivor here for the side of Nongshim, but they critically do stop Talon from getting up the match point.
Can see Talon have the money to recover from that though, so with only one player surviving for each team in the server here, it might be a little more costly for Nongshim. You cannot afford to get reset here, or that is potentially going to be the end of the game. A well-worked round for them though. They finally secure that rubble control uncontested. Are able to convert it into an A-site post plant that goes well for them. Credit to RB as well, baiting out that sheer. Did pull the rotation back across for the defenders for just long enough to get into a comfortable post plant on the A-site there. Once again, we're going to get a rubble fight.
Oh, fire with fire here. Get ready for the most interactive gameplay you've ever seen, folks, because we've got Odin v Odin. As Tomby goes up and over the top onto rubble. Pop flash out of this one. The haunt reveal on the Tomby. Doesn't mention slide back, but now there's going to be a pain shell just lobbed in there, immediately finding an immense amount of damage. He falls down to 45, and they are just between a rock and a hard place. That fault line is not going to be enough to try to peel for them.
Spike down A.
Only Premi found RB now continuing to try to lurk forward here at Mound. He's been able to do that successfully, but that's because the lion's share of Talon have all been playing around the A site, and now he's going to fight them all.
Time to run into an up-down with an Odin.
What?
Oh, hold on, 1 HP.
Okay, he's got 1 HP, but that's still incredible that he managed to break that.
Cruise is low. Could be cooking with gas here.
I bet that's the K, though.
Yeah.
He's at 44. RB going to rotate around. Pops the wall with the peek in, though, from the Omen. I mean, they should know.
If he can even just get one here and get a plant, then potentially he could play the Pit Decay in the 1v1 against Chip Boys, who's quite high HP. That could definitely work out.
What a play it would be here for RB.
Talon's not going to give him that opportunity, though. They know that he's got to take a lot of time clearing out all of this space on the map, picking up the spike, and they're just going to play hand in hand.
Oh, but he might just end up rotating right into where they want him to be because he doesn't have the time.
And go back to C. Yeah, he's just going to have to stick
14
with
seconds? There's no way.
I think Cruz has got him dead to rights.
10 seconds
Even if
left.
Cruz wasn't here, I think that he's just not going to be able to get there in time.
Yeah.
Over.
Yeah, we haven't done the maths there, unfortunately. Which is a bit of a metaphor for how most of this game has gone for Nongshim, unfortunately.
Hair off on a lot of factors. Yeah. Rough to see. I mean, how do you just continue pushing forward? I mean, understandable why you would think that they stuck around on that A site. But we'll still give him his praises, breaking the high-low, which we're about to see.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's just phantom teams, honestly. But I'm just looking at this game and, you know, for Nongshim, it's worth mentioning that this is still a very young squad. Yes, they've been scrimming some of the better teams. They've been in Ascension, but this is their first time in the playoffs.
Right. There's a lot of pressures that come with that. As Ty up and over the top, playing off the haunt reveal, and the fadeaway shot on the Ivy. Ty layering in the showstopper right at Persia's feet. He wants this map to be over. And with his efforts, I think he has pulled it off. Looking for a second ace, won't be able to have it. Domby just managed to deny. Trades back a bit.
Back in a flash.
That's that convergent pass. Going to jump spot with the refact just to be able to clear out Mount. RB, if he gets a kill or a plant, will have a pit.
But even then, you need this shot.
Enemy remaining.
On to Premi, but it's going to be Premi who gets the kill instead. And there you go. Mask on, Jit Boys. Gonna be unnoted as Premi plays it so very aggressively, but to absolute perfection. 13-5, Talon shut down Nongshim here on Nongshim's map, pick a Lotus.
That is just Talon playing at the level that you expect of them, and Nongshim severely underperforming in their first playoffs game here in VCT Pacific. They had their best game that I've seen in a while against Genji at the end of the group stage, and that might be the worst map I've seen from them in a while, back-to-back.
Yeah. And gotta wonder, what were the conversations being had here by Nongshim getting ready to come into today? Obviously, yes, a lot of pressures, but you have the comp swap coming through, putting RBO onto the Viper instead of running that Sentinel role.
Yeah.
You've got Chobra, who's not here. Is it all connected? I think it might be.
Where's Manny? Do we need to get him in the Uber right now and ship him on over to the studio? Because Nongshim, they need somebody to hype them up. I mean, I agree. I feel like Talon was just running around doing whatever they want, unchecked against a Sentineless comp. They were really unpunished for that, and outside of Ivy and a pistol win, there was nothing else worth talking about in this game for Nongshim.
Yeah, saw the vestiges of a potential spark in the team there after they got over onto the attack, but not being able to convert a bonus. It's putting Talon so much further ahead and being crushed by, a missed call on a rotate around the map and not having the time for it. Just a very rocky start here for the side of Nongshim, who need a massive, massive rebound. They do have Corrode coming up, and like you said, they've had some successes there on that map. That is Talon's map pick, though, which has to be the bigger concern here for the team. But ultimately, we just need to see the players start to pop.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if Nongshim can recover from that. They have got a lot of work to do. They're going to have a serious talk behind the scenes. And I'm interested to hear what Big Time has to say and what Big Time will be saying to break all of that down on the desk after a 13-5 drubbing.
Just you.
Big Time's not here. We've also gotten rid of him. He's not going to be speaking on this matter of Talon absolutely being comfortable on this map and very comfortably dominating Nongshim on their map pick of Lotus. I'm just kidding, Big Time.
It's all lies. I am here. How can I miss a game like this? So dominant from Talon, especially that first half, 10-2. Absolutely cooked them. Nongshim could not find any footing here at all, but especially in that first half, Quack.
I mean, you see the number of first kills that Talon just racked up throughout this entire first half. I mean, the post plants alone kind of tell the story as well. Every single round the first half, Talon managed to get the spike down. That's insane.
I mean, I can understand being okay playing retake if you are Nongshim with that double initiator and that waylay, but at some point you have to start finding some first kills, you have to start fighting forward a little bit. Only Ivy there even close to going even. Very, very underwhelming performance from Nongshim in terms of firepower, in terms of macro. This is not the team that we saw at the end of the group stage.
The one consolation that I can kind of pick off is just the fact that Danby is still somewhat fragging as the waylay. I kind of like that, but apart from that, what happened?
Yeah.
Well, I think there was something you guys had pointed out. RB changing his role on this map, and having no Sentinel on this comp might have cost them.
Yeah, he moved across from the Cypher to that Viper and just didn't really be able to hold anything. I mean, I think there's a lot to be said there, to be honest, but I felt like everything kind of broke down for the Nongshim.
Yeah, in fact, we have a couple of unfortunate lowlights for RB, but you know what? I think this is because Talon knew exactly what was up, and they used this to their advantage. So let's have a look at what was happening with RB.
Yeah, so the big thing was Talon realized he was weak and he was playing solo towards this C site so many times. So what was their game plan on attack? It's find RB, let's run him down and let's give him no space to be able to play. Every time they ended on C so many times, and RB very, very rarely managed to get anything done against the speed and power of Talon.
Just see it happening so many freaking times. So this was my most favorite one as well, though. I mean, the mid-round
they wrapped around?
Yeah, from B all the way to the back of C after RB deployed the Viper's Pit. I mean, calls like that from teams like, players like Cruz really put Nongshim in a bit of a dizzy spell. Like, you're just not sure how to recover off of that. Like, do I stay in my pit? Do I come back and help my teammates to retake C? You don't know.
Yeah, also, I mean, this is just a very, very effective strat that you see all the way throughout pro play. If you do your scouting, you do your anti-strat, and you think, I think this player is particularly weak, you just go, let's find him. Let's run him.
Yeah.
We're going to make his day terrible. And that's what Talon decided they were going to do today.
I mean, it's usually one or the other. The strongest, I've heard of people hunting for Meteor or Munchkin. In this case, they were looking for RB, who, had no trips or anything to stop them from coming in. Now, you know, we got lowlights, but we also got highlights. So let's have a look at some of the magnificent plays by this.
Man, was he cooking. He was going crazy here, putting up insane numbers for Talon. We highlighted him in the pre-show here, talking about how good he's been since this move to Duelist, but he's looking sharper and sharper and just got so much done for Talon here.
You talked about how he would kind of go in more aggressively than Primi before in the past as this Duelist, and on this race you can clearly see why. Just double satcheling into sites, whether it's C or B sometimes, and even being able to control with paint shells, especially around A, on that defensive half of there. So Thai definitely putting up a lot of big numbers, but I think the favorite one that you kind of definitely have to call out is the fact that he picked up this ace. His team was kind of giving it to him at the same time.
Yeah, you just know the comms are like, let him get it, let him get it. I'm jumping on him,
Primi flashed for him, dude.
Crazy to see that from Primi. But this last round as well, just to close on the game, what a little cheeky 3K there up onto the box. I mean, you can tell they're really starting to play around Thai as a key player, and it's not just Primi anymore. This kid is going crazy, and he's trying to send Talon all the way through this bracket. And if he keeps playing like this, I think they have a good shot.
I can't believe Frost called him Mini Primi. I feel like he's just...
I think
he's
Primi's
his
a
own...
mini Thai.
Put some respect on the Thai name. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think Thai is really showing exactly why they picked him up and why the coaches were so excited to put this academy player onto their team. I think he was really critical actually end of last year. They're scrimming their academy team a lot to try to make improvements for their team, and that's how they spotted this guy. So yeah, this is massively paying off. You could just see it happening over the course of the months, what they were trying to achieve with this Talon squad, and you can see the discipline happening across the board. Now, all of us have picked Jemkin as our duelist. I think Mika picked Thai, but honestly, I think a lot of us were debating between Thai or Jemkin for today. We'll have to see with the RRQ match later, because we still got Corrode to get through. Corrode is Talon's map pick for today. Are you guys expecting something a little bit similar? Both of them have had strong showings.
Yeah, I mean, so both these teams are flawless so far on Corrode, but this is Talon's pick, so I'm curious what they've got cooked up. Previously running the Cypher Deadlock with that Yoru solo duelist, and on the side of Nongshim, they are using the Deadlock as well, but on that Viper that we just saw RB play, and of course Neon, which is a signature for Dami.
Yeah, and that's where things might get a little bit troublesome for Nongshim as well. We just saw how the Viper performed on Lotus. I get a little bit worried seeing that RB's still going to be on this Viper onto a map like Corrode. It's a very pivotal role because you're needing to control middle a lot, especially with the toxic screen. And if you're down really early on, that could be the whole site already.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I do think the Viper adds a lot in around mid, but I do think holding those sides can be a little bit tougher, and that means a lot of work for the Deadlock to do. Over on the side of Talon, Thai will be playing that Yoru most likely, and we just saw how great he was map 1, so it's about, is he able to snowball this performance, really take over this series? But I need to see Nongshim wake up. That's not the Nongshim that we were used to seeing. We were singing their praises before this game about how good they've started to look, going back to their old style, how much better it seemed to be with Francis Agielling, but none of that was present in that map 1. I mean, they looked lost.
Yeah, frankly, that was surprising. It was very surprising to see Nongshim perform this way, but this isn't the first time, if they end up losing, that they've been defeated by Talon. Again, Talon has done it 3 times already, and in the most critical matches.
I will say every single match between Nongshim and Talon have won 2-1, so it's always gone the distance. So if that's to be believed, then who knows, maybe Nongshim finds some resurgence here in map 2, but I don't know, I think it might be a big uphill battle for them from here.
Primi is also going on the Deadlock role for this map if they continue to keep the comps the same, and also really dangerous guy. He always hits with his ult.
Oh yeah.
Every time. Really fantastic, and both of you guys have him on your build diff.
You got to, it's Primi. I mean, he's such a historically great fragger. To not pick Primi seems ridiculous. I mean, we saw him warm up a little bit in the second half of that map, but now he's going across onto that Deadlock, and that's where I think he's actually at his best, to be honest. I think he'll be excited by the chance to be able to sit that little bit further back, beat his teammates a little bit more, and hit those shots.
Yeah, he does perform really well in that position there, and here are the comps. Has anything changed? I don't really see anything different.
Very standard on the side of Talon, like we said, running that Cypher Deadlock, thigh has been popping off on this Yoru, so look for him to really steamroll this forward. Over on the side of Nongshim, no changes as well, Quack.
Yeah, none whatsoever. I mean, it's going to be quite important for Danby to be able to break past Primi or Jitboys at certain times, but apart from that, I mean, you really need to see the entire team of Nongshim step up.
Yeah, I need to see them start playing Valorant. I mean, they weren't even awake in that game. You got to wake up, you got to realize that if you lose this, you're dropping down to that lower bracket, and that's where it gets really scary.
I hope that it's not because of pizza before the game. The food combo is
don't do that.
really hard. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Pilsky.
What are you talking about, food coma?
Pete? Who's Pizza? Never heard of him.
I've never. Pizza does not give you a food coma. That is a food of champions. And you should, I eat a whole pizza before going on a run. You know.
I see you regularly put down a whole pizza before you start a cast.
Yeah.
So
food of
I
champions.
don't know. Seems to be going okay for you. At least for Nongshim though, they need to get out of whatever kind of coma that was in the first map. That was some playoffs nerves. That was definitely not the Nongshim that you want to be seeing. Once upon a time, we were looking at Nongshim and thinking Pacific would Essentially would just be a stepping stone to get into Pacific. Surely they're going to tussle it with the best, but here in the playoffs, they are looking like a rookie team for sure.
And some forward space taken here into mid. Prowler, however, going to be enough to spot it out, so Ty will just go ahead and make a very quick little exit. And once again, seems like Talon sticking widely to the same game plan, which is just kind of death ball in and look to overwhelm RB.
Yeah, run at RB. He does have a little bit of help here. Francis does have the C's to be able to help him out. Snakebite's there at the ready.
We'll just send that one there. On a bit of a timing paranoia. Does get expended here from Talon. And as the shock dart finds just a tiny little touch of damage.
Util holding them back. They're just going to have to cancel. They can't get a clean entry back into the site. Would have been a C's to follow up if necessary. Horns back up.
Just get him out invested as well. The barrier mesh had been sent over to try to cut off that mid connector. So a decent amount sent out here by Talon, but still some more damage going to be found as Danby takes a shot. Persia sending out that paranoia. Jitboy's close enough to be able to get the spot, but Danby finding Die there behind the box. Cleans up two. So player advantage going to be found here for Nongshim. RB on the Jiggle Peak out. Nearly gets punished, but manages to relocate.
30 seconds
Hound down this enemy Omen, but just barely misses the timings.
Needs to stay alive, and backside here is completely isolated. They're rotating back to A.
Just out into the open. A shot into the shoulder, but Primi surviving and winning out the fight. Gets the headshot, gets the plant here in play. And Talon now in a 3v3. Post-plant situation, looking to be decently favored.
Horton GrabNet are back up, but I don't think they're going to get clean connections on those. It's up to Danby to win duels over on spawn side.
And they've got two players stacked here into this position. The Jiggle Peek around the corner is able to spot out the one, but it hasn't seen anybody over at tower, so blew his spot for now. Completely unscouted.
You're not getting in. It's a GrabNet from Primi and a sonic sensor for Francis.
Every angle being watched. Danby able to win out that fight. Yeah, a little bit whiffy from Kahlua. So kill ends up coming through as Danby comes up with four and Francis gets the other. And how Nongshim done this?
You cannot let them get back in there. That is ludicrous.
Danby survives with 1 HP, comes up with a 4K, and that's going to be Nongshim finding another pistol win for themselves.
Look, they've needed a couple of edges. Let's be honest. That was Talon falling asleep a little bit. They had many different situations where they needed to convert duels. This was a nice play from Nongshim in the mid-round, actually, and this is something that you're going to continue to see on Sunset. You already see it from the best Sunset teams that understand that this is a traditional 3-lane TAC FPS map. It necessitates the defense to be aggressive in the mid-round when nothing is happening or make a play on one of the extremities. So I love the mid-crunch there on the pistol from Nongshim with just a couple of key pieces of utility work. An absolute treat.
A little bit of a run and gun there on that last kill.
He's learned his lesson.
Yep, just need to quickly back away.
Rely on the util. It's the best way to get it done against the anti-eco. It looks like Groundhog Day here. We're going to run back into the mid-stack, maybe. No, back to A.
Yeah, barrier mesh is there, but team effort can just try to break this one down, have a couple people watching in case Ivy goes with this counter swing.
Last Nongshim game on Corrode, Ivy was the standout. He won the last couple of rounds with this A-hold. He's very good in this position.
He's still holding on to the net as well, so if he hears them continuing to try to scale forward, he could just send that one out, but again, it's going to be Talon now looking to pivot, but back over in towards mid.
Nice.
But Danby finds the one, and Ivy spraying frantically into the smoke, comes up with a kill onto Jitboys. Things looking very good for Nongshim.
Let's get the overdrive going. Danby is quite close to it. Wouldn't mind him seeing going for a little bit of a hunt on the ecos. Does seem like they're going to try to pick Ivy here and see if they can sneak a plant on B, but RB's got his feet firmly planted in B main.
And you know that he just has a stinger. And it's RB. Seeing the one will just be the bite going through, but Persia out wide here from Yard is able to go ahead and collect these 2 kills. And now you widely know exactly where Glue was at, and he needs to die.
Fire the cannons, mate. They're there. Ivy's looking to build up his own. Get the annihilation going on early on. Throw a grab there at Persia, why not? Have some fun.
I mean, obviously, the ult charge is good, but me personally, I'd be like, run away from him. As long as he doesn't play the spike, just let him live.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to let that happen. Start running it down real quick. You're going to see this reactive utility continue to be impactful. You've already seen it in the pistol and the anti-eco. The snake bite snowed down the pistol as well as the C's. That time you saw the grab net in the A choke. These are the kind of things Talon has to be very cognizant of and play around well.
No escape.
Net up over the top, looking for a catch on somebody over by connector. None there to receive it, but it's going to be damage exchanged here in the mid, but Cruz definitely getting the worst of it.
Anything but a Spectre there, that's 100% an opening pick for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he was able to get that with a Spectre from that range is actually still pretty incredible.
Primi forced out. There's the mid retake for Nongshim off the back of the Paranoia. Tried to catch Talon on a little bit of a default into middle. Now we're going to go back towards A. Cruz battered and bruised, but still strong enough to break down the barrier mesh here and pull the rotation back across for Nongshim. Persia now joins Ivy on the A site.
Shock Dart doesn't get the clear there, so Sonic Sensor's still going to be set up. Quick little recall and a reposition of it.
Prowler going to confirm the lurk.
Full forces working their way over here as RB could just send out the bite there on that timing. Instead just slides back behind the box here as Francis causes some distraction and continues to weave a couple shots in. Needs a good amount of damage though in response.
Barrier mesh dealt with before the side exec even gets kicked off here.
C's bite now going to be thrown in. Ty teleporting forward. It's the annihilation at the ready.
30 seconds left.
Sent, but no grab, and they're just pushing forward through these walls. As Francis guns down 3. Damn near flawless. Down be the only casualty. Nongshim get a bonus conversion.
The Spectre's looking dangerous inside of the B site, man. And Talon, I mean, picked apart the timing. I was saying it just before. They need to get clean execute timing through this reactive utility, and they just weren't able to do that. The Snakebite holds Talon at bay for long enough for a big rotation to come in. You had Ivy, RB, and Francis all at the ready to fight inside of the site with Danby on the quick rotation as well. That was just not the clean site execute and the timing that Talon was looking for at all.
And that's going to be a very early timeout call here after dropping the anti-bonus. Frost and Jovi wanted to get involved, try to course correct. Because, I mean, in addition to dropping that one, having the economy get into a significantly wonky spot and having the Nongshim economy balloon up, he also committed an ult in.
Yeah. That's probably the first time in ages I've seen Primi miss an annihilation. This dude is unreal with that ult. I've seen him rebound it off the heaven, on split heaven, off the ceiling and hit somebody running back to spawn. This guy is crazy. He's trigonometry in that. See how he go on the Sova. I'd love to see him with the shock darts.
Well, in the past, I'd say, you know what, Talon might just have him play Sova. When they were playing a little bit of musical chairs with the agents there, but
yeah.
Ends up being a little bit of course. I didn't quite get the notice where he had sent it. I assume that he just tried to...
Yeah, he tried to rebound it and catch the player on the rotation in through Link into B. And unfortunately, I think it split the wickets between 2. RB choosing to show his presence. He's trying to bait them into the Paranoia.
Yeah, and that's just... Oh, Downbeat does not check behind! And Clue is going to be able to find one. I thought they had a player on the lurk. Maybe...
I think it was Primi and he TP'd out.
I would have been Ty on the TP out, but RB able to find one. This is going to be messy. About as messy as our commentary just was this round. As Nongshim will be able to scoop up this Phantom here.
That's Spike firmly in the hands of Nongshim. Prowler does clear out spawn side. Dark cover to establish that control. RB very low HP, just trying to tuck his butt in the corner. Play the one and done here.
And just sliding back. Don't want to give over a free kill.
That's timing though.
Yeah, now they're not watching back in towards the spawn.
Oh dear.
They might have actually completely missed this one. And smoke going to be thrown up, but now, okay, Persia does turn his sights back over here onto the angle. Finds the first, and it's going to be an easy cleanup on the Cruise. Didn't need to be a headshot. Gets it all the same. Nongshim maintaining their position here now 4-0.
That's what you want to see from Persia. in their Ascension run, he really was the second best player on Nongshim. You know, he had Danby, the ultimate opener, and Persia was the closer. Positionally perfect, never caught off guard. I think in Pacific, he's been a little bit more fallible. Hasn't been the same beast that you've seen in that Ascension run in Tier 1 for the most part. But when he's on point, he is just an absolute rock. He's like a Charon. Any of those controllers that you think of have just been absolute monsters in the positional play. Progression cage. Pushing Danby, who has picked up an off the line. Similar pacing from Talon. Oh dear, that's a whiff that you don't want to be seeing.
Yeah, just past his hip. The boys avoiding catastrophe. Is not falling through the fake here. Util thrown in. That's going to be grab net right there at his feet. RB still able to find one, but Kahlua trades it up. As Francis similarly does go down. So advantage now to the side of Talon as the plant gets ready to come through. Looking a lot more decisive and concise, but Jitboy's going to be caught out in mid. Brings this back into a 3v3.
Yep, juggling guns here. Ivy going to throw the rifle to Danby for the re-entry back into the site. Sonic Sensor's going to make Nongshim's life incredibly difficult back on in here.
Just on the outside of the smoke here, which will now dissipate. Check, Cruz. Couple shots in as Paranoia goes across, connecting onto him and Tower, but not under any pressure, and that net does not go deep enough to actually get the grab. Danby just here below, bounding forward, somehow planting his feet and winning the fight. Falls down to 30. Primi at the same time gets a turn back to look up.
I was just
thinking, the enemy Neon, and now the operator has to be saved.
Primi on that B side, you know, he's good for a clip there every single time. Even with someone scaling out Heaven, jumping straight on top of his head, he's going to clean up 3. 1 off the Annihilation now, and the op picked up to bring Talon their first round.
Mind you, his second Annihilation of this half already. Ivy's just now trying to get up to that
He's
first.
only got 4 kills. He must be planting a lot and farming those orbs.
It's just been racking him up very quickly here, but that's going to be a sigh of relief here for the coaching staff at Talon. The timeout. Not able to find a Thrifty, but gets them this full buy round. Get the operator out of the hands of Nongshim as well. Still costly, losing out on 3 players, but ultimately getting on the board, jumping that first hurdle is what they care about the most.
Quick A control off the back of the drone here. Ivy potentially tested. Ponytail spotted out.
Yep. It has been seen. It's going to be a bit of a util dump now in exchange. The Barometric try to slow them up. Hunter's Fury getting the tag, getting that connection, looking for the final kill, and Ivy will get taken down.
Barometric going to keep Nongshim back. Actually, Francis is in front of it.
In front of this one. He tries to go for a timing, but they're watching for it. Very wise to that as Persia loses his head, and Danby now again trying to threaten these flanks with the operator, but the call to save is going to have to be made, so Nongshim start to back away.
Timing between Cruz and RB here. RB slips past, wants to try to hold on to this rifle. A couple of X's wouldn't go astray either. Could get himself a pit nice and early on here. That this is back to the Talon that we saw on Lotus, folding these sites nicely. Kahlua has been the one to deliver great impact in these last 2 gun rounds. Not only did he crack open the B site with a multi-frag in round number 5, but in round number 6 here, that Hunter's Fury picking off Ivy nullifies the Sonic Sensors.
Well, now you've got RB surrounded. And Ty will be able to get himself on the board with that kill. 5 and 2. As Danby now, I mean, he needs to hold on to this one. Finds the first. He's wary about this pressure coming in from behind, so Fastlane trying to make a bit of a quick reposition. It's actually up on up, and Primi, he strikes him down. Talon finding a second round win.
Great recovery. Not directly post the timeout, but after the half bite, Talon very much starting to get back into this game. Great awareness for Primi. Just really cannot catch this guy off guard. He's been enjoying this deadlock for the majority of this year, more so in kickoff and stage 2. In stage 1, he was playing nothing but duelists. But of course, when you got Diet, they could be putting up mostly the numbers. This game a little bit slower, but it's attacking side Yoru. I'm sure he'll get into it relatively soon. Then you're quite happy to put him on a bit more of a reserved role. All picked up for Diet. 1 off the Dimensional Drift now. Jitboys once again confirmed off the lurk, and the cam gets cleared.
Slowing things down now. Annihilation available here on both sides. Danby ready and waiting to pop this overdrive. Doesn't have anything else behind him as far as the weaponry is concerned, so let's try to convert this off the back of that old pop. Snakebite will delay, as it's going to be the gate crash cleared out here.
Just Talon trying to force out utility.
Ultimately, they're only able to find a little bit here, but Jitboys does find Persia. But asleep at the wheel as Domby down to the open. He's sliding forward. Then he just got a classic.
Where you going?
There's nothing else behind this. You haven't used the ultimate. I don't know, flash in towards the side. The ping reveal off the recon dart, and Kahlua collects 2 kills. And any hope of converting this one quickly does get silenced. Final shot stolen away there by Primi, but it's going to be a flawless here for Talon to continue this run back. Now just 1 away from tying things up.
I was feeling optimistic after those first couple of rounds for Nongshim, but these last 3 have been walkovers once again. Back onto the buy round here. Nongshim, back-to-back rounds, they've actually invested in the operator, which has really bankrupted Danby. And it really hasn't had very much impact. In fact, I'm pretty sure one of those ops on the attacking side might have just been hand-delivered to them by Nongshim.
It was just that last-second kill they had on Ivy a couple rounds ago. Now it has been a big thorn on their side. RB gonna look to lock down this B main position.
Oh, Dimensional Drift and the Annihilation. They're looking to catch RB here.
They have a net at the ready to really try to lock him into position there. Oh, he gets the grab. It goes past Francis and does find the Viper. The pit's going to be there for the remaining time before that kill actually comes through. Nightfall going to be sent, but Francis still going to be taken down. Primi again pushing forward, playing aggressively with that operator. He's able to find the kill.
Spike planted.
Once again, a huge post plan established here.
You hit that shot, you might start feeling a little bit better, but your odds! But those shots from Persia end up being damn clean. Puts them now in a position where they might just be able to make this happen, but Premier around the corner with that operator need to be cleared out. The paranoia is available here, but he's continuing to scale forward, and he's about to catch them completely off guard. Domby now dead. Persia frantically with some shots forward into the smoke. Eventually he's able to find him because Premier rings out another shot. The time is ticking. This Cruz, last one standing, tucked here into the corner. The drop down. Should know exactly where they're at. The hold to half, the spray starting to come through. Persia trying to keep him protected, but it's just going to be a stick to completion. There's quick TP. No, Persia, I think, botches that one, so they don't actually manage to recover the operator, which I think is what he wanted to do, but they do make sure that Cruz does not carry forward the weapon.
Genius play there for Francis, really baiting RB quite heavily inside of the pit, able to come away with one, but it's really Persia. Once again, positional multi-frag up on Heaven side. Primi keeps things interesting at least. And Nongshim secure the retake nonetheless. Really scrapping their way into this game, trying to keep things nice and competitive, continue to front run. Similar approach in the opening part of this round once again for Talon. Big bully in towards A main. TP into spawn from Cruz. Doesn't finish it.
Yeah, it's going to be a very quick hit here, it would seem, though. Tilt thrown into the back corner. And TP forward, and RP is there, primed and waiting. Immediately finds the shutdown there on the Thigh.
It's again the counter utility in the choke. Thigh goes in, but nobody can support him. The only person on this comp who has any dive potential is Cruz. And Jitboys just gets caught on the fadeaway.
Now just looking for some spam here in the mid. The wall going to be falling, but Domby still holding his own. Finds a quick kill, tucks around the corner, gets the spot out here onto Kahlua. As I think they thought they had him blinded up. They do not, but either way, they're still able to find the kill here. As RB will be brought down on the flank, but Primi has his work cut out for him. This is a guy that you cannot face into one after the other. And they do manage to overwhelm him there at the end, but for a second, I was starting to get a little bit concerned that we were going to have a Primi moment. It's going to pull a clutch out, but Nongshim now getting up to 6.
I mean, even getting one exit there is, I believe, his third annihilation of the half. Now, only 8 rounds in. We've still got a third of the half left to play. Could go for 4.
I don't think Ivy's used his.
If he did, like Zeta Division, apparently it wasn't memorable.
I can't believe you would say something like that. Crazy.
Oh, man.
That's wild. That was also very out of context, I will say. As, okay, well, change up. Domby spot is to go up and over the top, and they're chasing in pretty aggressively with tie this far forward, but it's actually a shock dart of all things from Kahlua. Lobbed in from downtown.
Yeah. All the way across the court. Nongshim tried a mid-crunch in response, but it's a second too late, and Talon have already seen that. Now the pivot back across towards the A side of the map. Great spam from Persia. Jitboys always hyper-aggressive on the extremity, punished yet again, and Talon stuck behind a barrier mesh. They wanted to speed up A, but into the deadlock, they can't.
And that significantly slows up the approach here.
Oh, with only a deadlock, not a hard senti like a Cypher. This is where you can very much explore and exploit the middle of the map. Nongshim remaining active in the 4-on-4 though. They're going to take A main. This is a really good move from the defense. You can see Francis is well aware, but you can't lose that pick to Primi.
Not sure why they're even really playing out like that. You've got the sonic sensor set up on the forward spot. RB though,
30 seconds
good timing. He's getting himself around the back, but he's not going to continue to push this angle. Let's get drawn back over. At the same time, you got Francis in such a rough spot. The drop down, managing to find one, tries to go for the transfer. It's only going to find a lick of damage there on a Kahlua. Doesn't get the kill. Cap the plant though, and now time's starting to get away from them here. And it's looking for the grab, and this time it ends up going a little bit wide. RB not grabbed, but Primi again. Dominance here on display with the operator. And Ty finds Persia trying to work his way into tower. Talon fighting back, steadying the round and all of the chaos. Get themselves up to 4, still with a chance to try to make this a 6-6 half.
This is just another Primi diff. Like, it's not like Nongshim didn't have their chances in that round. Ivy was punished over-peaking a little bit inside of A main. This kill really opened things up with the deadlock going down. I think Francis could have definitely got more done on that off angle. He really wasn't checked correctly. That was the critical kill RB needed to win against the op. Gave way too much time for Primi to be able to complete that shot. Little bit of mid-face yet again. Dai going to dive in with the help of the dart. The slide avoided by the gate crash as once again Talon turned their attention to A main.
They're still at the ready here, Ivy. Any more noise, could just chuck that one out. 2 rounds left to be played. Will the Annihilation or the Overdrive ever get used?
Maybe. Nongshim have soft cleared mid, and Primi's just going to keep going.
Oh, and RB getting bogged a little bit there, slowed down by the bullets. This barrier mesh does go out here. Right as that smoke falls.
Barrier mesh going to be chunked down over time as Primi just continues to dry walk into the site with this op.
Ivy backpedaling. Wise, but oh, the scope in. Seems like he saw just enough. It will just be the net. Trying to lock them in position. Hunter Sphere now opened up from Kahlua, trying to hound down these players and open up the A site a bit more. Down at the same time, folding in mid as Cruz finds himself a second. Paranoia going to be sent from Persia. It's a big one to try to slow them up, but there's just too many numbers here. It's a little bit of a wide swing. And okay, bounce into the corner. Primi going to be nabbed up by the ultimate. They maybe look to try to clear him out. And they are able to do so. Tries to draw to short. He still falls, but now it's all on RB. Finds the first spike now planted. Double disconnect back in towards Yard. Sends out the fight to try to open up some space here for himself. But he knows that these players are going to be low on HP. 76 between the two of them. Just 85 on RB. Cruz dialed in on the angle. Swings off it for a moment. Peeks back in, and RB, he just has no idea where Jit Boys is going to be on the approach from. Turns back, and he cannot fire fast enough. Jit Boys, that bails him out of a bad situation. As they continue to run this back, Talon looking for that tied-up scoreline at the half.
Again, just small missed opportunities for Nongshim. I mean, 2 players unable to clear up Cruz in middle there. And then this was actually sick. They break, whoever this was in the cocoon, they broke Primi out of the cocoon, which wasted Ivy's last 6 to 8 bullets, and then they just run him down after that. It's a small detail, but it actually does enable them to get the trade that puts them in that 2-on-1 they're able to convert.
Oh, why is this rearing its ugly head again?
I love the music as well. It's like,
yeah,
oh no.
So ominous. Ah, well. Well, once we get word as to what this is, we will relay that, of course, over to you guys and hopefully get through it pretty quickly again.
I'm sure someone in the chat, we got some experts of many different disciplines there in the chat. I'm sure there's tech experts, there's experts on playing Valorant. You know, I've seen advice on, you know, dating and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
You can go to the chat for anything, guys. They'll solve all your problems.
Yeah, it's like a, you know, it's like the chat is basically just Google. They know everything.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Chat GPT, that's what it is, right?
Being told that it's a gear issue, so should hopefully be a just, you know, unplug it, plug it back in type thing real quick.
Yeah, turn it on and off again. I mean, I've heard that I've seen a common sentiment that various players are on the gear, but, you know, not going to be happening this time.
I squinted that, but...
The keyboard and mouse, of course.
Yes.
Is what we're talking about. Peripherals.
Well, there's the telltale sign of getting back into game. The fist bumps come through. Talon, see if they're going to be able to make this happen, get that 6-6, because right now you've got Nongshim on a very, very weak buy. Obviously, Domby's still holding on to the overdrive. Could have that one come to play here in the round.
You could tell he wanted to run it down with the overdrive, but he's denied by the counter utility there. First time we've seen Deadlock actually over towards this B side of the map as the barrier mesh goes down. Primi looking for someone to make a mistake, someone to give him anything in mid. But right now he's just staring at a green screen.
Little TP there is, oh, shot does connect and puts Domby down low, 10 HP remaining. Just goes backpedaling here with that overdrive, re-peaks and eventually will fall, but does find a good amount of damage for his life. Weapons, however, not going to be recoverable here for Nongshim as Jit Boys on a nice timing. Just uses that recon as bait, swings in, takes Persia's head off.
Very consistently has been able to open up these extremities. Flank coming in for Nongshim will be checked by the trip here, and Primi's already posted up.
No reason for him to try to swing out here. Francis just doesn't have an angle until this very moment. Does manage to go ahead and cut him down, so weapon can be scooped up. This barrier mesh needing to be cleared. This yard angle very much being watched here. As Cruz tucked in behind the box, swings, finds one. Francis on the counter. Trades it back. 2v2, but time starting to work against him, but Francis is absolutely incredible with the 4K to secure the lead of the half here for Nongshim.
Yeah, Francis 4K just rolls off the tongue. Alliteration, time and time again. I think Texture's scared for his title at this point.
Switching sides.
That's promising for Nongshim, though. Able to be quite competitive in this half. Still a couple of touch-or-go moments, has to be said. And it's not the kind of half that is going to fill you with a ton of confidence, especially attacking into Deadlock Cypher. That could definitely be problematic as we head back onto that attacking side. But I think Nongshim are playing their quintessential style. They are playing that Deadlock in with the Neon. They've been doing this for years, going back to Ascension. Prowler goes on in. Danby is quite happy to play around that Initiator util thrown by Francis. They just need to execute that style. They need to be able to make it work on this newer map in the pool, on a bit more of a traditional kind of 3-lane map, which, to be fair, they have been able to do recently. I've been quite surprised by their Ascent, actually.
Well, just split the difference a bit for initially there, but does opt to go for Primi in the end.
He's a shooter, although Thai's been incredible today, especially that first map.
Oh, absolutely. Better at cooking ramen.
RB's got the experience, surely.
I would go with RB just because of the age. It's not even something that I got good at until somewhat recently.
It's crazy, though, that RB is still so young. He started so young. I mean, a lot of these Korean players, to be fair, do start in their late teens.
Yeah.
So by the time you get veteran experience at the level of RB, you're what, like 23, 24 or something like that? It's kind of ridiculous. He's still got many years left in him.
Oh, yeah. And it has been great to have him back. Especially now that Francis is actually
Oh, let's not go into that. They're back playing their quintessential style, which is what we want to be seeing. It's a 4-1 here. Little bit of pressure with the Viper Wall on the A side of the map, courtesy of a one-man fake thrown by Francis.
Yeah, and they're looking to just go ahead and completely overwhelm him, and they shout.
I'm out of here.
That created.
Taken down, and now, okay, well, he can't even complete the teleport. Jit Boys has killed him before that can even come through. Off to the races here is trying to close the gap and just come up with two there. Is Domby with that frenzy in hand, but he cannot make it happen. RB now left to his own devices in a 1v4. Just the classic. And yeah, we'll just swing out into the open. That's going to be him taken down, and Talon taking that first step towards tying things up and gaining a lead for themselves. They're 1-for-1 on pistols here on Corrode.
I guess that that has to be an anti-strat. That's the only explanation for it, that you've seen Talon in previous pistols play inside of the site on defense, because I have no idea why Persia's gone for the fancy double TP into heaven there, knowing that Talon is playing retake. Like, you've comped here as Francis, there's at least 2 or 3 people over on that side of the map. You haven't seen anyone on the site entry into B, but you're still double TPing up into heaven. Like it just has to be a set play that you've already pre-planned. That's just gone completely amiss. And that's just another example of these kind of questionable moments we've seen today from Nongshim that just don't quite hit the mark, unfortunately.
Just the one Sheriff here in the hands of Dambi. And so much util. Double Sentinel set up here on this B site. Looking to make Nongshim's lives a living hell on this approach. As, yep, there's the tripwire, does get cleared. And Primi swings out from backside to find that elimination. Jitboy's holding his own, swaps over to the Classic, and oh boy, is so quick to get the shutdown there. Spike is in position to try to go for a plant, but Primi swinging in around the back on the hunt, and he has found his prey. So flawless here in the anti-eco. Talon now tie at 7-7. They give themselves a decent chance of trying to convert this bonus.
Just trying to run through a brick wall. Small detail for those that don't know, nice little floor trip there for Jitboys. We might even get to see it here. You see Dambi runs into that trip, and the point of those floor trips is just to avoid the Prowlers. When you only have the fade as the init, the Prowlers will just fly straight over the top of these floor trips, and then the Neon is going to run into the site and just get absolutely obliterated, exactly like that.
Where are you?
Bonus here could just be crushing for Nongshim and could be the final nail in the coffin. Cruz sliding forward, Judge around the corner.
Toxins going up.
And even then, he's got so many reinforcements behind this. The wall will fall. Paranoia connecting, RB. And he just held down M1. Maybe could have got a bit more damage, if not the kill, but instead it will just be tight. Down to 89, and the kill count equalized.
Primi actually adjusted his sonic sensor to double up inside a main there at the last second.
Oh, yeah.
Double Senti setup inside of this site.
Quick clear of the barrier mesh. He said that trip, though, in position. Grabnet now going to be lobbed in, looking to try to lock him down. Primi does get caught by one, clears the haunt, however. Goes for the removal, and oh, Dambi, the criminal just sliding across the floor, is able to find Jitboys. Look to try to get rid of this enemy deadlock, cannot do so, but Persia will. It's a player advantage now, but Nongshim starting to get into dangerous territory. And you've got Tai, I was going to say, who has a Guardian, as well as Cruz with a Phantom. This is still very doable for Talon. Pop flash around the corner. Francis able to avoid that TP forward here. Staying quiet, staying in position, but there's the swing. There's the shot. And there's the double face with Tai collecting a 4K. Bonus converted. Talon in the lead, 8-7.
2-on-3 again, looking a little bit too easy. Thai securing himself the dimensional drift. And Nongshim just a little bit too disjointed in the post plant there. Persia goes looking into spawn side. The Fade is on site and Ivy is playing in main. We're not aggressing together with a numbers advantage, which just allows Talon to recover the deficit and push it into a 2-on-2. If you're going to push here, better to just double up in terms of the numbers, I think. I understand trying to get a more favorable position and play the post plant from multiple angles. But in that situation, unfortunately, it just loses it against the bonus. And that's a round you needed to convert.
Oh, well. It's a hellishly good shot to start off the round.
I know Kalua's in the area as well. Nongshim just used to be so good at winning these half buys. You don't see it anymore. Where's the Dambi Bucky? I need to see a handful of Sheriffs and a Dambi Bucky winning rounds. That was the excitement factor that Nongshim brought back in their Ascension run.
It's been straying away from it. Get it every now and then, but you know, has been fewer and further in between. Right now, pushing forward and into the more heavily stacked site. Granted, Tai here does just have the 5 HP, so should swiftly be dealt with. Maybe can find a kill before getting taken down, but oh, here comes the quick little slide, and yep, not going to be able to TP out fast enough. Backpedal going to be coming through, fast lane now going to be set up. Teleport to reposition. Jitboys finds one. It's RB dead outside of A main, but now the spike can be planted, but the Zoden looking to wreak some havoc and looking to find some shots through the walls. And yeah, well, we'll be able to do so. There goes Dambi.
Talon just tucking themselves in.
France on the approach. Dealt with as Jitboys looking for that 4-piece. Cannot make it happen, but leaves Ivy now all to his own devices. The approach and the shot in between the shoulder blades. Primi will be able to shut him down. Cheeky little go of it here from Nongshim, but not close enough to try to pull off the thrifty. Talon now gaining this lead by 2 rounds.
I mean, the key kill there is definitely the one onto RP. They find the Viper lurking around the backside, and they're able to just tuck themselves in and keep Nongshim kind of pinned into the site, play the ranges with the Odin as well as the rifle. It's a good opener for Nongshim. They do connect with the Relay Bolt and some very impactful utility. But from there, unfortunately, Talon just controlled things very well. They play hands-off, and they force Nongshim to push into them to be able to secure a better foothold to play the post plant from, and that's where they're punished. Talon starting to pull ahead now. Ops out for Thai as well.
Team 9 and 3 is Primi. Is now just 1 charge away from having that first annihilation of the second half. Be what, 4th overall in the game.
Reasonable. Big push into mid here for Nongshim. Just going to shove it straight up the guts. With RB outside A main, though, it should be an A ending, I would assume.
You have this pivot back, though. I mean, Premi's already good enough to take point and find that first kill, but now you've also got this operator in behind this as he's playing a pixel angle, but it's one that Francis actually displaces him from. But how do you get rid of this? Yep, flick is going to be good.
You don't.
Try to find the kill. Quick little reposition, and that is the door being slammed shut here on this B site. Nongshim clearly scratching their heads, wondering what in the hell they can get done, but honestly, it might just be an angle to try to save.
I mean, the protocols are too clean for Talon. They know what's clean and dirty with the trips and the cam in place. Jit Boys can just tuck and be ready for the spawn wrap here. Kahlua on the rotation could get caught. That's what Persia's looking for. Oh no. That's the worst timing you've ever seen.
That's a brutal one. I think, yeah, if you're Francis and RB right now, you should be trying to back away. They're probably feeling like they're in a little bit too deep. 20 seconds remaining. It's forward into the cage. The counter spam coming through, and Francis does manage to find one. Crew's dead, but with RB going down, any hope remaining in this round has been smothered out of existence. Double digits now hit. Talon looking to bring this to a close as they once again shatter the economy of Nongshim.
Surely you need to get a timeout here. I mean, the narrative for Nongshim was that they had RB come into the IGL and they started to play very slow, very structured, very like old DRX-esque. Then we were quite happy to see Francis back on the IGL role and them start to play faster in their last 2 games of the group stage. Look like their old selves, but unfortunately today, this feels much more like RB's calling than it feels like Francis is calling. That round was very much big shove up on middle. They've been running 1-4s every single round. RB is always on the lurk. It's very readable. And when they shove up through the middle of the map and they don't find that opening pick to be able to kind of push and pull the rotations and find a mid-round, they end up in a deficit and just try to kind of limply attack into these sites that are so heavily fortified by the Sentinels of Talon. It just doesn't feel like there's a strong identity or strong decision-making for Nongshim right now. They're just kind of flaccidly walking around the map and getting picked or running into these, you know, fort-like setups.
See, though, I'm not seeing a ton of discussion there. Maybe what's needed to be said has already been stated there, but Nongshim, pressure mounting. I mean, we already talked about it, how important this series is. Trying to keep yourself afloat, keep yourself in that upper bracket here, the playoffs.
Could be a bit more pace here for Nongshim. Do have the Nightfall and the Overdrive to work with, but Dabby's got a rifle in hand, so I don't know if he's going to be ripping that this round. Could get a pit in the afterplant. Annihilation is on the lurk in towards middle.
Once again, it's another one of those moments where you start wondering about the priorities here. I mean, obviously, Nappy, you know, can hit some nasty shots, but why not pass that weapon over to somebody like Francis, who has been having a very good map overall. He's currently your top fragger, and then try to utilize the overdrive.
Yeah.
Feels a little bit scrambled. This gun. This gun. Well, there's a tripwire, which is cleared out. Cruz holding the angle, still able to find one. Francis is going to be taken down. Relay Bolt looking for the stun. Able to back away as there's the pink reveal. There's Dombey dead, and Jit Boys is doing wonders here for the team. Annihilation gets the grab on a Kahlua, so in the end, when the dust settles, it's going to be a 2v2. Jimmy has an Annihilation of his own.
Dimensional Drift and Annihilation, so they could really look for a player to isolate with the Deadlock hold here.
It looks like that's going to be the case. The push forward goes in around the back, and RB is staring over towards Yard. The exit with the clone. Persia to find the one. And he's trying to judge it right. No, it ends up going wide, but now he knows it. Persia just trying to play it on the limit.
Wow.
And he will barely get it done. The headshot to fly through. Primi dead. It's a Red Bull clutch as Nongshim barely scraped by with a round win.
I don't know how that Annihilation missed. It looked dead on. He just sidestepped it. Barely anything between Persia and just getting cocooned there. Nongshim make it work. Needed a round on the half by not really converted as much by the timeout or any real crazy macro play, but it's once again Persia. He's been an absolute standout. Like, he's not acing or anything like that, but every 2 or 3K this guy puts together is nothing but impact.
He's trying to be steady here for the team. Nongshim still in with a shout here on this map. Viper's been available if they can get into a strong post plant position. RB for now, though. Solo lurker around A main.
Kahlua just trying to play this off angle. Nongshim wall up, making some moves into middle now.
They spot him. Actually, he slides back along the wall. Just outs himself. Francis happily takes that.
Speeding up short A now.
Oh, would have been a hell of a shot, but Ty can't quite make it connect. And now he's teleported all the way back across towards that B side. But Jitboys again, continuing to be a bit of a nuisance. Gets the reveal, gets the kill, haunts up out into the window. Going to quickly be cleared, and Jitboys is still going to be good to go ahead and double dip for a second.
Flushed out of the site. Nongshim getting the plant established, and Pit goes down from RB. Flank coming in from Primi here.
How much can he get done? He's set on a reposition, can wrap around through mid, collect the weapon from Kahlua's body. Looks like that's exactly going to be what he does. So Vandal going to be in hand. Primi ready to push forward, and RB just now checks over towards this side of the pit, finds him on the entry. Just Cruz left alive.
No escape.
Might just be a call to try to re-wrap in towards mid, maybe recover that operator if possible, but it might still be a bit too risky. Nongshim already closing the gap on that one, and they're going to be closing the gap here on the scoreboard as well.
Looking for the Odin. Punished by Persia yet again. He ain't missing this game, and Nongshim, some signs of life. Keeping this one competitive. They don't want to go out 0-2 in their first ever playoff series against Talon here. Jitboys has just honestly been an absolute thorn in the side of Danby. I mean, I feel like Cypher against the Neon is so good, especially when you're running Fade instead of Sova. There's just no effective way to clear the trips. Time and time again, you're just sliding into these setups. But it's the reliable backliners of Nongshim who get it done in the mid-round.
Well, Talon, coaching staff certainly paying a bit closer attention here to Corrode than they were on Lotus. It was easy breezy for them, this one. Maybe starting to make them sweat a bit. So second timeout call going to be used just to try to maintain this lead, stop this advance from Nongshim. As you've got fans here in the audience effectively praying for the run back, maybe not realizing that they were going to be seen doing it, but wanting to see these young upstarts stick around a bit longer here. Go a bit deeper in the playoffs, their first playoffs.
See what Talon are able to come up with. I don't think it's been the setups or the macro overall that's been a problem. It's more been the XVX and the mid to late round, which sometimes, from a coaching perspective, can be a little bit more difficult to solve on the fly. Like, they are getting the op on these info lines. The Cypher setups are usually finding value. Just when you get into the post plant that you're running into some issues often. Dark Harvest exchange in middle. This time, no one present for Talon. Kahlua was found for free there, but with the big shove into middle, this is exactly what you want to see on Corrode. It's a good little push into A main in response from Talon after all of that noise from Nongshim in middle.
Silence across the map here for the moment. Just a bit of a fan out here from Nongshim trying to get a sense of what Talon have set up, what's going to be waiting for them on the opposite side. Still a good amount of firepower here in their hands.
It's like Nongshim are anticipating some kind of mid-crunch from Talon, or were looking to punish some kind of aggression. But Talon quite happy to just sit with this A main position. It's an extremely strong place to be. RMS broken here by RB on the lurk yet again. Nongshim considering this B split, once again attacking into the sides with the double senties.
Yeah, smoke towards top window. Prowler going forward. Paranoia sent Primi zoned away here for the moment, but still playing the angle. A bite though at his feet, and Dami sliding forward is able to find the kill. Ushering the rest of the team now into the B site. Still 2 players on the approach, but they have to re-clear mid, so the drone is even going out. This is really slowing up the Talon forces from getting back into position here.
It's going to take a long time. Got to deal with Danby in the link here.
The spot, the headshot, the spray down, and he is instantaneous with that second. 3K for him overall. As Chit Boys continuing to put up some flashy plays here for the team, but a good damage, but no kill found there from Cruz with that Stinger. We are tied at 10-10. Nongshim looking to send this to a third and final map.
Yeah, lovely little bait set up in the corner there for RB to close things out, but the entry was even better. That's quintessential Danby. He's sliding past you and you're just catching strays. Better execution from Nongshim getting into these sites. Despite the fact that they're attacking into Cypher deadlock, the mid-control that they're able to get allows them enough kind of angles to be able to kind of crunch into the site and not run into the brunt of the Sentinel util. Another buy here for Talon. Despite the fact they really didn't have much money to work with, the loss bonus is giving them a Bulldog and a Guardian.
Go, go, go!
Notified the graph net, but nothing more than that, really, to try to dissuade them. Nongshim have their eyes set on this site once again. Rovers toward the connector. Hunter's Fury going to be opened up here from Kahlua. Primi able to hold his own for 2 quick kills as Dami and Ivy both get taken down.
Spike planted.
Boys needing a little bit of friendly fire just to try to peek the angle. Can't see much more there as Persia, considering going for a TP as Francis, going to be noted. He is in such a bad spot. Persia, however, holds the line, tries to lock off access from here, but does he realize how many more players are on this approach to swing in, and Kahlua is able to dispatch him, and that leaves RB now alone. Down just around the corner, but he finds the timing. Getting the jump as the recon is in hand. Gets the spawn on the Cruz, and it's a Red Bull clutch from RB to keep Nongshim moving forward. 2 more rounds to go.
What a turnaround from the veteran. He was a certified liability at the start of Lotus, and now he is clutching up impact rounds for Nongshim in a game where you can barely split the difference between these 2 teams. Another huge multi-frag from Persia, exactly when it's needed. Kahlua caught pants down, unfortunate. It's a disjointed 2-on-1 attempt from Talon that is heavily punished. 10th clutch, and it was a hell of a clutch at that.
Well, congrats to RB, but I think he's going to be wanting this map win a hell of a lot more than the accolade there. Primi pushing forward, full share of purchase here for Talon. 1 away from having an annihilation, so we'll have that in the next round pretty much no matter what.
A lot of off angles for Nongshim to contest here. You got a crossfire across middle as well as over on B. If they run through the map lackadaisically, re-clearing everything rather than being diligent using their utility, then they could run into some trouble here.
Oh, looking for the jump there onto RB, but they don't catch him asleep. He's able to go ahead and turn around. His tie is just a hair off on the timing. Can't find it. Chit Boy's dead. And now it's just Kahlua and Ty to try to see if they can get any kind of damage dealt, but RB is still out there hunting. They are wary about that.
Want to see the kills go the way of the Viper or the Fade here. In fact, the death, although it gives the rifle over to Talon, does get RB closer to his pit.
And just by 1, but I mean, they're walled off here from the barrier mesh. Would have to put that Phantom to use and dump the majority of its ammo just to try to get through there. So it seems like widely just going to be Kahlua, seeing if anyone slips into his sights, and otherwise we just go down here to the spike. Swing out in the spot. Kahlua does manage to find 1, but that'll be the cleanup coming in. So just the 2 kills found. A couple ults now built up. The Neural, the Annihilation. See if Talon can put them to use as they try to run back 2 more rounds and get this into overtime. Otherwise, we're going to be heading over to Bind.
The streak he gave 5 from Talon, with Nongshim replying with 5 of their own. 2 chances to close now. and push us through to a third map here for Nongshim. They've showed some great resilience, especially after a really lackluster first map performance. A lot of big impact ults that they could use. Talon will have to be cognizant of that. This could be an overdrive with an Omen ult behind enemy lines, a quick Nightfall play, or once again, Nongshim just sticking to the slower rounds that have worked for them time and time again. Once again, they will take some mid-control here. GravNet forces Thigh off the line.
Just RP tagged a little bit, but he gets slotted in exactly where he wants to be. And Persia being outdone, not ready for Kahlua to be watching this deep here, all the way at top mid. He's going to re-peek, and that will be his demise. So ends up getting it traded back. 1-1, and now the neural theft going to be invested. So you know, Jit Boys is going to be around their fallen teammate's corpse, but all information going to be gained here as RB stuck into the corner. Some spam to take him lower. And he looks to try to pull off a bit of a hero play, but cannot make it happen. Nightfall goes across over towards that B site, whereas face in over towards Yard, and Ivy, he's able to find two. Spike now ready to be planted, but France is fully disconnected, and that leaves Ivy now to his own devices to try to make this happen. He only has 30 HP.
He's got some sonic sensors and a GravNet to work with, as well as the Annihilation, but probably needs to take a duel on one of these off angles to get a quick headshot to convert it into the one-on-one.
He needs to try to get one, and then maybe just send the Annihilation off a tap at the defuse.
I don't think they're going to be expecting him this deep on the flank here.
Potentially not.
Sensor destroyed. Sensor down.
Clears him out. Sees the one, sees them both. He's going to be trying to make a play for this one, but he does not get the diffuser. That's just Primi gone. He's going to try to swing out, but cannot do so fast enough. Can they get the clear? No. Primi still will die. It's still going to be some damage dealt here to the economy, but Nongshim, the map win, continuing to elude them.
I respect this from Persia, though. Like, you're hoping this deep into the half as well, when you've conditioned so much mid-control into splits, you're hoping that Talon are just going to play sites, maybe think about a change-up, especially with the overdrive as well as the Omen ult and the Nightfall online. You're expecting maybe a quicker site pop. So I like the fact that they try to throw a Hail Mary, get Persia inserted at top middle. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out that round. But another chance to close here for Nongshim. One off the pit. Dimensional Drift and Annihilation could still be a great combo for the retake here on Talon. Nongshim taking a main control, but will fall back and re-clear mid with their pit. Or the wall, rather.
Small angle, spotting out the legs, spotting out plenty, in fact, as Cam now does get cleared. Paranoia going to be sent out, and Cruz able to strike for two. Dami, Francis both going to be taken down. The crunch in the mid is looking gorgeous here for Talon, as they are just 2 kills away from sending this to overtime.
Ooh, Spike picked up. RB's got space on the site. This could be the pit if he converts this.
Doesn't manage to find that kill, and that would have been a critical one. Would have made them a lot more comfortable. Instead, it is just that bite, but now he's trying to play a little bit of an off angle, just hugging along the side of the smoke, going for a timing, and eventually is able to find one. Tries to go for the pit! He ends up losing his life. Primi W the ult, the TP, Persia, as he outdone them, finds one, turns, gets the kill, the net. It's way too shallow, but it doesn't matter. They have strength in numbers. Cruz with a 4K gets him the defuse and gets us into OT.
Lovely little mid trap there for Talon. Off the back of the camp, Paranoia with the blind side to follow up. Nongshim caught completely pants down. Once again on the attacking side, they've just looked a little bit too one-dimensional. It's been 1-4s, the Viper lurk in A main with the slow walk up mid multiple times now. Last round they punished Persia on the top mid peak. This round, a lovely trap off the back of the camp. Nongshim back on defense now. Not going to have the money to pull out the op, just going to rely on that rifle-centric gameplay. And once again, Ivy trusted to hold this A site.
Barrier's ready to drop. We'll see who can draw that first blood.
Cover going out.
Smoke immediately over towards top mid here. Trying to counteract potentially some of the spam coming through here from Francis and Downbeat, but they're continuing to scale forward.
Prowler re-clears mid. They've inserted Danby on towards the off angle. You can tell Nongshim were thinking about the mid-crunch. Barrier breach now cleaned up by Talon, who still haven't decided exactly where they want to be going just yet. Nongshim on some of these pesky off angles with still a fair bit of utility in the back pocket could make their life difficult if they try to re-clear mid or try to shove into these sites late into the round.
Smoke to his yard. The drone going forward. Kahlua wanting to try to scout this position, and he's going to be able to do so. So Domby, ping revealed. It's such a rough spot, but is actually able to back away. Persia at the same time is coming to the rescue. He quickly finds 2 kills. Ty and Cruz both going to be taken down.
Boys trying to bait out the sonic sensor. Persia now in on the rotation. This man's everywhere.
Now pretty much all in. No chance for recourse. No chance to try to really reposition this. Barrier mesh holds Domby back here for the moment. She'll peek out. Getting a decent amount of information as Persia lurking within the smoke. The shorty at the ready. Oh, the 1-2 pump. Puts Primi down to 51, but cannot find that second kill. Still does an immense amount of work here for Francis to play off of. And he plays off it beautifully. The 1-2 punch, and Nongshim now back up to map point.
That's just another impactful multi-frag from Persia. Paranoia bails out Danby, who's caught out on an island there. Beautiful little mid-reclear from Talon. The drone isolates the Neon. They wanted to try to cut him down. And from that advantageous position, Nongshim's able to just tuck into the sights and convert. Another map point. Weren't able to convert it in regulation. Now moving back onto the attacking side. We'll see if they've come up with an answer. They're going to take a timeout. They're going to try to 100% this one, but this gives time for Talon to also start to discuss. I think if I'm Talon, you know, the mid trap worked. You've seen again and again these slow mid walks from Nongshim. Nongshim often starting with this mid control with RB on the lurk. That initial conditioning has been very well established at this point. So it's about the mind games now. It's about whether Talon is going to react once again to that mid walk when they've already been able to punish it, or whether they expect the change up for Nongshim. And for Nongshim, are we finally going to see a quicker hit, a quicker execute on one of these sites? Are they going to keep trusting what's working, these slower defaults into the mid round?
Let's see if Talon can utilize this opportunity here, this timeout from Nongshim. Treat it like a bit of a gift. Look to try to counter them. Now that Nongshim swings back across onto this attacking side. No operator still to be seen. Odin will come into play though for Cruz.
They've split up the Sentis, and look how deep this setup is from Primi. He's really expecting Nongshim to charge into B and try to contest backhauls this round. Yoru TP is there if he does get contested, but Nongshim are just going to work this A control. They're pretending that this is just RB once again going for the lurk. Prowler has been hurt at least.
Oh. And there's the Odin. And with Domby dead, Nongshim going to be left scratching their heads.
I mean, how do you get into these sites now with this slow comp? The only dive you've got is Persia. It's just dry contact from this point.
And just double TP forward, I guess.
That didn't go so well on the pistol.
B site, no. Well, it looks like they're going to cut some noise, have RB try to draw some attention over here towards B. So they'll look to try to clear out this barrier mesh a bit. And they do have the attention of 3 players in position here. But John Riot, please. Mr. Riot, let's have a conversation about the Odin.
Oh, let's have a conversation about Ivy. See if you can drag them kicking and screaming through this mid-round. It's not even the finish on the A side here. He's really just trying to pull the rotations away from B, and he is an excellent salesman here. He's pulled all of Talon back over to A and then just slinked away, and now you see Nongshim walk into the B site for free.
They're just now starting to really get a sense of this, but it's only Primi rotating over. I mean, if you want a point of first contact, obviously he'd probably be your #1 choice for this.
Mid duel.
As, oh, the swing out. That's Ivy dead to rights.
Spike planted.
Oh, find the one, but Harvey can't get the catch. And that means that they are critically outnumbered. Smoke and a TP. I wonder where Persia's at.
Doesn't matter.
He goes to the tower. He finds one. He drops down. That's a bit of damage here to the ankles. Swing out of the corner. Well, Jip Boy's ready to just go ahead and Goomba stomp him there. RB now to try to clutch, and he cannot. Clean tap from Kahlua. And it feels like that timeout call might have bit Nongshim in the rear here as we get tied 13-13.
I mean, usually as a coach, you know, you're going into the timeouts, you're discussing many things. Unfortunately, you're not discussing losing 2 picks to an Odin through the wall on the A side of the map. There's really just not much you can do about that.
It's just the most engaging gameplay that you could possibly witness in this. Yeah. I love it. I love it. Again, I get it. I get why you use it.
I mean,
nothing against Cruz.
Look, I know you love paper thin, so I thought you would love paper thin walls as well.
Nope. Nope. Turns out I don't love either.
Context dependent.
That's why you're here.
Oh, fair enough. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. I do have hair, so that helps. Mid take. Coming out here for Talon. This is a big plus of the Yoru. You can just brute force your way in and gate crash out when the other team mid crunches you. Well worked from Talon. Once again, dealing with the barrier mesh. Really going down the checklist quite nicely here on the attacking side. Should be a drone to re-clear mid yet again. Just spotting out Danby. Nothing to get carried away about, but it will be the finish into 8. Once again, Ivy lies in wait.
Here.
Clue needs some damage from something there over towards mid. As Net, critical timing from Ivy. As Persia swinging out from yard is able to find himself a kill. Ivy gets a second. Primi, however, picks up with his Hall's position, but Persia is there to clean it up. Looks to pick up the pieces. Spike in hand, but re-swings back around the front, and Persia continuing to excel. A 3K for him. A great hold of the line for Ivy. And Nongshim, once again, find themselves here at map point.
You just can't get into that side. Like we saw that in Talon's last game on Corrode. You try to shove into the A-choke into Ivy and you're going to get shut down. The Sonic Sensor in combination with the grab net. You're stunned and you can't uncrouch. Of course, the only player who can really defy those odds is Primi, because it doesn't really matter what happens in a game of Valorant. He's still going to shoot you in the head. But outside of that, Nongshim cleans up the rest of the round.
Well, this time around, quick, aggressive pressure in towards mid leaves Kaluma down to 75. As Paranoia on the tie. Ships him back over to the defending spawn. Nongshim are looking for a very pacey hit here onto this A side. How? This should be illegal! Arrest this man! Oh, Kalua with a quick little peek. Tap the plant. Cruz looking for a third, and yeah, of course he's gonna get it.
He's got the garden hose out. Sprays everybody down.
He gets a 4K! It's a reset! It's a flawless! Why?
Overtime.
Oh no. Oh, it's gonna be so frustrating.
So last attacking round, we've lost 2 to the Odin on the A side of the map. Good. What should we do? Should we go A?
Sorry, you wanna go A?
Yeah.
Let's go A.
He's not gonna do that again.
What are the odds?
He's gonna double it up this time.
There's no way he kills 2 of us again.
Yeah. Well, he didn't, to be fair. We're right. Timeout for Talon here. I think this is Frost maybe disciplining Cruz a little bit for his bad behavior. Perhaps.
I could only hope. No, again, can't blame him for going for it when the map's architecture ends up leaning in towards that being very, very valuable. It's well done by Cruz overall. How long can we continue this back and forth? Talon looking to try to win out this next one, take that lead, make this a 16-14.
I mean, it's worth mentioning, you don't often see the Odin purchase by the Smokes player as much. It did kind of rise to popularity over on Lotus inside of Tree and Door. But I think the big thing is that you got to remember Cruz is the IGL. He's the one that goes through all these VODs. He knows the pacing of Nongshim. He knows how and the way that they're going to go and take this A main control. So if he knows those timings and he can just spam you through a wall, he's going to know when to do it.
Well, doesn't have it here for the attack. It's a full push, but already Nongshim, they're getting their way out in towards mid. Some quick peeks around, so it's going to be a little bit of info gather for them.
Contact this time.
Shock Dart going to be lobbed in. Persia blinded, sends out a Paranoia, but he gets ping revealed. The recon from Kalua absolutely being his undoing. That's the Clutchmeister gone here from the side of Nongshim. Is Ivy joined in here alongside Dambi, but he's going to be very quickly overwhelmed as Dambi gets taken down. And look at the timeout call. This time here for Talon. Might just be working a treat. Francis managing to find 2 quick kills here in reply. He himself, though, down to 10 HP, avoids the shock dart. Bobs the C's, RB finding 1, but now it's all down to Francis. 10 health. Primy damn near full on it. He'll get decayed down a little bit lower. Doesn't have a prowler. Holds the haunt, a shallow one. It gets cleared. Can't find him with the timing. Looks to try to get that swing, but Primy holds his own. And Talon now are up to match point.
That's just one of those awkward exchanges where it's Francis, you see him invest the Nightfall, they're both using Phantoms, you almost want to see him follow up on all of that decay damage, but these 1v1 clutch situations are just so tense, unfortunately. Especially when you know you have to peek into Primy in a 1v1. No one wants to do that. So good effort for Francis. But Talon also not learning their mistake, but instead capitalizing on it, doing it a little bit better. The dry contact stops that reactive utility from being as effective. The Paranoia and the grab net not connecting as cleanly. Op out on attack here. Gonna be harder for Nongshim to get in on the hard entry. Obviously they'll swap out later on, but Dambi's gonna be glass cannon. Good pick from RB into middle.
Yeah, great lurk forward. Shock dart not getting into the corner. He opted to go for the bounce. Might have been able to find a little bit more damage here, but instead, RB just gets that kill, and he's able to just slide away to safety.
Gotta be spotted on the exit there. Dry contact from Dambi. He's just waiting for someone to peek.
And Kahlua, okay, does manage to go ahead and find some revenge for Daya here at the end of it all. It's back to parity. Dambi once again sprinting forward, but swiftly dealt with Kahlua with another monstrous kill. Drags across, finds the third. Primy through the smoke. Finds Ivy. And that might just do it. Persian now the last one standing.
Destroyed.
The trip cleared out. Noise being made, no ambiguity about this one. He does manage to go ahead and boldly get the spike planted, but Primy's just poking and prodding, looking to whittle away here at this Omen. And on the final swing, will strike him down. A Talon starting off their playoff run very strongly. 16-14 here on Corrode. They will pick up a 2-0 victory over Nongshim.
And their eyes set on that champ spot. They want to go straight through the upper bracket to be able to claim it. Talon are going to tee themselves up a game against DRX. Pretty swiftly dispatching of Nongshim today, who unfortunately in their first playoff game here in Pacific looked a little nervy, looked a little bit too slow to start.
Well, this is going to be a sigh of relief here for Talon, for Frost, knowing the pressures that they still have yet to face. But for now, they avoid that lower bracket. They avoid falling down into the belly of the beast, because we talked about it. The teams down there, you don't want to be playing against them. You want to go ahead and keep that lifeline, have that one-up available for yourselves for as long as humanly possible, because for Talon, they have their eyes on Tokyo. They have their eyes on that top 2 finish.
Absolutely. I think for Nongshim, you know, they're going to go in the lower bracket. There's some real sharks going on down there. And for Talon, I'm just going to say this, Talon versus DRX matchup, spicy.
Sounds like that one could be absolutely cinema. We'll have to just wait and see, because you never know about the red light, green light. But for now, we'll get ready to send it down to the stage where Jen Lee is going to be standing by with a winner's interview.
And welcome to playoffs, everybody. Congratulations, Talon. Congratulations, Jit Boys. This is for you. Cruz over here. GG, guys. Congratulations. 네, 탈론의 짓보이 선수, 크루즈 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Congratulations, you two. What a perfect way to kick off playoffs with a 2-0 win. Now, first of all, how is that match for you, Jit Boys? 먼저 2대0 플레이오프 첫 경기 소감부터 들어보도록 할게요.
ก็รู้สึกดีครับผมที่ชนะในเพลย์ออฟแรกก็ถือว่าเพิ่ม confidence แล้วก็อะไรต่างๆให้กับทีมด้วยครับ
So it feels good that we won in the first game, and it's like a confidence boost for the team, so it's like a good head start.
이렇게 플레이오프 첫 경기부터 승리를 해서 정말 다행이고 좀 더 유리한 지점을 가져갈 수 있었기에 좀 오늘 승리가 참 다행이고 기쁘다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 크루즈 선수 코로드에서 오딘이 정말 무시무시했거든요. 도대체 어떻게 한 건지 좀 물어보고 싶네요. And Cruz, you and your Odin on Corrode, what the heck was that?
I came late because of traffic, so I didn't warm up. So I can't aim. That's why I buy the Open.
But it's like you knew where everyone was. Yeah? But it's like you knew where everyone was coming from. Everyone was, you know, you just predicted everything.
I just pray to
from
God.
the future. Okay. 사실 이 오딘의 비하인드 스토리는 오늘 좀 그 차가 막혀서 늦게 도착을 해서 웜업을 못 해가지고 에임이 안 좋을 걸 알아서 오딘을 들고 있었고 그리고 그 운이 좋았기 때문에 이렇게 좀 연장전에서 오딘으로 좋은 모습을 만들어낼 수 있었던 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 이 두 선수들 탈론과 정말 오랫동안 함께하고 있는데 사실 탈론이 이번 챔피언스에 진출하려면 탑2에 들어야 되거든요. 얼마나 자신 있는지 그리고 자신이 있다면 어떤 이유에서인지도 물어보고 싶네요. You two have been with the org for the longest time and in order for Talon to make it to champions this time around, you guys need to make it to top 2. How confident are you two?
มั่นใจนิดนึง ก็มั่นใจแหละ
Confident a little. Yeah, confident. That's what he said.
아주 조금 자신이 있는 것 같다고 하는데요. What about you, Cruz?
I think we have a really good chance. I feel like our team has improved a lot, and if not to prove it to everyone now, then when? So hopefully we make it a chance.
좀 그래도 충분히 할 수 있는 것 같고 사실 탈론도 이번 스테이지 2 들어서 정말 많은 발전을 보여주고 있고 많이 성장했기 때문에 참 할 수 있을 것 같고 그리고 당장 지금 챔피언스 진출을 하기 위해서 탑 2를 해서 이 사람들에게 우리가 할 수 있는 거 증명해줄 때가 아니면 다시는 기회가 오지 않기 때문에 지금이야말로 정말로 스스로를 증명하기에 좋은 기회인 것 같다고 얘기를 했습니다. 자, 그럼 마지막으로 많은 분들이 다음 경기 좀 기대하고 계십니다. DRX와의 경기인데 하고 싶은 말이 있는지 그리고 어떻게 경기가 흘러갈 거라고 예상하는지 들어보고 싶네요. Next up is DRX and a lot of people wanted to see that matchup happen. You know? Anything you want to say to them or what are your expectations?
ก็หวังว่าจะเป็นแมตช์ที่ดีครับ
He hopes it's a good game.
You?
I just hope that we get to actually show what we are actually capable of. Last time it was not the best, and hopefully this time the things change.
먼저 지보이 선수 같은 경우에는 재밌는 경기가 될 것 같고 그리고 크루즈 선수는 지난 경기 조금 아쉬운 모습을 보여줬다면 이번에는 DRX를 상대로 훨씬 더 좋은 모습을 보여주고 싶다고 얘기를 했습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 탈론의 두 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 다음 경기 인터뷰로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Thank you, you two.
Thank you.
Hey, fist bump.
And we have Talon securing their very first playoffs win today against Nongshim in a 2-0 fashion. We did go into a full overtime here on Corrode, but Talon just looked very good today.
Yeah, it was a very, very close map 2. Nongshim put up a much better fight than they did in map 1. They made it close. Persia was pulling out all the stops, but not quite enough to overcome a very, very strong-looking Talon here today.
They were incredibly strong. I mean, especially once you went into overtime and you saw what... we love the Odin here, you know? You definitely have to love it, but I think at the same time, it's also partially due in fact to the fact that Nongshim did try to go into that A side twice, but at the end of the day, it's also because I think the entire team of Talon were beginning to read how Nongshim wanted to operate, how they wanted to, you know, maybe try to go for some baits and then rotate over onto another site.
Yeah, I think it's so funny that he said he was using it because he didn't warm up.
Yeah.
No way.
I mean,
that's true.
It's not a bad tactic.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
And of course, Primi dropping 30 as well. It's so classic Primi. I mean, I think there's a lot to be excited for with this Talon team moving deeper into the bracket. They will have DRX next. But yeah, a great game from them. Nongshim really did put up a good fight here, but it's too little too late for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over for them. You know, this is the day one of the upper playoffs, so they'll have another chance tomorrow. But Talon, like you said, they're just looking so confident right now. Even when Jen asked them on stage with Cruz there, how confident are you feeling? And they just looked really comfortable, actually. Like, yeah, I think we're good. Like, we can make this. We can make our run, not just here in Pacific, but over in champs.
I think, you know, we know it. This is the best iteration that we've ever seen Talon come to be. They know it as well, and that's why they're going to be able to run this all the way through. You know, you've got all the pieces on the board. I mean, pretty soon we're going to be able to see the stats, and I think it kind of speaks to the game plan that they're kind of holding on to as well, at least for this map. You've got the double Sentinel, and that already somewhat puts a big obstacle in front of players like Danby or even the entire team as a whole. And then apart from that, now you've got Cruz with this Odin on the other side of the map too, and it just makes things a little bit more difficult if you are to even set foot onto site.
I mean, that map 1, Thai obviously went crazy, really got them across the line, but in this map 2, we see him down at the bottom of the scoreboard. Textbook Primi's there fragging, but also Kahlua, also Jitboys. We're seeing these other players step up individually, which is very, very good signs. That's what I spoke about this in the pregame, saying I want to see more from those supportive players if they're going to be able to make deep runs, and I feel like we did see that today.
What's really interesting to contrast that is how Nongshim's stats are. Throughout all of this Corrode, their stats have been pretty even, actually. You can just tell how consistent each one of these players are, and yet it still wasn't enough to bring them over that line.
Yeah, no, I'm not when you're against this man. Primi is, of course, our match MVP. I feel like he always is. Of course, an insane map 2. But even on map 1, when he's on that Yoru, managed to hold his own, get a few key rounds across for Talon. But this guy is a young superstar. He's looking to drag Talon the whole way through this bracket. And let's be real, he has the power, he has the potential to do just that.
Yep. all I'm hearing is like the same thing about Primi all the time.
Do you agree with that? Yeah. Okay, you agree with it. You think it's all Primi?
He's always really consistent no matter what, unless he kind of has some kind of a weird off day. But he definitely is putting up those numbers. Even on that Euro, he was still kind of providing team that value, and they are definitely moving forward.
Well, they are going to move forward to play DRX next, and then Nongshim will be playing DFM. I mean, that's going to be pretty exciting too.
Yeah.
I think this playoffs is just like starting with a huge bang.
You kind of saw it already.
Big games for me. I mean, we know that DRX got the better of Talon last time they played. Of course, they're going to be looking for revenge. And Nongshim having to fall down this bracket to play DFM. I think DFM have also looked great. You know, they're going to have to go up against May and, you know, what's been going on down there. So it's not a nice lower bracket to fall into there.
I think it's a little bit spicy for sure, some of the matchups, but you could see it, I think, on Ivy's face at the end of the match. Just the fact that it was pretty close, but the fact that he's thinking about, okay, crap, I got to go up against, or Danby has to go up against May at the same time, and that's not going to be an easy matchup for sure.
Oh, definitely not. Now, while it's Nongshim and DFM facing off, if it was like a best of 5 1v1 Primi May.
Primi takes everyone.
Primi, yeah?
I love May. May's top of the charts, but we talk pure mechanics. Primi's the guy.
Yeah? Do you agree with that, Quack?
No, I don't think so. I think May has a chance.
Come on.
If it's just 1v1, best of 5, no, May's pretty snappy.
Right.
You're sleeping on the goat.
All right, well, I don't know on that one. I might have to go with Primi on that as well. But anyway, the next match of today is going to be very exciting as well. We got RRQ facing against T1, and the winner of this will face Paper X, and the loser of this match will face Gen G. So the results, either way, very exciting. This is coming up next, so guys, don't go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Game changers.
We're making history.
It means so much to us. The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 2. This is Victoria joined by Big Time and Quack, and it's day 1 of playoffs. And for the second series of today, we got RRQ facing against T1. Both of them have accolades to their name. RRQ in particular, most recently, are trophy winners for Pacific.
Yeah, fantastic stage 1 from them. In stage 2, things look a little bit trickier. You know, we weren't even sure if they were going to be able to make it out the group, getting out last second with that win over Team Secret. But this is a team that has shown so much potential this year. We talk about Jemkin so much, but now Monyet playing that kind of secondary duelist. Across the board, this team is stacked, and they're going to want to replicate the success they had earlier on in the year.
The question is, though, can they actually replicate it big time?
It's hard. It's hard.
You gauge their performance throughout the group stage. They have had some tough opponents, sure, but a lot of these wins, look, it's all 3 maps that they go through. It's quite labored. We do see Monyet and Jemkin kind of coming back into form. They're running that double duelist, which is very lovely. Jemkin on the waylay occasionally at times, and that's kind of fun to see, but I want to see more consistency, man.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think, you know, especially when we look to that last match against Team Secret, being 12-3 up, and then, you know, it goes the other way. Is that a championship winning team? You know, I think that's what you have to ask here.
Yeah, that's at this point what they should be striving for, right? They have already qualified to the international stage, and now they need to level up. Yeah. We did see Xpharaoh and Crazy Guy step up as well last week, and that was huge. Look at those stats there on their most recent match. It was actually something we've been looking for from these 2 players for a long time, and I also like to see Cushy also step up. He's been kind of quiet for a while. And on the side of T1, of course, they started off the year with a bang, winning that Masters Trophy in Bangkok. They've added in DH ever since then, and I think that's been a fantastic addition, but it seems like they're still figuring out a couple things.
Yeah, I mean, I think with this T1 team, we're never really sure where we stand from them. We know that they can play great Valorant. We know that they can be so aggressive with this double duelist, but it's all about, for them, it's consistency as well, I would say. Now, they did look good in their matchup against the NM to close out this group stage, but again, we looked just before that, it was the loss to Talon. I think it's about trying to find consistency, and we spoke about this a lot. This rookie of DH has been probably their most consistent, most steady player, which probably shouldn't happen on a stacked team full of veterans.
Oh, that is quite the point to make, Big Time. I mean, we hear, well, at least I hear it on the desk from the caster's desk all the time, is that you guys often mention that this is a team that needs that individual brilliance, right? Yeah. You've got all these big names, big players. Izu now on the entry duelist more so than ever, and I think that's kind of where things might kind of shake up a little bit for them as well. I mean, look at the losses that they actually suffer. They're not against any small, I guess, small teams. Yeah. It's against PaperX and Talon, and Talon kind of counter-strat at them on some of these maps, like Kuroda especially.
Yeah.
When they're running the Chamber and stuff like that, or when Meteor on, you know, the Astra trying to lurk, when that gets disabled, it's very tough for T1 to operate the way that they want to.
Yeah, I think they lose to these teams that do a really good job of shutting down their game plans. so far they've lost to Talon, Paper X, both great coaching staffs there. So that does worry me if they head into RRQ, because we love Ewok on this desk, where Ewok stands. I do think they have a bright spot there in Izu, who is really starting to step up in that duelist role.
Now, these stats are very interesting. What really stands out to me are both the op usage. We know both these teams like to use their ops, but the pistol win percentage is a huge contrast there. We got one who's great at winning them and one who's, well, I mean, you can see they're 9th in the league right now. They're not so great at winning their pistol rounds.
Yeah, no bueno. 40%, not what you want to be seeing there. Getting roll into these halves is so important, but like you say, operator usage really key for both of these teams. Of course, Jemkin running it on the side of RRQ. T1 a little bit more versatile, but Buzz does tend to do the bulk of it.
Yeah, definitely. They have been putting Buzz on that chamber on multiple maps now instead of his usual duelist roles. What do you guys make of that?
I mean, I don't mind it personally. I think Chamber is in a fine spot in the meta. It's okay to use it. And we know T1 love this agent. They've been running it for the longest time. So if they think that's the best fit for them and they think it's a little bit off meta, I'm fine with them doing it. But I think it's more, it does lack that little bit in versatility, I would say.
And Quack, both of these teams like running double duelists now, or at least they have a second duelist that kind of flexes either into that chamber. You have Monyet here, who also plays the smokes. And now we're looking at both Jemkin and Monyet now, and I think this has been successful for RRQ for the most part.
Quite successful, in fact. I mean, you got the Waylay coming in occasionally. Monyet on the Neon is still just going to be able to wreak havoc across the entire map. And that's, I think, the strength that both of these teams have. I think this matchup kind of comes down to who's going to be able to make sense of the chaos the most. You know, when you got players like Buzz playing the Operator, or maybe even sometimes Jemkin playing the Operator, that's going to possibly translate into a first pick, and that could translate into a round win as well.
Yeah, and on the other side, we've got Buzz and Izu here kind of flexing in between those duelist roles. This team has kind of shifted their duelists around quite a bit, but it seems like it's mostly these two.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have loved the double duelist for the longest time. And like we say, I really think Izu is leveling up in that role. We know that he's an incredibly flexible player. In the past iterations of these rosters, we've seen him on all kinds of roles, but now it's really simplified on the Neon and on the Yoru, and Buzz with the Yoru and the Chamber. So RRQ, a lot broader of style with this double duelist. T1 really know what they like and stick to it.
Yeah, and I'm sure this really kind of nailed down once DH joined the roster there, and I think that helps solidify the roles a bit more. Meteor as well. I don't really see him playing on any of these duelist roles anymore, which has helped her build picks quite a bit. And in terms of the map pool, this is a little bit interesting. I think Sunset is almost a certainty given what we've seen. Again, this is only from this group stage, from stage 2 so far, and the only real overlap in success I see is Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, both teams flawless on it. It would make a lot of sense naturally for that to come out. Honestly, I'm not too sure which way this veto is going to go, because, you know, for me, for RRQ, I think they've shown potential to pick lots of different things. I want to see their bind again. I love that composition. Give me that, but, you know, they didn't pick it last week, so they might just be taking it in a little bit of a different direction.
You never quite know. I think they all also kind of have their own little weaknesses here and there, so there might be some maps that they want to avoid.
Yeah.
Yeah, RRQ banning that Lotus, and we're going straight into Bind. I think this is going to be very exciting to see how that's going to play.
Okay, so this is a T1 pick of Bind, which is interesting. So we haven't seen T1 play Bind since Masters Bangkok. So this is a very deliberate, very targeted pick, I think, knowing the type of comp that RRQ are going to want to run. And then RRQ flip it back, picking Haven. We know how good T1 are at Haven. They picked it into DFM last week. It's like we've got this graphic wrong and then ending on that Sunset. I mean, this is a very fun veto.
Slight flipperoo for sure, but it also kind of tells you that they might have some stuff prepared. Haven definitely is one of those maps where I think RRQ will be able to kind of figure out how T1 wants to operate, but at the same time, it is T1 with that win against DFM last week.
Yeah, I'm very, very surprised to see T1 picking this. To me, this it screams of a perfect anti-strat. To me, it screams that they watched that DRX game and found an obvious weakness. Otherwise, I can't see why else you would deviate from the maps where you are so naturally strong.
Well, with that, what are your predictions? I know that we have been fairly split on this. It looks like you have predicted for RRQ. Okay.
I got to go with RRQ. I mean, I feel like they're slowly finding their footing again. They're returning to form. Jemkin especially is starting to pop off more and more. We've seen how high the ceiling can be from this team, and I just want them to find that form again, and I think they have everything they need to do it now.
Okay.
And Quack, make the case for T1.
I hear what big time, Supreme Coach has to say. But are you telling me watching RRQ flop the 12-3 lead, that's championship form? Are you serious? Are you kidding me?
But you look at the two maps after that, it was 13-4, 13-3. Sorry, yeah, 13-4, 13-3. They slapped them, and they should have slapped them map 1. It's just that little bit cleaner, and then they're fine.
You don't see T1 doing that, though. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you want to have a team getting so desperate to close out the map that they kind of make the wrong call sometimes.
Well, I've gone for T1, and you guys might remember this.
Who's the best team in Korea now?
Yeah, they are the best team in Korea. And that's Stacks. Yeah, so this is going to be given out to the audience members when we kind of do those little polls. So if you answer, you're going to get one of these down in the audience. And we're going to watch T1 versus RRQ, former best team in Korea versus the actual best team in Pacific. So let's see how they do.
Let's fly.
Team RRQ. What a way to start playoffs between the VCT Pacific Stage 1 champs versus the Masters Bangkok champs. And not only that, whoever wins today, they face PaperX, and whoever is defeated has to face Gen G in the lowers, the other two Masters winners. And man, Quack, when you have this many trophies in the region, I mean, what do?
You just keep moving forward. You put one foot in front of the other and you keep moving forward. That's how RRQ managed to get into this playoff spot in the first place. They managed to clinch it against Team Secret. You can only hope that with this form, they continue to go up and up, especially up against a team like T1.
T1. Remember when they were dominating the start of this year? Everyone was talking about this star-studded roster, and now they are coming back into form, finding their fifth and final member, DH, who has definitely been solid throughout.
Yeah, it's been a little bit turbulent, but we do know at their best, they're able to beat anybody in the world. And with the addition of DH, I think they're going from strength to strength, looking to replicate their fantastic form at the start of the year here in Stage 2, but it has to start now against a tough opponent in RRQ, but they really need to get the ball rolling. As you say, falling to Gen G in that lower bracket is not somewhere anyone wants to be.
No, you think lower is like, yeah, they'll be the weaker teams, but Gen G is there and waiting. And these two coaches, Coach Ewok and Coach Autumn, have been here since the beginning of Pacific franchise. They're very familiar with each other and each other's styles, and these two teams have faced up many times. Now, starting with Vine is a very interesting pick.
Yeah.
You gentlemen were talking about this just now. T1 picking Vine. We haven't seen it since Masters.
Yeah, so the last time we saw them play this, it was against EDG in the lower finals of Masters Bangkok when they got a 13-4 win, looking clean. But that's a long time ago. That's a different meta. That's a slightly different roster even. So it's impossible to know what to expect. I think it has to be a read that they have on RRQ here. That's the only reason to me it would make sense, because they've been banning this map. They even first banned this map against Boom. So I'm very curious, or maybe this is a whole ploy. Maybe they're just planning to flip their map vetoes heading into the playoffs. I mean, I've seen it happen before, and it can be very effective, because I think RRQ will be surprised by this.
Might be. I think you're definitely right, though. Vine is definitely one of those tricky maps, and if you're not prepared for it, you have to be prepared for it, because otherwise RRQ might get the run over you. Because RRQ definitely do run a Euro composition. That's where things can get very tricky, especially around teleporters. You saw how PaperX are able to dominate some other teams because of these plays. And RRQ, they do run a pretty spicy or unique composition when it comes to a map like this. However, that said, RRQ did suffer a loss against DRX in the most recent weeks, but we'll head into the Age of Composition to talk it through. I mean, yep, you see the Euro right there.
Yeah, RRQ sticking with what they ran before. I love this composition. It's so exec heavy. There's so much cool stuff. But over on the side of T1, they are sticking with that KO. So Stax was playing that last time we saw them, but now they have a Gecko on the side of Izu. This is the first time we're not seeing Izu be on that duelist. We're not seeing double duelists come out from them here. So very different. I think the key for this composition is going to be retakes. That's how DRX beat RRQ last time round. So look in that second half for very, very big retakes.
Precisely that. It's so util heavy. Brim, Viper, you have a lot of nades on this composition, so RRQ kind of has to watch out.
Ooh, I'm so excited to see Buzz back on that Raze as well. Vine is definitely going to be a very fun one. Again, T1, even though they have a Masters trophy, they've actually never won in Pacific. But RRQ has, and I'm pretty sure they want to take that local trophy, that regional trophy away from RRQ.
Oh yeah, they're not going to be happy with RRQ keeping that, but RRQ, of course, going to fight tooth and nail to hold on to it.
Absolutely. All right, we got T1 versus RRQ, and to take us through Vine, it's going to be Achilleos and Paper Pilsky.
Thank you very much. Well, this one is going to be, I think, a banger. This has such heavy implications behind it. T1, RRQ, similar positions again. Looking for that spot, looking for that trophy. RRQ for a repeat. T1 for their first time getting a Pacific trophy. But RRQ kind of have their backs up against the ropes compared to T1. The champs points not as strong for them.
Yeah, absolutely. T1 edging out a lot of their competition. Bar PaperX, in terms of champ points, have a little bit of a safer position to try to qualify for Champions Paris. So the objective for both of these teams is clear. Knock your competitor into the lower bracket where they could be knocked out before a top 4 and not secure any chance points, and you eliminate one of those teams that could potentially take that opportunity away from you.
Well, here we go. Bind started off. The desk was talking about it, a map that T1 has not been seen on for a very, 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 very long time versus EDG, that lower bracket over at Masters Bangkok. And this was a map that I think had a lot of polarity to it, let's say, for T1 previously.
Absolutely. Going to get a massive biff over short A here.
Yeah, triple push down. Couple shots going to go flying out here, and a little bit of damage is going to be found onto Izu.
Here.
But just staying flat in the corner, though, does have that frenzy lying in wait here, just in case that aggressive push does come in. But RRQ more than happy to just plant their feet in this position for now, and we'll now start the backpedal. So they're going to be giving this one up.
As the gate crash elapses, they opt to abandon the setup, play behind the wall of T1 as they walk up short.
Pretty timing shots, but that's going to be the Dizzy up and over the top, and Mariette overwhelmed, fully blinded up, and nowhere to go. Paint Shell's now locked in. That Dizzy not seeing a damn thing. It's cut off there by the Viper walls. Wingman at the same time is able to get the plant in.
You have a blindside to be able to get back in, and a Wingman to get on that defuse here. Probably see the grab net into U-Haul here.
Looking for the timing, because she was about to go out with that grab net, but just ends up getting absolutely destroyed by Meteor from the flank. Jemkin able to peel back one as Buzz will fall, but now he is all alone. See if he can turn into the Terminator. Nice and early, as that is a hell of a shot. Tagged up now, noted taps here, but no real reason for them to try to face forward here into this player until they force him out. And there you go, DH will be able to collect it. So 3 players surviving, Team 1 find the opening pistol.
Very high level play from T1 there, recognizing the timing that the Yoru has in terms of a gate crash. It's something that you throw that gate crash over towards the other side of the map, it only lasts for so long. So if you just do nothing, you just wait for the gate crash to elapse, it will break some setups, it will force some decisions to be made and some rotations. And that's what T1 are banking off of. They take full advantage of that, and it's a classic play. Even though it's a little bit of a different wall up short A there, going into U-Haul, or into Lamps rather, depending on where you are in the world. I know down under we call it a U-Haul and things like that. They do just walk up behind the Viper wall and just explode, which is what you're going to see a lot from T1 this game. It's going to be a lot of slower contact, using util as you walk through the map, and then these explosive executes with the KO flashes and the Dizzy.
The Meteor pushing forward here at Showers. A warning shot out towards Cushy, zones him away. Not going to overstay, though. Not going to play for the orb either. As Jiggle Peak, they still want to just go ahead and confirm that there's no one playing alongside the teleporter. So far, T1 able to scale up just outside of B here. Grab the orb at least. Well, they've got a couple options.
Seen T1 play this style for a very long time now, even right at the start of the year. You saw KO comps from them on Bind. They had a good run before they even went into kickoff on this map, and their style hasn't changed much since then, really. Still working the map, using this KO to direct the flow of traffic with the flashes.
Buzz eating a good amount of damage. Does have a regen shield, so it seems like for now, we'll just go ahead and hold on to the Phantom. We could just pass that one over to Stacks. Paint Shell going to be lobbed into the corner, and there's the slow. Cushy able to find one. Jimkin on the quick peek, able to find another. These shots on the Marshall, not quite connecting there. Meteor. Egg on his face as well as the Dizzy, and now Xparrow finds a shot on the DH, and just like that, this round is at risk of being stolen away as the Wingman will fall. It's a thrifty for RRQ to tie it up 1-1. What a round, and for T1, what a blunder.
So T1 are left looking sheepish there. RRQ, they are playing a comp, guys, with so much utility that is effective in the chokes. The Saturate is so underrated. Grabnet, Mosh Pit, Astra Stars gives you a little bit more potential to hold in these chokes. If you find the wrong timings, if you run down the clock too much and don't do your due diligence, working your way through the map and baiting out this utility, you will be punished. And we see that straight away on an eco in round 2. That is going to be a momentum stopper for T1.
They're going to be looking to just go ahead and pull off very much the same thing. Damn near full sheriffs here. Aside from DH, who does just hold on to that classic, but it's a rough way to go ahead and kick things off as Buzz gets a headshot through the corner. Stacks at the same time, going to be noted outside of B main.
Look, trying to cut some corners. They don't have much to work with. Got to respect it. Sometimes it'll work out.
Well, that has them locked in position now. It's Meteor. Zone back, contained within Showers, and there's the finisher. Jemkin quickly coming up with 2. Zachary going to be lobbed in as well. Izu, nothing really to do here as he's hindered, just staying sat here within this nebula.
I don't know how Meteor's made it past the barrier mesh inside bathrooms here.
I don't know either, but now he's cleared out. So some noise made. Izu able to find one. Meteor finds another. Yeah, but with that kill coming in, Jemkin can go ahead and look to just bring this round to a finish. Meteor would have to do absolute wonders, as he has been known to do in the past, but this might just be a bridge too far. Mosh there at his feet, able to slide across that one.
Seconds left.
He can pivot to B if he gets the spike here, but he's going to choose to clear out lamps first.
And the push forward, and Jimkin should be good for it, and he is. A 4K Dimensional Drift already online. RRQ shrugging off T1's attempts at the Thrifty.
Early timing for the Dimensional Drift is always a great tool to work with on the defensive side, either to find info, maybe you're playing an off angle, and instead of the gate crash, you're able to rip the Dimensional Drift. You see that with the op at times, or just as a retake tool, especially with the util heavy comp like RRQ has. Dimensional Drift is worth its weight in gold. For T1 now, I mean, this is a team that can get hot and heavy sometimes, despite the experience that they do have. We'll see how they're able to recover from that. Thrifty loss, and yeah, the op is out for Jemkin. Playing quite a passive angle though, just sitting on that B side, expecting faster pacing into hookah, but it's actually straight into bathrooms because T1 are looking to secure the showstopper.
Might still yet be rewarded with a potential kill here. Stacks just on the opposite side of that wall. Hugs the box, but for now is not looking to peek. Might just be running the clock down long enough to be able to get himself another 0 point here and maybe try to sell a fake.
Portal closed.
Off angle for Crazy Guy over on long. Only escape mechanism he has is actually T1 putting up their orb.
Very much now out on short. RQ running down the clock and very much limiting the options here, but ooh, the swing out. Great timing from Meteor. He's able to find Crazy Guy. Softens up this B side a bit, but there's still these 2 remaining players.
Goes looking for info because the barrier mesh was broken by DH.
Now looking for that push. Xparrow setting up a couple smokes here, trying to play both sites. 0 point hour flying, plays out in front of that one, and he's actually able to double dip for a second kill as Izu gets taken down. Showstopper lobbed in. Jemkin now presence being noted. It's going to slap on the mask, go sprinting forward in the dimensional drift and look to scout out these two remaining players, but Buzz is only down to 47 health. Net in, Cushy desperately trying to find those shots. Eventually we'll be able to spot him, but it's going to be Jemkin there with the shorty to collect. It's Buzz stuck into the corner, turns the flash, spots on a one. He's trying to isolate, divide, and conquer, but he cannot. Eventually they just overwhelm him, run him down. RRQ now moving up 3-1.
Sometimes the zero flashes bounce a little weirdly, and Cushy gets full blinded by Jemkin's flash. I mean, that would have been a tilting moment for RRQ if you get flashed by your teammate and Buzz isolates those two one-on-ones. It was a disjointed clutch. Crazy Guy caught on the push straight down long. Great patience being shown by T1. And like I said, that push may look a little outlandish to some, but we did cover the barrier mesh being deposited on A short there from the defense that immediately gets broken by DH, who was still hanging around there. That is the reason, I think, why Crazy Guy goes looking for info. He's assuming that T1 is setting up for this A side execute, and Crazy Guy's looking for information there. Is this Bathrooms take once again for T1, but once again, they only have access to the Sheriff, so not as much punching power in a round like this.
Able to get all 5 online. Obviously, this showstopper being used previously. Not available to them to really try to turn the tides here. This push getting ready to come through, and that's Monyet just finding a timing and now getting a saturate, so Izu is just going to be dead to rights, and that's the spike now dropped, stranded inside of the showers. T1 going to be scrambling to see if they can really find any kind of impact at all. 3 players from RRQ stacked up watching that.
A little off angle from Crazy Guy here. Monyet looking very comfortable on this agent. There's another one for him. I mean, it has a similar kit to the Neon, really. You know, you have the relay bolt versus the saturate and a lot of movement mechanics, and Neon is something that Monyet has just got a lot of reps on.
Yeah, and you've got the dive, very similar to a Tailwind, so there would have been a hell of a flick there, but Meteor does manage to go ahead and put down Jemkin. Monyet, however, likely going to be on the prowl looking for an ace.
Yeah, if Crazy Guy doesn't make it there first.
30
oh,
seconds
he's just going to throw the op out of the map.
Bails it. Oh, well, that could end up costing him. Footsteps are going to be heard. Rotating back around Crazy Guy. Does he just take it? Yes, he does. So Monyet not going to be getting an ace here, at least not in this round. T1 not going to be getting a second round win.
T1, though, despite a slow start after losing to Eco, do have some good tools to work their way back into the game now. Thrash, as well as the pit, could really help to open up and establish a really strong post plant for T1. But as we've already seen from RRQ, they're going to look to continue to be disruptive with both the Waylay and the Yoru.
Can you give me the S anyway?
That's the most polite I think anybody's been about losing out on an ace.
What a lovely young man, as we've seen recently on the Homegrown documentary. Go check that out if you haven't seen it. Bro's just so wholesome.
No, he really is. He's always just been one of the sweetest players. But when you're up against him, when you're on the opposite side of that lobby, you would not be able to tell.
He's a savage in the server. Along with the majority of RRQ, all lovely blokes, but when it gets down to business, they're going to stand on business. But T1, let's see what they are going to come up with. There's been a lot of slower defaulty play from them on the attacking side of Bind. They've really just been taking their time working into this game. To be fair, we haven't even had the opportunity to really see many gun rounds. They've had to double save off the back of losing to the Eco. It really slows down your economy early on like that. Ops out on Jemkin.
Yeah, he's got plenty of money to be able to afford another one there.
I love how timeout win percent first is a negative. There you go.
Yeah. Let's see if they can pad that up a little bit more here. A couple players out towards Fountain now, starting to tuck their way back around the corner.
Knife dodge, but the flash forces the gate crash away, which is even just a little bit of info, a little bit of a sound cue to T1. They should know that the Yoru's over on the A side of the map here.
Unless they might have been just out of range of hearing that, so perhaps it's a bit of false info for them.
Should be Thrash into pit here. See how RRQ do respond. They've got 4 on the site.
And it goes chasing, but it doesn't go diving forward in towards that smoke, so player's not going to get caught. Shot across, Stack's going to be put down, but DH with a nice headshot does manage to go ahead and pick off Jemkin. His wingman now going on the push. The Boombot leading the way, and Cushy nearly has him lined up, but DH will be able to go ahead and trade that one back, avoids the damage, avoids catastrophe. Gives T1 a very strong opportunity to convert this round into a win. Well, it does have convergent paths. Crazy guy swinging around the back, but Izu, believe he had heard some of these footsteps. Either way, he is perfectly poised, ready to strike here. So there's the gun barrel. Crazy guy doesn't even give that angle consideration.
Isn't done with you.
As well, just to make things a little bit worse here for Monyet.
I mean, a lot of fancy footwork for Monyet. He pops the waylay ult and then double dashes up on top of that little off angle above showers. It's like, yeah, cool moves, bro, but I wasn't really feeling it, unfortunately. Just standard stuff, really, for T1. Slowly working their way into this site. Going to take a while to kind of make that happen a lot of the time against this comp that you're seeing from RRQ. Got to work your way through the deadlock, through the Astra Stars. So you really got to pace yourself and going for those second waves of aggression. That's where you need to have your initial wave of utility from the initiators, clearing the map. Maybe that initial execute.
Here we go again. The Deja Vu is, considering the swing, playing back. Do they escort this forward with a flash? Done so in the past, but nope, it's just going to be Stacks walking forward, and they're not fast enough to find the trade. All the same, Crazy Guy tucked away. Now, striking, finds himself a second. They just cannot react fast enough. DH, however, going to try to get them realigned here in the round, but Jemkin is so quick to sprint his way back over. Finds a shot before Meteor's ready for it. Now DH would have to be an ace clutch.
Launching smoke.
About the smoke. Looks like he's going to try to play this a little bit more aggressively. And Jemkin gets a sense of it. Very well read here from RRQ, maintaining a very strong lead.
Jemkin is just a master of playing these deep off angles. You saw it from RRQ when Ascent came back into the map pool and they were running Yoro on that map. You'd see this man walk down mid on defense on Ascent all the way to tiles and just sit there waiting for someone to peek top mid or jump spot. He loves just walking with an op onto the deepest line possible. And then you just see him so switched on, diving in and out of that spawn smoke and even being ready for the wrap. When Jemkin's locked in, RRQ is going to be very hard to beat.
And there's a reason why he was rated as one of the best players, if not the best player going into Masters Toronto. Was that able to be lived up to? No. The performances from RRQ were significantly lacking for their first time on an international stage. But it's moments like this, it's games like this that he has been having on this lead up into the playoffs and now the playoffs themselves.
There's smokes.
That just go to show how much of a demon this guy can absolutely be. Meteor now spotted. I mean, he's just completely walled in. He's absolutely screwed. Should just be a matter of time, but Cushy doesn't want to overstay.
Surely you just TP out. He's sticking around. I mean, he's wanting them to go fishing and actually really try to force that kill, maybe potentially try to punish someone before he TPs out. And actually the rest of T1 is going to meet up with him. Stacks has already got a foothold outside of Hookah here. But you see Monyet on an information play. He's already cleared out all the bathrooms. That's going to allow the rotation to come back across from Crazy Guy. And he's bringing a big ult with him. In fact, 4 big ults here for RRQ.
Still walled in.
Good at TP.
Jemkin does pull off the angle there just as the push comes in. But, Buzz is unable to find that kill. Jemkin doing damn well to go ahead and clean that one up. Now, a 2v3. Meteor going to be committing in here with the Viper's Pit. That's off the defender side axis. The plant gets ready to come through within the tube, and Meteor striking first is able to find Crazy Guy. Pulls back over towards elbow side. Xfero, Gunbarrel looking spotted, and Meteor, has him absolutely outdone, and now falls to Monyet. Push forward and Stacks. Johnny on the spot, exactly where he needs to be. They find the kill. T1 find themselves a third round win.
Couldn't have had better positioning in that pit. And I think Meteor has started to really pick up pace now once again for T1. To be honest, I felt like stage 1, he was a little bit overrated, if anything. At times in this year, he's been a little bit overrated compared to what his peak was last year. But now you're starting to see him put together some of these XVXs, have some better positioning, come up with some of these clutch rounds that you've seen from him in the past. And that's where I think T1 is going to have a lot more stealing and get a lot scarier if he's able to get back into that old form.
Another showstopper cycled up here for Buzz. Does have the Outlaw in hand, and they'll work on 2 of the players, at least for a body shot. Cushy just around the corner, being one of them. Buzz has the spot, and it's a headshot. Just go ahead and seal the deal. So even if he had the full armor, would have absolutely still been left on the floor. Meteor Swinging back right as the wall gets ready to fall. And, oh, hits a hell of a shot with the Phantom there. All right, on the Jemkin. Clear advantage now here to the side of T1.
Monyet wants to try it again here. Already seen Jemkin get punished in a similar position, but now the rotation's starting to settle for T1. Meteor's been dropped off on the lurk. Aggression into Bus. Crazy Guy's only got a Spectre.
Meteor, does he read? Yep, well, now he has it confirmed. Oh my God! The Spectre's been hitting different today.
Yeah. Showstopper into an empty side on the other side of the map. Wingman is going to get that plant down. Still a man advantage for T1 here. And they do have an orbital in the post plant. And RRQ are just so far out of position, there's just no way they could even do anything, even if they wanted to.
Yeah, and given that the economy is going to be in a very bad spot, it is just going to be them going ahead and occupying, squatting inside of the attacker spawn. Looking to just hold on to these weapons if possible. T1, curious to see if they really send people out on the hunt here. Given the DH is the only one remotely close enough, it seems unlikely.
Been a very positional game so far. Bit of a chess match between both of these teams. RRQ, no, they have some good ults to play with still. If they could just get a buy up and enough guns into the next round, then they should be on for one. DH could have potentially seen Crazy Guy on the jiggle there, but as things elapse, we all have 7 survive in the server. Still ults to play with on both sides. You have the KO ult as well as the orbital. Good opener from Buzz. Well aware that there's been a solo player kind of jump spotting there. Someone to find over on that side of the map. That's just a bit unlucky for Meteor, honestly. I feel like the Phantom spray goes a little wayward. He thought he had it dead to rights. A timeout here for RRQ. I think these are the kind of situations where it's a big strength of RRQ's comp that the ults are so strong. There's some comps, especially when you're mixing in Cypher and some of these other agents that really don't have these big impact ults that, you know, love that, by the way, from Stacks. That was an iconic moment. That you don't really rely on them, but I think you can really take timeouts on these defensive sides. You can trust like Dimensional Drift into Cosmic Divide and these kind of tools to be able to successfully complete retakes as long as you're organized to be able to pull them off. I really think that these kind of rounds are the rounds where you want to see the defense change their setup entirely. You know, maybe even stack heavily towards one side, play retake on one side, and then have a set plan to be able to complete that retake successfully.
We'll see what the call looks like.
Yo, Jemkin's mouse is fire.
Oh yeah, that is bright. I mean, green screen that.
Yeah.
Make it look like he's playing what he just has a banana. Most people use like the just attach like diodes.
He's rocking the banana and he's 15 and 6. I'm gonna try that out.
Yeah, you just attach like diodes to different things and you can just use them as controllers.
All right. What does potato get you? That's what I'm wondering. We're not in the potato meta.
Could do. Well, okay. Dizzy up over the top of Hizu.
Gun here.
Able to find Jemkin. Well, the attempted call, this crunch out towards Fountain. Swiftly does get dealt with it. I mean, they don't even take a single tick of damage.
I mean, it's a little unlucky. You can see what the coaching staff's going there for. You've seen these slow B-long defaults time and time again for T1. They're just really trying to punish that. Doesn't work out, despite the fact that everyone's blind.
But to no avail. Crazy Guy still with an opportunity to try to hold the line.
Right there.
Quick little anti-flash turn there from Buzz.
Oh dear.
As Meteor, about to find a timing. This time, it will be able to hold down Showers, so that's Xpharaoh gone. Re-peeks, spots out Monyet, looks to try to zone him back, and yep, it's gonna have to be a quick refract at the same time. Crazy Guy does manage to find 2. Buzz, Izu dead on the entry here.
Pivot.
And that's gonna force the teleport coming through. Monyet is operating by himself, and Meteor just finds him on a bit of a timing there. Slow up off the sonic sensor, but still plenty of time to go ahead and get the spike in play.
Off angle from DH, checked by Cushy. He's very switched on to that.
Crazy Guy needing, it felt like, to find that one. Annihilation at the ready. See if Cushy can choose wisely. It does not. Sends it towards defenders, but Meteor with a reposition just on the inside of Lamps is now looking to just go ahead and play ring around the Rosie.
He's on one. Not only is he just getting active on these lurks and punishing the aggression from RRQ's double duelist comp, but he's coming alive time and time again in the mid-round. This is exactly what you want to be seeing from Meteor. Been a while since I've seen a game like this from him.
Yeah, feels like it has been quite some time. But right now, here on this map, he is looking in prime form.
Meteor. 태형 좋은데?
Climbing the standings. He's just one kill away from tying things up alongside Jemkin, who is off to an absolute heater.
Yeah, not only that, but RRQ, they got that eco win and they got so much economy and ults behind that. So the fact that T1's been able to work their way back into this game is honestly very impressive. Really speaks to just how solid their attacking side is on this map, really.
Bit of damage on the crazy guy. Triple stack here from RRQ.
Toxins going up.
There's Meteor. Just quick clearing here on the showers. There's the jumping. Oh, he legged him. And that sets up for a very easy spray down on the Ghost. Monyet is trying to close the gap, but his wings had already been clipped.
I think it's pretty well established that we should probably stop walking at Meteor every round. That seems to not be working at the moment.
Yeah, I think playing the runaway strategy might be the call.
Spike planted.
I respect them for trying to isolate that lurk, but it's just not working out when you're trying to find a player of Meteor's caliber.
Well, they're trying to get into position to try to just go down to the spike here, would seem. Buzz maybe with an opportunity to get the jump on Crazy Guy there at Heaven. Stacks checking out around the back. Nothing noted there, but oh, nope, never mind. Crazy Guy with a very nice shot, and Jemkin with one as well. Time is already gone, though.
Yeah.
This Crazy Guy quickly kills one or two. But nothing spotted out of the Dizzy. Izu with a very nice shot. For DH doing very much the same. We'll go ahead and secure the exit as T1 secure a 6th round win, looking for a 7-5 scoreline lead.
One off the pit here. Meteor just keeps walking up bathrooms. He might be able to get access to that. Thrash and Orbital could really help one of these side executes.
Back in a flash.
How long has Jemkin been holding onto this dimensional drift? I feel like I have barely seen him use them very effectively.
We use the one. How long he's built up the second, it's hard to say.
Ops back out for him. I almost would prefer them to throw that to Monya and then have some more setups designed around the Yoru flash. But not going to be the case this time. Looking for Meteor yet again here.
But it's going to be the Thrash to try to guide it forward. That's him making his quick little exit, and that allows for Meteor to scale.
What?
Pretty far forward, huh? I don't know. Either way, Orbital Strike going to be called down. Cushy's going to get cooked to bits as DH finds that kill, but at the same time, he's able to take down Monyet. Jemkin spotting out the heads here, but he doesn't have the opportunity to really take the shot. Xpharaoh will be good for one, trying to maintain control here of Lamps, but is wary about the approach from behind. As Meteor is sliding forward, and he's collecting. Finds himself 2 more kills. And Jemkin, yep, the Dimensional Drift comes into play, but there's nothing really more to be done. Fragment has him zoned back. It's the last round of the half, Meteor. You could just throw the pit in his face if you really want to.
Decoy. Jemkin just throwing the kitchen sink at them, but he's running into such a huge crossfire. T1, what a recovery. They get ecoed in the second round. I was like, oh, we're going to go on tilt here. Are we going to get a little bit worried for T1, especially in an opening playoff bracket game like this? They are showing their class. They are showing their experience. They brush it off like it's nothing. And they dominate RRQ in the, like, what was that, the last 7 or 8 rounds and a half. Really did not feel very close at all.
No, absolutely not. Well, RRQ now going to have their work cut out for them, granted. You're playing this double dive. You're about to shift over onto the attacking side.
They had been cooking. The last time I saw this comp against DRX, it was entertaining. It was exciting. They have all these 6 set plays. That game really went down to the wire though, so T1 would have had footage on that. They're going to know what RRQ is going to be running against them, and to be honest, they have even a little bit of a blueprint for how to beat that, because DRX did a very good job of just playing hands-off, playing very high percentage positions, and just letting RRQ throw everything into the site and then playing the retake from there. I think that's fair. That was very surprising. They might have been seeded dead last in most people's expectations, or one of the lower teams for sure going into that event.
Yeah, I think that it's hard to contend with that. So I feel like this is a stacked hand against RRQ.
To be fair, I was very surprised that RRQ did win from the lower bracket against Gen G of all teams in Stage 1. That was also very surprising for me. Showed some great resilience there, especially a team that has, in past, had problems, even presently, to be fair, had problems dealing with pressure.
there.
At one point, Jemkin, from what I can remember, was 15-3, now 16-9. T1 were doing an incredible job of nullifying him from the attacker side. We'll see if they're going to still be able to do that.
You did good.
Now from the defense.
Is he going to spot out the jump spot? We'll see where it gets used on the next wave. Short aggression.
Push-up coming in. There's looking the attempt at the counter swing. Gets to saturate, but Izu gets the headshot. Jemkin now trying to play himself in, and Izu. Oh, he is just an immovable wall.
Just a cosmetic stun yet again.
And that's 3 charges already towards a Thrash. On RRQ, I mean, trying to rely and bank on getting another thrifty win. It's not decent odds on that.
Crazy guy. They're giving him absolutely nothing here. Flank comes in on short. Meteor's going to clean it up.
Oh, flawless pistol. T1 off to the races here on this second half. See if they avoid back-to-back catastrophes.
I mean, this is just incredible from Izu. It's like watching an action movie. He gets saturated, but he's just running through the rain, one-tapping everyone no matter what.
Oh.
I mean, the paint shells was beautiful to push the Yoru forward there. But the shot's even better from Izu. That is just a position where really both of them are one and done, stunned up. If they don't hit nothing but heads, that round's over. But T1 is just so sharp.
Well, as per usual, full classics here for the side of RRQ. You're anticipating this pressure, and as the pop flash goes through, it's going to be a bite there on the floor. Now he's scaling forward. Let's look at the try to collect a couple more kills. Refract back. Crazy guy losing his life. That's just a headshot after headshot onto these players. He's getting absolutely torn to pieces. Farron outlasts one. DH quickly deals with him, and it's damn near flawless. And this time T1 win out the anti-eco.
Very nicely done. Meteor's 21-8, man. He just continues to play with confidence. You can tell he's feeling himself. He was not letting anyone into hookah there. Drops the orb with the snake bite behind it and then opts to go forward and fight them in the choke. Either you've got to come through me into the B site or I'm about to have a pit in the first gun round.
Izu as well. I mean, what? 5 kills across the 2 rounds in this half so far.
Yeah, 2 off the Thrash already. Oh, he just doesn't stop, this guy. He's lost it.
Gate crash right past him. As he just plays it right up into the smoke. Crazy guy with a nice turn back. Does manage to go ahead and shut him down, but Izu, a little bit whiffy to start, still is able to find Jemkin.
Trades are better from RRQ this time around. They're going to establish sonic sensors all over the B side of the map. Just try to secure minimum control, but they don't have really a foothold anywhere else. In fact, it's T1 who's made the info play over towards this A site. If you get a pivot through the TP or a rotation to A, Buzz will almost certainly punish you.
Angle was being watched, so there was some consideration about that flank coming through. Still, some sights back towards the connector there from Xfaro. Just checking out Market as long as he possibly can.
Oh.
Stacks, bit of damage going to be found. Fragment now going to be lobbed in. Looks to be good for a little bit more, but no. Widely, the damage does get avoided. As now the Molly is going to go down. Cushy able to strafe across that one, keeps himself alive, and Xfaro with a very nice shot. Takes down DH, and that allows for the wingman plant to come through.
2 of these players are one-shottable to the Marshal, though. You want to see Xfaro probably be the first one to take a duel here. He slipped past the sonic sensor here, Buzz.
You say the Marshal, I'm thinking about the paint shell. Just the first burst of that would be able to take down pretty much either of them, but especially Cushy. But a crazy guy on a very nice line. Slides around the back. Drop down, but doesn't want to make a peep. Pushes into the nebula, tucks along the wall. Peak getting ready to come through is trying to find that shot. Nope, little bit wide. Little rocky. But a clean one from Xfaro. RRQ deny a bonus conversion. Won't lose out on 2 players.
Got a little bit touch and go there, but clean enough from RRQ. That key trades here. This really could have gone horribly wrong. If Meteor goes unchecked in the smoke there, the off angle from Izu, those could have definitely been clean multi-frags. That's the key kill for me. Xfero punishing that backside swing as the high HP player. That is the key kill. Secures around for RRQ. Now moving into this first gun round, we're going to see one of these quick set plays from RRQ and probably a thrash through the TP in response from T1.
Thrash off the teleporter. It's the clone that it's all going to see. Can be recovered, but you do have this late lurk from Xfero starting to scale his way forward here at B.
Yeah, disengaged from RRQ. They want nothing to do with that TP play. I'm not sure if Izu didn't pick up that thrash. You can see RRQ are just camping it. They do not want to let T1 have access to that ult. So the trap play has been completely denied from RRQ. But where to from here? Because this is burning a lot of time off the clock now.
Minute remaining. It seems like this A site's still going to be the intended resting place of the spike. Starting to push their way forward. Monyet just about ready to hit the go button. Meteor tucks up into the smoke. Fragment from his teammate. Just eating that damage. The Stack's able to follow up with a wingman. Oh, it's given up the game. Being said, he still managed to survive. 3 HP remaining on him.
Paint Shell's still there from Buzz. Will slow down this push in combination with the Mosh. It's very hard for RRQ to get this B-side exec off cleanly.
Boombob going to be sent. Now they got a molly layered in front of that one. It's going to be a ton of damage suffered here as Cushy ends up falling low. Does he out over the top? And Buzz quickly collecting 2 kills. Crazy Guy able to trade the one back. DH getting the spot, seeing the weapon swapped up and over the top. And then DH has the headshot. Crazy Guy forward there into the Nebula. Does manage to find it, but he now has to get this spike planted. Slowly creeping around the back is Stacks now striking. T1 will hit double digits. A chaotic round, several casualties. They still continue to march towards a win here on Bind.
Even though Meteor doesn't get many kills there, he just continues to play in these chokes, which against this very exec-heavy style that you're seeing from RRQ, it's kind of actually the opposite approach of what you saw from DRX against RRQ. DRX's approach to this style was, you're going to use all of your util getting into the site, and we're going to just play things by the numbers and punish you on the retakes, having more util coming back on in. T1, it's kind of the opposite. They want to play up in these chokes, and as you're using the util to get out onto the site, they want to try to stop you from scaling into the site and cut you down before you're actually able to get that clean execution off that you're looking for. Should be a quick thrash through Hookah here and a fast B execute from RRQ.
Yep, are sending that Jemkin just sprinting in after it. Izu at the same time, tucked away and mowing them down. Xfero just sat here waiting, hoping that that regen shield gets topped back up, but as he pushes out the Mosh, shoving him forward, it is right into the sights of Izu, who continues to be absolutely deadly.
It's exactly the same thing again. They're just stopping them in the chokes before they can even get themselves into a position to exec from. It's working time and time again for T1. Meteor's got the whole A side of the map up on short there. This round should just be over.
Dizzy shows that there's still that presence. Buzz holding forward. Flash is going to be good to go ahead and allow for the 1 kill. 0 point Molly thrown here at their feet. Knocking them off. His teleporter will be taken. Meteor now pivoting back. Do they anticipate him, though, from this angle over here at short? Big man goes forward to try to get the plant, but Meteor's got eyes on that, and he's able to interrupt. Spike recovered. Left on the floor. Crazy Guy now having to do it all. A 1v3. These T1 players, they are showing restraint. Not peeking until they hear a tap.
10 seconds left.
The wingman now goes out. The DH, he's got the timing. T1 playing it immaculately. Continue to lock RQ out.
Remember to talk to each other out there.
Absolutely nothing to do there for Crazy Guy. To be fair, he's been one of the more reliable players for RRQ so far this game. He's been very good at getting these trades. Been one of the better fraggers as well, where usually at times he can be one of the more statistically weak players on the team, which is not really anything about his individual skill. I think it's more about the RRQ system. Even Estrella, I think, was one of the weaker fraggers when he was IGLing them, and you're naturally playing those E-net roles, but man, this game plan for T1 has been absolutely lights out. It's very clear what their approach is. They've already seen all of the footage of what RRQ want to be doing on both defense and attack, because they had to play more than 24 rounds against DRX with this style already. And this is where T1, people question the game planning, people question the coaching staff at times. This is a perfect example of them absolutely nailing it. They are destroying RRQ on a macro basis.
Yeah, 5-round lead. Still with a timeout behind, RRQ sending their last one out into the ether, desperately hoping to try to run this one back. The T1 faithful at the moment being very well rewarded. For RRQ, this could be their opportunity of making it to Tokyo, of making it to Paris. All that hanging in the balance and just slipping right out from within their grasp.
They go into the lower bracket here. They are lower than a lot of their counterparts on chance points. They may not make it on points alone.
You don't get any more from playoffs unless you make that top 4.
Much harder to do in the lower bracket. RRQ prepping this execute that they have planned in the timeout.
It's Buzz. Oh, I was going to say, he's up and over the top. Doesn't find the first kill. That goes to Stack. Same time, Showstopper going to be lobbed in. He'll give his life to the cause. This crazy guy does get taken down. Monyet trying to chase forward, but he just doesn't have the HP. So even with the hinder, DH is able to hold his own. And now Xfero is completely and utterly surrounded.
Not much for him to do. 50 HP, has a Cosmic and 1 star to work with. But again, T1 are just playing these numbers advantage XVXs in the late round positionally perfectly. He's got a Cosmic across the site. I think he's really trying to bait the sound cue that someone on backside thinks he will be planting. Wants to make them think he's tapping that spike and trying to punish a peek, but no one's given him anything.
And obviously because Meteor's right here at short, they know that he's not. They know that he's not sticking to this one. So DH can just continue to watch this line.
Hold on.
He has that kill. It's going to be a rotation, but Teleporter does get taken.
The Cosmic wasn't down there. He might not have heard that, but he's going to pivot anyway. He's going to smoke off Hookah. He might be reading this one well, but Meteor doesn't respect it at all. He just jumps straight out Hookah. And Izu will plant his feet firmly in short.
And Izu still has full util. He can get a mosh here to the back of the truck. Oh no, it's going to be a little bit too late for that, so can't try to run down the clock here, but is reading this position into Lamps very well. And Xfero, it's a very solid read of it. And the metagame the map a little bit, but unfortunately, it does not lead to a round win. The Cosmic Divide now no longer in hand. And T1 get up to map point.
But low on HP there, not really much to do. And just another great round for T1. Just another small little position that completely disrupts the execute. It's a classic one. The off angle from Bas punishing the Yoru TP, but it's more so the top truck position. Just tucking in at top truck. It's a Taylor's oldest time on this map against the A execute. And once again, it works out beautifully. Gotta respect that. Not to mention the fact that position gets even better when you're playing against a comp without a Viper on the attacking side, because there's no wall to obstruct that vision. It's just free for the taking, really.
Now you've got this double stack setup staring into Hookah. DH playing point, looking for the concuss, but he's able to just quickly drop down. Full flash disconnect though on the Buzz, a little bit early on the turn.
RRQ dotting their I's, crossing their T's. They don't want to get caught by these little cheeky setups and off angles that T1 have been throwing against them time and time again. They deny that info in Hookah, force the smoke down. Now they want to push Izu off this long info line.
They can get this orb. It's going to be Jemkin with an ultimate or
Flash from,
as well, but
Flash from Stacks could be good on the reclear here. You can see T1 very much looking to do that.
Here. Waiting for it. He's going to backpedal and yep, will just go ahead, make his exit, joins in perfectly with the rest of the squad. Meteor for the moment is alone. Does have the pit, but he hasn't let it rip quite just yet.
Jemkin
bite down.
Off the dimensional drift here.
Oh, the swing out.
There it is.
Now he's got it online. Immediately sends it just to go ahead and try to clear out the remainder of this site. And Xfero doing well with the one tap to take down Izu. Seems like RRQ still yet a bit more fight left in them.
Ooh, 3 on 5.
T1. They're going to try to make a go of this. And tries to, flush Monyet back out. Doesn't find anything further. Stacks playing it patiently. Waits, pulls the trigger. Monyet does get struck down.
One suppressed.
0 point only spots out onto 1, but you still now have a 2v3. Get the Annihilation out. Sonic Sensor gets the trap, and yep, that is going to be a direct hit. So DH, nothing more to do other than to try to run away. We'll be able to get out towards safety, the lone survivor here, but RRQ continue to keep their heads above the water for the time being.
It's a cheeky play from T1, like the orbital inside of Lamps there, and Stacks tanks half the damage, does catch one player off guard, but at the same time, I don't know if it's worth investing that in the 3-on-5, especially when you've got this much of a lead. Could definitely find a cleaner round to be able to make that happen. That is an example of Meteor who really hasn't made a mistake this whole game, trying to play with confidence and being punished for it. But still, for T1, who are front-running this game, they forced out a lot of ults from RRQ to be able to complete that round, regardless of the fact that RRQ really did a good job working the map and did find the right passage of play to be able to find that open A site. Still got very close.
Yeah, Orbital to get rid of the Annihilation as well as that Dimensional Drift. I think in the end, T1's going to feel a pretty good round loss. Now you have the pit cycled forward as they look to bring this one to an end. Just locking off the short position. Stacks watching over in towards Showers, but there's no players from RRQ operating that side of the map for now.
Similar setup from T1. Just with the one less player and the pit established on short, looking to punish this hookah control. RRQ was very good at making sure that they layered their utility well to not get caught off by this setup before, but there's no Dizzy this time, it's just the Yoru Flash.
Similar setup. Is Nebula going to be popped? Buzz, a couple shots out there on a timing, tucked down from DH. Still have the paint shells at the ready. Considering where he wants to send it. As Molly goes out first to go ahead and slow down the approach. RQ now starting to reassess this, but the time is ticking.
Second guessing themselves. Do have conversion paths to be able to get in.
Pushing back now. Yep, conversion path's going to be sent in. DH going to be blinded, stunned up from the back. The drop down coming through, and Buzz able to provide covering fire for 2 quick kills. Gets himself a third, in fact, before getting traded out, and Monyet is able to match. The push out, Stacks dead. So now comes down to Meteor to try to see if he can get this clutch. Hinder will connect. Actually blocks his vision for a brief moment. Oh, a bit of a mini flash, and that should basically secure the round here for RRQ. In fact, it will. 4 more to go for overtime. T1 starting to let this slip.
That is the confidence that Meteor's playing with right now. He just eats a whole saturate for breakfast and just sits on the angle, still trying to fight it.
30 seconds left.
You got a little nervous there for RRQ. I thought that we were seeing, unfortunately, the end of the game when they took that hesitation inside a hookah. You've seen far too many teams attack late into these sites against these comps with reactive utility, but it's really this man on your screen that makes all the difference. Monyet diving into the site and putting together a 3K keeps RRQ alive. And that is going to be a reset on T1 as well, so that's nothing but impact from him.
It's been a bit of a rockier go of it here for Monyet, but it's plays like that to show you why he's on that way lane. Meteor continuing to just show that he's got all the confidence in the world.
Respect it.
Just contact pushing down short with a Sheriff. Gemkin, however, the instant headshot into the spray down. That's Buzz gone.
Portal closed. Here.
Meteor has found the timing to be able to push out.
I think he actually might have been spotted here. And, well, you've got Xfero to join in, so yep, perfectly read and counteracted here by RRQ.
Like a pretty clean anti-eco. And from this point, look, only 3 rounds need to be put together to try to scrape this one into OT. I feel like RRQ, for the majority of this game, have not got the clean execute that they've been looking for, have not quite hit the mark. But if they could just get a couple of clean attack rounds at the end of this game, there's potential here.
There's my buddy.
Izu clearing the clone, backing away, tucking there within Hookah. Spike now ready to be planted. We'll see if they get able to find any value here. Xfero falls down to 5, but kill not found quite just yet.
Barrier on spawn. Only so many angles they have to watch now.
One enemy remaining.
And that's one of them. So DH just going to stay tucked here for the moment. See if he can find anything perhaps on the exits. Go sprinting forward into the spike explosion. RQ, they're going to make a very serious go of this. Xfero now going to have the Cosmic Divide online. That Thrash not needing to be used. 2 ultimates to work with here. They have the tools. Clearly, they're coming online as well. They look to try to run this into overtime. The Flawless helps bolster the economy even further.
Yeah, I think the shoe's really on the other foot now. Now you're getting Meteor pushing a lot on the defensive side and being punished, which he was fantastic at doing when T1 were on attack. We'll see if he continues to play like that.
30.
for RRQ. A couple of great ults to be able to complete this attacking side of round, but the main thing they need to consider is that T1 is one off of the showstopper. So we need to really consider orb control here, especially now that the coaches are getting involved. It's something that they will 100% be looking at and be potentially playing around. A timeout for T1. Only have the KO ult to be able to complete a retake here. So we'll see how they want to be doing that. Haven't seen too many of these KO flash plays either. Only the one to kind of re-clear long. Could see an early peek out Hookah, for example, with a flash in from the B side to try to disrupt this pacing of RRQ, which, to be fair, has been a little bit slower. So they're going to have to choose the right timing in the round. Also haven't seen T1 whip out the op yet.
Yeah, it has basically, been avoided more martial play from Buzz than anything else. Of course, the Outlaw was there for a little bit, but yeah, it's been a bit quiet on the sniper front here for T1.
Yeah, especially from Buzz, who has some of the highest Outlaw and op kills in the competition. To be fair, a lot of that comes on the chamber.
Well, asking ye shall receive. The operator is going to be there in his hand now.
Yeah, has the showstopper, so this could be a recipe for success. You get that first op kill, and if they try to chase you down, then they're going to get a face full of a rocket. This is looks like a random flash for Stacks, but really all he's doing is trying to unsettle RRQ. Make them think that there might be a heavy setup towards bathrooms, whereas T1 are really just playing from backside this round. RRQ would have to not only use a lot of utility, but also make a lot of sound, making their way back into bathrooms from that point in the round, which they're not really going to fall for.
I have to think that they just sat here saying, like, no, Meteor, he will push.
Legit. Legit. They are thinking that. Here's the Cosmic and the full execute in. And with T1 tucked backside, I mean, Meteor's already playing in front of that.
Yeah, flash to try. Delay now, getting escorted forward, then all commands. Try to see what they can get done here. DH slips forward into this smoke. Does that go red? Oh, man, the push forward, and that's Crazy Guy dead on the floor. Molly now out. Just further buy some time. The Cosmic Divide expiring. Critical fight happening here at Hookah, and it's one that Izu wins. 3v5 now for RRQ to continue to try to run this one back. Otherwise, T1, it's looking like my timeout conversion number is going to continue to advance forward. Meteor finds one yet. Saturation out here on the DH. Grabnet as well, but those both get cleared. He sets up the stim beacon. Spike allowed to get planted, but the flash into the swing, into the spray down. They'll have to break the barrier mesh, but that is plenty easy. 13-9, T1. They bust out the bind for the longest time in a while, and it still looks good.
100%. Just had such a good game plan against RRQ, who have already showed so much of their bind against DRX. This was a T1 coaching staff and IGLing diff. Great prep coming into this map of bind up against RRQ. And they're just looking better and better as we see them go throughout this season. Had a little bit of a slip up against Talon, but even that Corrode map, I was feeling they were working their way back into it. I think T1, when they have a good read, and particularly when Meteor is playing like this, they're going to look scarier and scarier. But RRQ not out yet.
No, they certainly are not. They're going to have their map pick of Haven coming up next, but still not really feeling like you're out of the woods with that pick at all. T1 have been very proficient at that map in the past.
Yeah, they've played a little bit of ISO Yoru on that map. I don't know if anyone's seen that comp before. Look, T1, well familiar with Haven. In fact, I think it was even picked into them by DFM, perhaps? I can't really remember the exact veto of that, but I'm pretty sure they should be feeling confident that they can 2-0 here. But for RRQ, we've seen them recently even beating Gen G on Haven. They have one of the better Havens in the world, so it is pretty even ground for this team. Maybe you'd even feel a little bit more confident that RRQ can try to turn this one around.
Certainly have the potential. Need to see people dialed in. Moments like this from Monette were few and far in between, but
yeah,
we're starting to kind of get the groove, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late. Jemke with that hot start kind of starting to fizzle out. And everybody on the same page here from RRQ from the outset on that map of Haven if they want to extend this to that third and final map and avoid going down to the lower bracket. Otherwise, T1 are going to be hungry for 2-0. We'll see if they can get it, but first we'll pass things back over to the analyst desk.
Well, T1 took Bind off the shelf and showed it back here in Pacific, and yeah, still looking really good and really convincing on it.
Yeah, they did a great job. Meteor especially topping the scoreboard there, but I felt like, you know, we said, why did they pick this? What's the read? And I feel like they were very prepared for everything RRQ were bringing.
So much of it. I mean, just from the first half down to the second, you see exactly what this comp was built for. So much util is just dumped over into spots where RRQ wanted to take control of, but RRQ at the end couldn't really wrangle it back.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most interesting thing for me is in this second half when T1 were defending. So we saw DRX's approach was very sit back, allow these exits to happen, and then retake. T1 was doing the exact opposite. They were playing forward, they were playing deep into these sites, they were sending Meteor walking down, they weren't giving them this space for free and catching them off before their exit was really able to hit. And I think that that's very, very key. It's very deliberate and a very smart game plan from T1.
Oh, 100%. And I find this kind of game plan a lot more exciting to watch, frankly speaking. And T1 is kind of returning to that form that helped them win Masters Bangkok. And this is what we've been waiting to see for a while now. RRQ here really struggle on this. Of course, this was T1's map pick, but still, at this point, RRQ should be able to put out a better performance.
Yeah, I mean, I think slow starts around, you know, in that first half, it was Jemkin topping the scoreboard by a long way. He ended that first half with 16 kills, but the rest of the team quite far behind there. Even Monya only really getting active into the game far too late on, and you know, you just can't get away with that against such a strong team in terms of firepower like T1.
It's a little bit weird sometimes. Sometimes you live by Monyet, sometimes you die by him.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It feels like that because you love him to be, you know, have that autonomy to just dive into places, but sometimes, you know, if he does it by himself, get punished by Meteor, then Meteor gets fed and, you know, he's feeling confident. You can't have that happening.
In fact, we just saw a lot of rounds where T1 were, you know, just being top form T1 when that all happened. Yeah, in fact, let's look at some of the highlights big time with T1 just being unstoppable.
I mean, I think this is the thing for T1 is they routinely have a habit of kind of winning these duels they shouldn't win, winning these fights that don't really make any sense. Here, Meteor takes a random swing and owns Jemkin. This fight, you know, RRQ had a great read after a timeout, go punish this B pick, both flashed up, but bang, it doesn't matter, they sit them down anyway. And then this pistol round, RRQ are ready for this pushdown. They're holding, waiting for it, but RRQ just all die anyway. It doesn't matter. That's the thing about T1 is they have a habit of continually winning these rounds they shouldn't win because they are so sharp individually, and all the util in the world coming at Buzz and he's entirely unfazed, just stands there like a turret and takes him down.
I mean, look at that. That's a lot of experience and also just confidence in how they want to play and take these fights. You saw that little blast pack, the paint shells, and also the reads that they have against RRQ. I mean, this could be a bit of prep, but this is also just them reacting to everything. Even off of the Dizzy Flash, for example, T1 have what it takes to just hunker down and spray where they need to. And it's things like that that really make it tough for RRQ sometimes because this is, you know, a very exec heavy thing, whereas for T1, like what Pilsky was mentioning during the cast, sometimes it's a little bit reactive, but at the same time, you know, they're just getting information off of like Meteor pushing, and then Buzz is already sitting somewhere behind alongside DH, tossing nades and mollies, preventing RRQ from doing what they want.
Yeah, I mean, I think we speak so much about this team's individuals, right? And I think this was the perfect map to show it. We just closed out by seeing a bunch of Meteor highlights there. Yep. He is, of course, the map MVP. Man, was he playing with so much confidence. I mean, he was just walking down. He was doing what he wants. He was playing like he was smurfing in ranked. So that's the best way to describe it.
Oh, my gosh.
And honestly, it had a little bit of these vibes here, and it just, I mean, he played like a top-tier player,
I mean,
you know, and he is.
It's also a little bit more than that. You know, there are times I think he waits for his team to take contact first, and then that's when he starts to peek out as the lurker, and that's how he finds those timings. And it's really lovely to see him, you know, being able to lurk that effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only one in Pacific who holds 2 trophies. So I think at this point, we've seen some ups and downs from Meteor, but usually it's because, like you said, he kind of needs the rest of his team to be there to help set him up for this success. Now, the second map, of course, is going to be Haven, and I feel like seeing Monyet on Haven, is when he goes into full monkey form. That's what monyet means in Bahasa Indonesian. And whenever he's on that Neon, he just causes so much chaos. And when he performs well, I think this helps lead that team into victory.
Yeah, I would expect an improvement from monyet here into this map too. But we are very much expecting a mirror matchup here. Both these teams run this double duelist with the Neon and the Yoru. It doesn't get more directly head-to-head than this. Now, I think this is the flip side of map 1. I'm very curious, why are RRQ picking this into T1? T1 were the ones who picked this into DFM last week. T1 have routinely shown that they like to play this map. So now, where are the answers for RRQ?
Yeah, that's what I'm also wondering. Honestly, it's a head scratcher big time. I have to look to you for most of this because I have no earthly idea. T1 picked into it. They also showed up this new composition, which, you know, RQ run as well, but they also kind of run it maybe a little bit differently, right? monyet loves to kind of, or RQ loves to kind of take control over a lobby. That's how they took down Gen G in the first week. T1, on the other hand, against DFM, you know, sometimes they were peeking down mid, but they were also just able to work off the information that they get around C-Long, and that's, you know, really cutting off the legs from DFM. So it's really tough to think because both teams can run this very similarly.
Yeah, I mean, I think RRQ are relying on the fact that they've had good wins in this in the past. I think they are very much playing to their own strength, and who knows, maybe they have some kind of read. They, you know, I think this is a comp that's getting more and more common, and this double duelist style is getting more and more common. So I think they must just feel comfortable to play into that. But I think a lot of it is trusting themselves, trusting Jemkin and monyet to be able to get activated on this map.
Now, we do have a super week for playoffs. It's 5 days here. We're going to go straight through Sunday. So for fans who are watching us live in the stadium here in Korea, again, whenever we do those fan cams, you can win one of these, or not even win, you just get it for participating. And we got
It does have other sounds.
That's Gen G, and that's who if RQ lose today, they're going to be facing that guy again.
I mean, you know, I should have thought in my prediction, and I should have predicted T1 because the bracket always gives us RRQ versus Gen G.
Yep. Duh.
I should have thought
Use your brain. Come on.
It's his first year on the desk.
I'm learning. I'm sorry.
But yeah, I mean, this just sucks, honestly. Whoever is going to be going to lowers to face Gen G, another monstrous team here. That said, RQ and T1, we want to see a better performance from both of these teams through this playoffs as we head towards champions. And Haven being the second destination, head scratcher, like you guys said, are we seeing any changes coming from T1?
No, this is very, very standard from both teams. Both teams running this double duelist with the Yoru and the Neon, a perfect mirror here. And I think for RRQ, it's about getting active early, especially monyet. We saw Jemkin start to fry, but monyet was far too slow into that first map on that waylay. He loves this Neon. He's so fast with it. So I think if you're RRQ, it's about enabling him.
And I have to agree as well. Big Time made a fantastic point with the fact that this comes down to the players themselves and how confident they're going to be. I mean, if T1 just carries these farm over, it's quite likely they're just going to steamroll everything.
All right, well, we're going to find out real soon if this is going to end here or if RRQ is going to bring it to a map 3. Let's send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Pilski.
Thank you very much. Here we go. T1 looking to try to secure a 2-0 victory over RRQ. And send them down to that lower bracket. Take one step closer towards Tokyo, towards champs. It all comes down to this Haven.
Picking this into T1 is an interesting one. We are going to get a mirror matchup as a result. Last time we saw T1 play this was just the other day, right at the end of the group stage. Izu was fantastic on the Neon, up against DFM. For RRQ, it's been a little while, but their most memorable game of the group stage for me really was the win over Gen G, which they might have to repeat if they falter here.
Gotta go.
Bit of a contest over middle. Pete's coming out for T1. RRQ thinking about going for a push somewhere, but nothing ends up elapsing. Instead, DH has slipped the net here and may just catch Cushy in the side for free.
Oh, he absolutely has. Plays it patiently, and right as he starts to turn, that's when the shot comes through. What a great lurk from him, but now is about to potentially get caught. No! He puts him down low, but cannot confirm the kill. Jemkin now finished off and eaten some early damage previously from a shock dart. So now 5 players strong T1. They have the spike planted, and they're looking to go.
Paranoia to get back in here as the defense, I think. But I don't know if it's going to help.
Paranoia across, the connection on the two. Drop down to monyet! has absolutely torn them apart. DH still going to be good for one more before getting taken down, but on the peak, Buzz can find nothing as Xpharaoh comes up with 3. Monyet's on his feet. He's roaring at him across the stage. And for damn good reason, what a retake.
Paranoia straight through Graffiti in sight. Monyet dives out heaven to top side into that flood smoke. And then Xpharaoh, I don't even know where he came from. He just comes running out spawn, I think, with all of that space, all of the attention that Monyet has created.
A 3v5.
Bro, Meteor's still taking pictures of people. They were not even ready for that. That's huge for RRQ. That is a big momentum 3-on-5 to give them a ton of confidence. At times, Xpharaoh can just be this big game player, and Monyet usually goes ballistic on this map with the Neon. Definitely did against Gen G. So if those two are firing up here for RRQ, you're feeling pretty good about moving to a third.
Absolutely sick. Well, DH.
Not again!
Dude, Cushy is just getting absolutely blasted by the DH at the moment. I mean, granted, yes, here's the fake teleport on the A site, turns to check it, but he loses his life, and that's going to be a Bulldog now scooped up into DH's hands.
Bro's getting straight rookie diffed right now. Unlucky. And it's Groundhog Day. T1 straight back into the A site. Rotation heard from Monyet.
Yep.
That should be a freebie.
And it is. Quick kill there. Crossing their T's and dotting their I's are RRQ. Push forward, stacks. Oh, attention, a bit of a straight headshot there.
T1 trying to shove spawn, but getting denied by the reactive utility. Nice pick from DH on the flank. This is starting to go the way of T1.
A little bit. They're desperately trying to get this one over the line and sliding forward. The right clicks take down Xpharaoh, and oh my goodness, T1 about to do to RRQ what RRQ did to them on Bind. As it's already over. Crazy guy is trying to rotate out, but DH is everywhere he needs to be. A 3K from the rookie, a tied up score 1-1.
It's unreasonable how good this guy has been coming into T1 from the academy team. But I think if you're Cushy here, you're on perma tilt this map. I don't think you can mentally recover from that. This dude has completely read you and outpositioned you to win the opening duel and crack the entire map open because the Sova is often the solo player on that A side of the map. So once your Sova goes down, everything crumbles from there.
Cover going out.
Cheer to the crowd there from Buzz. It's got to be a damn good feeling.
RRQ playing hands off. Walk down mid into grass, all picked up there by Buzz. Nice pick from Izu to start things off.
I'm finding Crazy Guy there, backside of C. Izu just bounding around, making plenty of noise here. Just keeping interest outside of garage. Meteor scaling, spotting, but not connecting. Monyet still healthy, alive and well.
Seeing the Cypher there doesn't really tell you much as the defense, who are looking to crunch grass, but too late to catch Meteor, and in the meantime, T1 will walk straight into the C site. Completely dry contact, not a single sound cue, but through process of elimination, RRQ know what's up.
Can you do anything about it? That's going to be the greater question, but Jimkin does find a nice little timing there on a stacks. Takes him down, Izu dispatches Monyet. Minor damage suffered, but still not going to be vulnerable to the Sheriff body shot quite just yet.
Trip still securing the flank here. Xpharaoh just waiting for someone to get a bit
try the
laxative. No,
the jump.
No, he's not built like that. Okay.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody actually pull it off.
Look, Xpharaoh is one of those players. He's always leaned into the monitor. I don't think he's got the moves like that. I'm not gonna lie. He's like straight nerd necking it out here.
Perhaps not. Well, could just look to try to play for an exit. There's Meteor. Oh, I was gonna say potentially at risk. And yeah, Will could take it down. Jimkin does find DH. Izu sliding through. It's the Bulldog to use. In the end, it's just going to be Cushy holding on to this Phantom and his life. He sprints over onto the A side, but T1 will now gain the lead. That being said, still a bit closer than might have anticipated. Great, all the kills there at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, they got into the site for free, and look, RRQ still kept it costly enough. Got a free opener there for Izu. DH, these early multi-frags have given him access to from the shadows. Not really the kind of impact ult that will help you play around by yourself, but there are some set plays you can do with it. Either just TPing into spawn and trying to pull the rotations, or just these quick A plays with the TP into heaven is the most common, of course.
4-player stack, though. They're looking for a big fight, a big crunch, and it's one that montage starts off incredibly well. 2 quick kills going to be found. And Stacks and Buzz, just no real opportunity to even try to get into this fight. And all they find at the end of it all is a bit of damage on the Jemkin as he falls to 44.
This is where T1 looking to activate in the mid-round. Meteor trying to catch a timing. Straight up C long, Buzz on front B here. Doesn't force his way in, but forces Jemkin back.
Trip now going to be spotted here from Meteor. Just trying to duck underneath that one, but Xfero goes ahead and gets the ping reveal here off the neural theft.
Xfero's got some dirty trips, man.
Oh, yeah. We saw him trying to get it set up.
Look, what is that? What is that?
Pretty nasty. Well, there's a spot out. Buzz going to be taken down. Now it is all down to Stacks to see if he can do anything at all here. Otherwise, RQ in flawless fashion will tie things up at 2-2.
It's exactly what they needed, especially after the slip up versus Eco. Stacks seeing if anyone's going to give him anything at all, try to keep things a little costly, but looking at the economy of T1, even if he just saves the Phantom here and doesn't feed an extra ult orb, that's totally fine. Left. T1 will just run it back in round number 5.
Well, that is exactly what he's going to try to do, as we have 20 more seconds to go ahead and wait out, but yeah.
Put that trip in your books, boys. That one's disgusting. I was watching Xfero run around in freestyle before this game started. He's got all kinds of little filthy trips, man, that I've never even seen before.
Well, sometimes you just gotta sit there in a custom lobby, just run around with a trip in your hand and see what the hell you can stick it to.
Yeah, look. Some people don't believe in that. There are some players out there like, nah, I don't know if I want to do server time. What if I just play ranked?
Well, not going to learn everything from that. Really good first shot from montage.
Yeah, that win in lobby is really going to settle things for RRQ. I think they would have been feeling a little bit thrown off balance by those early couple of rounds, but winning in a straightforward round where you're both fighting for a lobby like that really restores the confidence. They're going to do it again. Hands-off approach this time for T1. They instead will run a 3-1-1, looking for a pick. It was a triple peek onto the C site, and trying to grab themselves the orb yet again. That will be Buzz getting his dimensional drift, but RRQ have taken a lobby in the meanwhile.
Oh. A little bit of damage going to be exchanged between the two players here. Line share, it's suffered though by Izu. Xfero looking to hold them back for the moment.
They have so much confidence in Xfero. It didn't budge the rotations at all for RRQ. Even just seeing the Neon top C like that.
They're just going to peek this corner unassisted. Well, it's just going to be a jiggle out from Izu. Gets him a good amount of information, but Jemkin playing forward here behind the box. Is able to find one, and it gets out. Just teleports right back down into sewers.
Fight on front B could change things as Buzz pushes them off the line. RRQ will concede the space with the numbers advantage. Crazy guy holding the paranoia, expecting the pivot into B.
Who's next?
But instead it's going to be the dimensional drift straight through Garage. Looking for something, anything, but it's just Xfero tucked in the back of the site. That's all he's going to find.
Already got Crazy Guy quick on the rotate. Paranoia going to be sent out. Buzz now exiting, but somehow did he not spot Xfero? Either way, ends up falling to him. montage cleans up Meteor there on the exit of Garage. DH tries to do his damnedest, but only going to be good for one. Stacks with Guardian in hand. Now has his work cut out for him. Swaps it over to the Phantom, but just doesn't realistically have the time to make a go of any of this. Clone the way forward. Recon to get the ping out. This is going to be a plant for money in the end. As he gets revealed, the shorty will cut him down. So Diffuse coming through. That's going to be RRQ gaining the lead, regaining the lead, I should say, here on Haven.
Nice little retake, just playing that one by the numbers. I was just so surprised that you saw T1 with 3 players shove top C there. Xfero sees the Neon, and no one budges an inch from RRQ. They just trust this lobby setup. Must have had a read, must have had a game plan, knowing that T1 likes to go for that reclear after they open with a 1-1-3 and try to look for that C pick, get the orb, especially securing the dimensional drift. Respect to them. They don't panic. They don't over-rotate. They trust Xfero to hold down the site on his own and punish T1 when they try to make their way back to lobby. And timeout now for T1. This has been my big issue for T1 in Pacific really is just how inconsistent their attacking sides are when they're on, and we even saw them on versus DFM on the attacking side of this map. When they're running around full confidence and their game plan is working, they look amazing on attack. But when they're playing these chamber comps, or they're playing a little slower, or they don't quite have the right read, their attacks don't look good at all. And I think, unfortunately, the start of Haven, outside of that eco, outside of DH catching a couple of timings, has looked more like the latter than the former.
Well, certainly a rockier start than they could have anticipated, especially after winning out on that round 2 Thrifty. Coaching staff was likely just breathing a sigh of relief and saying, okay, we should be good to streak this one, but nope. RRQ have been very quick to reestablish some control here. Got themselves in the lead. T1 attempted a Thrifty once again here, this time full share purchase. But outlaw in hand from Jemkin could make this a very one-sided affair.
Same start to this round for both teams, really. Less of a commit to the lobby control on Meteor. He's thinking about getting back to that bind form, perhaps.
Into that smoke here for the moment. Shots just flying around Xfero as he frantically goes fishing. Ooh, swing out, Meteor spotting one, challenges in for the fight, and somehow Shots avoiding them all, but then Cushy just swings out wide around towards A lobby and is eventually able to find him. Slide forward, oh, that is a dirty shot from Izu.
He's got his overdrive now. Open sight for the plant and a Hunter's Fury to play the post. It's not undoable, really.
You need to get this a hell of a lot closer than that. Honestly, confidence being shown here from RRQ, because with the Hunter's Fury of their own, they don't opt to just go ahead and send that one out there. That wall shot onto Izu. Will bring those hopes widely to a conclusion unless Stacks can go on a crazy tear here.
He's good. Oh, he's good for these sometimes, but no, the outlaw will close things out. That was very intelligent from RRQ. The drone really flushes him straight into the crosshairs of Jemkin. So they'll complete that retake. Crisis avoided. Even Stacks, when he's having a game like this, he hasn't really done very much. Sometimes just randomly will win a 1v3 on a site like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's done that for his entire career, frankly, so. Maybe a little bit less so. I think it was probably a bit more stability in the old Breach era.
Yeah, look, Breach, he's a man with no hands. He's got big arms, but no hands sometimes. You're just a bag of util. A lobby contest here from T1 yet again. Less of a commitment to try to hold that down. RRQ switching Jemkin onto the op. Does have the dimensional drift in the back pocket. Could be comboed with the Hunter's Fury later on. Over on the other side of the map, Monya has taken all of this space and info, could tuck himself into Talon. Drone will spot out Meteor, but that's not really going to tell you very much. It's like, oh, they took A lobby control, the Cypher's in grass. Well, it's just a day ending in Y, really.
Ready to go on the swing. Xfero watching from heaven. Big crash to go forward. Clone will lead the way. Cage pop. They just kind of dance around here. Jemkin ends up getting taken down. Izu able to find Xfero at the same time. Crazy Guy will displace the flank, so Meteor dead on the B site.
Spike planted.
Stops him from having any further impact, but Moniette is just strafing forward with no regard to the sewers. Pays the iron price for it.
Attempt on the retake here from RRQ. Stacks already playing anti-dart. Ready to shoot that one.
Last player standing.
Well,
it's not much
the true
happening.
anti-dart play is to kill the archer.
Kill the Sova. That's
Yeah.
true, actually. It's a big brain. That's the kind of experience that having Stacks in your roster will bring you.
Mm-hmm. The game gets a lot easier if you just shoot the opponent.
Just really not the right tools that RRQ were looking for there. It feels very forced. Jemkin is running through with a shorty out. He does have his dimensional drift, and I'm not sure if he had a gate crash active there, but he was really just looking for a one and done. Xfero's trying to play off of the chaos that he creates, but T1 very easily swat away both of those players and just make their way into the A site and close out the favorable post plant quite easily from there.
Izu able to get in front of the relay bolt there. Similarly with the TP4, but now the Hunter's Fury going out, and that's going to be Buzz taken down. They have a gate crash set up, and Stacks as well does get tagged. That's an immense amount of information as well as value off the ultimate.
Drone going through sewer. T1 looking to double peek long, but there's still 3 players on the site here for RRQ. Only the Sova spotted. Paranoia at the ready for Crazy Guy.
Meteor trying to draw some attention, but once again, RRQ are staying kind of planted here on this site. DH able to trade one more back. Stacks finding Cushy stunned up, takes him down, and now they do get themselves into a 2v2, but he's about to be in a 1v2 because Meteor is still a world away.
Dimensional Drift will reveal the fact that Stacks is alone on the side.
Meteor needs to go sprinting right now. He's desperately trying to get over there.
It's giving him a kiss.
Pushed out into the open. Now the Neural Depth tells the story. And Meteor now has to try to clutch this one out. The op is there. He's been revealed. How are you meant to do this? You can't. T1 just end up getting a bit ahead of themselves. They're a bit too far separated, and I don't think that Meteor got the call as to how urgent his presence was needed.
I mean, yeah. I don't think he's reading the fact that it's the Yoru on that side of the map. He's well aware that someone is on C, but the gate crash really just kind of cuts any chance of Meteor being able to cut off that rotate out of the round, really. And I mean, to be fair for Stacks, he really doesn't do a lot wrong here. He gets the plant down, and he's got a Yoru basically dry humping him from the Dimensional Drift. You can't really do much about that. You can't.
No, you can't.
We've all been there.
Yeah, the Yoru just running at you. Oh, speaking of the Yoru, Jempkin here, operator noted, ping reveal, Moniette collects a kill, Buzz dead again. Xpharaoh sat here at Lumber, able to find Izu. And that's the two duelists now gone. Meteor is having a very rough map compared to what we were witnessing on Bind. Hi, DH. Goodbye, DH.
He was so switched on before, now he's left looking a little sheepish, unfortunately. And Stacks, once again, is last alive after droning and throwing some util. His whole team's dead. And assuming he will be in a moment. He's getting away with a little too much here, if anything.
Avoids that op shot, but something tells me he's not going to be able to avoid the second, so he will reroute. Silent drop down in the garage. Moniette watching. And not dying critically. There you go. Final shot. RRQ now up to 6.
T1 could definitely see them pick up the pace on the half by here. I would love to see like an overdrive, Omen TP with a Hunter's Fury, something like that. Some kind of quick set play, trying to catch RRQ on the timing. They've seen the Cypher setup already a couple of times on various sites, but that is the problem of playing RRQ. It's something we highlighted on the desk before. They're so good at moving their setup around. Xpharaoh is never in the same place twice. We've already talked about all his little trips that he has. He's having a fantastic game as well.
Oh, yeah.
He's making T1's life a nightmare on this attack.
Something like Tepitol out here. Running back the years.
T1. Haven't seen them actually go quickly into garage outside of Meteor going for a lurk, so we'll spot out the trip. That'll be spotted by the clone. That is a shot that could open things up for TH.
Certainly is. Crazy Guy is here to try to fill the space, but the Paranoia connects. Tries to stay tucked into the box, and so far he's actually gone completely unscouted. That's how he strikes. And he has undid all of the good that T1 were trying to do. Now on for the ace. The drone spotting the swing, and he will have it. Crazy Guy with a monstrous round. Guarantees RRQ a lead at the half.
He's been in great form, even his last series. When he was on breach duty, we just talked about the fact that you might not have hands. He was kind of putting up numbers. I feel like Crazy Guy's fragging has been a little bit underrated these last couple of series, and that's a perfect example of it.
Well, it certainly is. And having his moments, for sure. The chat told me he was a Teo merchant. How is this possible?
Oh my god. Such a beaten to death narrative.
Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
For Crazy Guy, though, that is an excuse for him to get loud. And for anyone that hasn't been in the arena when RRQ are playing, this guy is loud. I can hear him several floors up. In the mid-round, IGLing for RRQ. Similar opening to this round for T1. Drone into garage. The trip is there in window.
This could be a massacre. And it is. Cushy finding one. DH only able to peel off that singular kill onto the Sova. And Xpharaoh even gets involved as well, because he said, you know what, 3's better than 2. Pushing forward, Meteor will be able to find his second kill of the map here in round 11. Overdrive here into his face.
Oh.
It's a shutdown there. And one at a time for Meteor to come alive. Neural Theft gets the reveal. They know exactly where Jempkin's at, and they're going to hightail it over to the C site to get this spike planted.
Man, RRQ did everything right there. But then Meteor just busts this round wide open, and he's already got Jemkin dialed in.
He hears it all. The footsteps made. Just waiting for the opportunity to swing. Clone sent. Still has him spotted. Might even just be playing Stacks, and yeah, he will. So Stacks will go ahead and collect that one.
Was that a 3K? It was. I think it was 1 and 10.
I think he would have been on for a fourth there.
He was 1 and 10, and
Yeah.
he just busts the round wide open like that.
I think that can be that Meteor factor. And I mean, it's absolutely necessary after how this round had started.
Yeah. They try to shove Garage to pull this player in the C-Link away, make them respect that Garage control, but the problem is really that there was a trip in window from Xfero there. He had a deep trip on C as well. This guy was everywhere that round. I didn't even see that. Man is playing incredible. Quick A lobby control.
Last round of the half. No ults to work with here for the moment for the side of RRQ. Only the From the Shadows that could really come into play here. Overdrive from Izu. Hunter's Fury from Stacks.
Quick pressure on A, pulls the rotations from RRQ back across towards that A site. Now in a 1-1-3. It's only Xfero on this side of the map playing right next to his trip, but he'll undoubtedly be cleared by the drone here, and then he's in a lot of trouble.
Just going to go backpedaling here. Shock into the corner, just clears out that trip. He's continuing to play this forward just on the other side of the cage, but also within the smoke. Strong potential for Xfero to find some value, but the smoke is going to... He still snaps on to at least find one. Doing well, given the position, but now C-Site opened up here for the plant.
Yeah, you got to respect it, though. T1 have often just been running a default, not actually committing to the Gary split.
Spike planted.
Buzz lurking on the outskirts here. The timing.
Oh, the cam!
The cam toggle from Meteor is absolutely sublime, if not inadvertent. Just enough to be able to find that. As Meteor will be able to find Monyet. Izu going to be taken down, but now the Hunter's Fury just fishing forward, looking for something. As Buzz finds a headshot and has the dimensional drift to go ahead and get himself bailed out of a bad position. Gate crash cleared, but Buzz has just sat here behind him.
I'm back.
Recon sent, the spam comes through. A 3K from Buzz, a 5th round win here for T1. Down but not yet out, RRQ.
Switching sides.
We'll swap sides. Now over onto the attack where they're going to be needing to look for this pistol.
Able to trade out Xfero, the whole Cypher setup goes down. It is one of those things, it's a double-edged sword. As I mentioned before, T1 has often been just walking into Garage, doing light pressure, and often not executing behind that, but instead just being Meteor on a lurk or maybe a drone and one player. Didn't know that the whole team was sitting right behind that play. So Xfero punished for sticking around. At T1, a couple of shocking starts to some of those rounds, but they really just scraped through a couple of them. Honestly, I think 5 is generous for how their attack looked at times.
Yeah, get to a stable spot, but not a great one.
I mean, the eco win definitely helps as well.
Yes, that is true. We'll see if they can close out another pistol here off the start. I mean, obviously RRQ explosive in theirs.
There's only one right answer. No, mate. No, it's not true. It's Monyet for sure.
Well, I'd say Monyet typically does a lot of the entrying.
If Jemkin is entering, it's because he's just like slowly working onto a line. I mean, this one should be obvious, right? I don't agree. I don't agree.
What? Oh. Now I get it. Apparently I'm an idiot.
I mean, we all knew that.
Well, that's fair. But I was like, what is it trying to say? Be a Stacks?
Be a Stacks?
I was like, yeah. Get out there, be a Stacks.
You could do it.
Yeah.
I believe in you guys.
Dump
Come on.
your util.
Locks over in ranks. I promise it'll get better.
Yeah, be Stacks. Yeah, I would say Meteor Strike.
Yeah. Monyet. I've been saying hello to Meteor. We got the Yoru matchup here in lobby as well.
Shots out. Jemkin tagged up. Buzz continuing to advance forward. Has that gate crash to safety.
Cam not seeing anything in grass. Monyet feeling like he can take some space. The rest of the boys actually straight behind him. Izu trying to play up close and personal with the relay bolt ready to go in Garage. But RRQ second guessing themselves. They thought about taking garage control there, but instead will head back to A lobby to once again test Buzz.
Here.
Still just jiggling on the angle here. Slide forward. You hear that neon, you should know that the lion's share of RRQ are going to be behind him.
They've cleared grass. Great info play for Izu. Big rotation across for T1, but RRQ are making their way back. Izu has the movement to get out of here, but he's got a lot to do.
Oh, and yep, he's just going to get caught. Hopping up to try to get a peek through the window.
You immediately see RRQ go back to A. They know they've already pulled a reaction away from T1, but T1 will stay with 3 on this site. Paranoia's there.
Gambling correctly, but it's all about hitting their shots now. Paranoia goes over towards main. Everybody is pushing forward out of the sewers, now piling out of the smoke. As Buzz is only able to find 1 kill before all 3 players here have fallen.
10 seconds left.
Meteor trying to find a timing, but Jemkin is there waiting, shooting. And that is going to be RRQ. Taking the pistol here. Now just looking to avoid another anti-eco loss.
A great understanding of the rotations there. They knew as soon as they punished Izu on the grass push that that was going to be a stacked A site. And don't feel the need to really push the issue, force anything too early. They just walk back to garage knowing that give it an extra 15 to 20 seconds, the rotation should settle. They still walked into an A site. That was stacked heavily by T1, but the execution was just so good it didn't matter.
Yeah, just deathball it. Speaking of which, T1 are going to be trying to do very much the same here in mid, and we'll be able to find 2 kills. ZH on the peak from Garage finds a second, but now Stax is dead.
As the
DH is alone.
As a Sova player on Haven, I hate Jemkin for that. that is dastardly. Bro's just trying to catch a vibe. He's just trying to get an orb. He had an orb, but a classic this round. Poor boy.
Well, DH has recovered the Phantom. Ping had come down, so RQ decently aware of where he could be. Obviously, at this point, limited angles of approach. But it looks like DH may just be holding on to his little prize here.
Yeah. I mean, it's better to hold on to it here for sure, because if you die and then Jemkin's able to upgrade that, not that they would really probably know this, but the upgrade potential is better for RRQ than it is to kind of throw this away. Plus, you want to buy a rifle in the next round anyway, so just good play from DH. Who, for me, to be honest, this split has probably been T1's most consistent player, maybe even their best player.
Certainly has been making an argument for it. And really, you know, just coming into his own here on this team.
He's not going to win you the game. He's not their win condition, but he's just so steady. He always gets his, he plays his roles well. Positionally very good. Has 2+ people to coach him how to play Omen. You got Carpe, Sylvan, and Autumn who can all tell you what you need to be doing. He's got all the help he needs.
Very true. Yeah, nice little one and done. Enough to earn himself a quick little upgrade there. This time, not losing out on the early lead. Here's RRQ. Keeping themselves nice and steady so far. Up by 4 is T1. Trying to deny bonus conversion. That's a lot of damage onto Xfero there in window off the rip. Puts him down to 59.
Relay Bolt going to secure lobby control for T1. Both of the duelists over there. Buzz could gate crash over towards the C side of the map if they want to leave Izu on the info line, but Buzz will be the one to stick around.
Fake.
Setting up on the gate crash for the exit. A couple players going to be spotted. I'll just go ahead and back away. In the meantime, RRQ starting to scale forward a little bit more aggressively.
Oh, that's nice.
Single peek.
Did spot out at least one player there. RRQ going to work their way back into the middle of the map. Do have Xfero dropped off at top mid. He's having a look around, grass with the cam, which is going to allow them to just walk out window without a sound cue. Look for Meteor's timing out of garage here. If they do shot B.
Stax is pulling back away from this one. Seems like they're still going to be decently confident that this is an A hit, but now they get the bad news. They go bounding forward. TP over the top, TP into backside. Stax able to find one though. Monyet going to be taken down. The blind is there. DH drags across, but that second layer is in. Jemkin striking for 2. Able to find Buzz as well. Stax making some noise. Meteor here out in front, about to spot out Xfero. And it does avoid a catastrophe. Big round from Stax.
Perfect dart. Able to punish the Neon in on the entry. I love that variation of the B execute from RRQ though. Fast lane up over the site, over the top of the site with the double TP into backside from Crazy Guy. It's a very fancy execute that gets completely dismantled by a free piece of util.
I thought maybe with Jemkin going unnoticed there, that perhaps we would have seen a big turnaround there for the side of RRQ, but T1 doing well to go ahead, play out the anti-bonus. 3 players survive.
Ferro's got the Outlaw out. There is no light armors here.
Yeah, full buy down to have that full armor in, so you'll be reading this pretty well as far as the tendencies are concerned. It's Jemkin being spotted. They're about ready to try to swing that corner here. His orb just looks to be taken here. And Isu does find him. Jemkin down.
It's not good news for RRQ. Dimensional Drift not going to be impactful in this round, unfortunately. Jump spot for DH confirms 2 C long as well. Instantly drops the smoke on the top C choke. Doors closed for RRQ. They're going to look elsewhere.
Might just end up being another B hit here for them. Wire still in position. It's all right. And plenty of people to clear that drone. Speaking of which, their own drone to go forward. Stacks, however, smoked off, unable to clear it. Now they're just looking to try to run down Meteor, but Stacks! Oh, he's outdone Mon yet again.
Absolutely saved him, and Meteor's just like, we'll give it another crack straight back in the corner.
Go right back over here. This is my comfort spot.
It's got to be Crazy Guy to dig them out of this situation. This is an opportunity. Xfero maybe try to miss through the top B smoke, but the trip keeps him in check. There's just nowhere for RRQ to get in. 20 seconds. This might just be a save.
And even if Xfero gets his way in, still, I was going to say, has an Outlaw. He is able to go ahead and use that to put down Meteor, but
10 seconds left.
looking like that's going to be the only casualty here for the side of T1 in the round.
Had a lot of rounds like this series where it's just initial exchange and then a heavy save. Definitely less common in Valorant particularly. Like other FPS games, you see this kind of play a lot, but for Valorant, it's very uncommon.
I think it's a product of the pressure.
100%.
These players are under. I mean, we already talked about it, how much this can mean for both of these teams.
Yeah, you do not want to play GG in the lower bracket, especially if you're RRQ. A lot of history there. But we already talked about it as well. Both of these teams are in the running, champs points-wise, to be heading through to the biggest event at the end of the year. They want to knock the other team out of that running, especially if you knock them into Gen G in the lower bracket. There's a good chance of that.
And for T1, it widely feels like, you know, you secure this victory here, you're pretty much in.
Well, they got to play Paper Rex, don't they?
Yes. But just on the points alone.
Yeah, the points will definitely help.
You feel like you're going to be in such a good spot. Well, sprinting forward, Moniette looking for the entry and finds it. Stacks assassinated within the smoke. DH, however, still here, goes uncleared. Comes up with 2 kills. Izu sliding forward himself. Doesn't manage to find a kill on the Crazy Guy, but that's going to be DH now alone, repositioning back here towards the A connector. Getting revealed. Quick peek, finds one. Looks to try to dip out. But the damage going to be suffered now. Goes for the reposition. Spike plant being committed to.
Oh, he didn't get it. He got off. What?
DH just going for the drop down. Didn't quite know exactly where Xfero was at. Should have a pretty damn good idea of it now, but he cannot win that fight. Oh, so close to pulling off the heroics, but DH is not quite heroic enough. T1 hanging back now. 3 rounds separating his RQ. Trying to extend this to a 3rd and final map.
Just gets so messy in these situations. When there's that delay smoke up and a cage up on the site, you're playing this, both teams playing this double dive comp. These executes into flood retake situations get so messy. It's just chaos as we head down into a one-on-one, but Xfero is just so good in the clutch.
29-3 at the moment. Having one hell of a time as DH. He flashed off. Smoke, however, widely can be disrespected as Moniette is already out in front of that one. Hunter's Fury is going to be coming through. Meteor, however, holding his ground, able to find one. Attempt to get struck down. Moniette only going to be good for the kill here onto the enemy Omen. Takes him down at back plat. The rest of the team losing their lives on the entry, but Cushy with a damn nice shot. Now brings this one Back to very even numbers with Buzz on the peak, finding one, but Cushy getting that kill and getting them all! A 4K for Cushy! Gets RRQ to 11!
He's had a pretty quiet stage 2. For how he started out the year, that is back to vintage Cushy. Not only the agent on this map, because I remember his first couple of memorable games were Sova, even on Haven. His comfort role, just positionally perfect. He should be dead to rights with a drone staring him in the face and Meteor ready to swing top logs. And sure, he's given multiple opportunities that should never be happening by T1 there.
Absolutely unbelievable. And that's going to be the final timeout call here from T1. 4-round lead for RRQ, still 2 timeouts in the bank. So even if they start to run this back, you have a way to break the momentum.
They should be feeling very confident now. That was a round that really wasn't going well for them. The backside hold between DH and Meteor. I mean, it's just such a recipe for success, especially for these Korean teams. I feel like you see this iconic combo, like holding backside together, like Munchkin and Foxy9 is the same for Gen G. For T1 with DH's form and when Meteor is feeling himself, like they also just have these site holds that it's very difficult to attack into, just such great positional players. But you can never count out Cushy in the clutch, man. It's an unbelievable performance to really change up the momentum in this game. That breaks T1's economy. We would have been looking at a 10-8 scoreline with T1 breaking RRQ's economy, and then it's a dead even game. Like, Cushy has absolutely saved them here.
T1 now looking to try to pull off a thrifty DH. Not even sure what the hell hit him, but he's already down to 29.
Just catching all kinds of strays.
And maybe shock darts out because she doesn't have any of those available.
Clone going to spot out that it is a Cypher setup, and that bakes out the paranoia. I think if you see that, you're like, there might be a few people on C. Let's not go there. Unfortunately, that's where the good news ends, because you are still heading into Buzz with a gate crash available.
And a classic.
Okay, I thought he had a sheriff, to be fair.
Nope.
Just dancing on him.
He has absolutely nothing. Including no HP. Overguard now popped here from Monyet. The quick slide forward, the double turn back. It's a good amount of damage on the stacks. Can't confirm the kill. Izu trying to make a go of it. You see the hand roll there, though.
Are these professional players?
So quick to stay back.
Everyone's trolling right now.
No. This is just APAC, baby.
Just bee-hopping around. You don't see that in Europe. They're far too orderly. Too many manners.
Not bold enough is what I say.
They got Durka. He's pretty bold.
Well, RRQ, map point, as they look to take this one the distance. Couldn't get there in the first series, so may as well do so here in this one. So Sunset to come through to try to close this one out unless T1 can run back 5 in a row. I mean, they have every single ultimate, a full buy. If there was any round to try to get a snowball going, it would be this one.
Looking for the timing up into B. T1 set up looking for an op pick with a Cypher set up behind it, but B is open for the taking. Dart dealt with this time.
Does still get one little ping out, but they're not in position to try to get the punish there, and Monyet is just breaking wrists as he mows down stacks as well, trying to exit through the smoke. Meteor can only find one, and that now leaves Buzz and DH in a 2v4 with an operator in hand. DH swings, but cannot get a transfer. And Buzz, his position is known. Shot goes wide. You hit that, maybe a window of opportunity, maybe you start believing.
He's going for it.
Well, he needs to at least to just be able to swap a weapon out. Check all the way out. Peeks back in. Think he had gotten a spot there on the one. Taps for the defuse now, and Xfero is in prime position, but it's Jemkin to find it. 13-9 in response. Both teams finding victories here on their maps, and that now leads us over to Sunset to settle it all and see who is going to be sticking around in the upper bracket.
Very confident pick from RRQ there, and they definitely turned up in the server. Taking on T1, who kind of set the meta, set the trends on this map, and it was really RRQ to change things up to first change the ISO into a Neon and try a little bit of a different approach on the double duelist on this map, and they have shown today that they are much better at piloting that particular comp.
Damn clean from him. We weren't sure what exactly to expect coming into this Haven, given T1's performances on this map as well, but despite some very good heroics, it's a very disjointed opening half from T1, just couldn't really get off the ground in a big way, whereas RRQ looking damn comfortable. We talked about it, needing to see the step up in performances from everybody not named Jemkin, and that's pretty much exactly what we got. An ace from Crazy Guy, that massive game-winning clutch from Cushy there at the end, as well as just regular great performances from Monyet scattered throughout.
Yeah, Xpharaoh, I think, was definitely the MVP for me there. Like, setting the tone in the opening parts of this game, swapping his Cypher setup every which way on defense made it impossible for T1 to read or attack into. Definitely a big game player when he's needed. He will turn up for RRQ, so of course, especially with a game with this much stakes on the line, we will get a third map to decide it, and it will be one of the newer ones to come into the pool.
That it will be. It feels like a damn well-earned treat here that we get on map 3 between these two teams, so Sunset going to be coming up, but for now, we'll send it back over to the analyst to break down Haven.
Well, both teams ended up winning their map pick, and RRQ there really stepped it up, especially in that second half there. It's like they found their win. They found basically what gave them a lot of success back in stage 1.
Yeah, really happy to see this from RRQ, as the casters were saying we needed to see pop-offs from the players here, and they really did bring that individual level, shut T1 down on a map that they have been so good on, and showed us exactly why they were just perfectly fine to pick it.
Yeah, I can't believe that that actually happened as well. I mean, the fact that it was a 7-5 first half, but down to the end of it, it's kind of exactly like what we mentioned before the map actually began. So many individual performances all throughout, but you started to see RRQ come out with more consistent ones towards the end, and it was also like, you know, Jemkin with the ops starting to pop off, and it really shut down T1. It put them in their place.
Yeah, and as the casters mentioned, we got what we were looking for. We were looking for the rest of the team to step up and not just have the Jemkin crazy show here. Monyet contributed to that, but of course, Xpharaoh on this map, on the Cypher, this is not the first time where last week he did something very similar on that Cypher, and he just completely popped off, saving the team many, many rounds.
It was a slow map 1 for him, but really turned it around here. They had some really big impact frags to win key rounds. When we look on the side of T1 though, this is what we spoke about, where DH is the one who is consistent here. You can't go from map 1, like we take a look at Meteor, map 1 absolutely fried them, was playing with so much confidence. Map 2, he's getting hard Cypher diffed, and you're running this double duelist, and you're just not fragging. This is the big problem we see with T1 is they look brilliant when they're on, but when they're not there, it crumbles.
I mean, I think they're also kind of like getting stopped a lot of times. You know, he's trying to do the same lurks, but RQ's gotten wise to it, whereas Xpharaoh, on the other hand, was really randomized. Like, he's doing crazy trips, and it's a lot of different stuff on different sites as well.
Yeah, those first kills for Xpharaoh too, and a lot of that is exactly what you're saying. Sorry, you're about to say.
No, I was going to say for DH was the one finding the times. Look at those first 2 rounds. He's playing with so much confidence. He was the one taking these weird lurks and finding these timings.
Just
owning Cushy. So big respect to DH. He's once again, he's the one stepping up for T1.
And before this match started, we were talking about, before this map started, we were talking about Monyet and him coming back on the Neon, and we wanted to see him perform.
Yeah, he needed to step up in this map. So slow, map 1, uncharacteristically so. Now he's back on that Neon. He's able to be aggressive, and I think especially at the start of this game, he got RRQ really heated up and got the ball rolling for them.
It happened so many times, dude. I mean, just in this replay package alone, you can see it all across the map, but I think at the first few rounds especially, it was how he takes control over a lobby. It really conditioned T1 into wanting to take that space, and then that's when you have like Jemkin and the rest of them starting to shore up more on the C side, and that makes things really difficult and confusing for T1 at times. It's really tough, and once you go into the second half at the same time, then you have, you know, RRQ being omnipresent around the map just because you've got this Yoru. Jemkin's kind of lurking sometimes, sending clones into the A site, making it sound as though he's not alone. And because of that, Monette gets a lot of an easier entry into the C site with the rest of the team.
Yeah, he's able to just go, slam these sites, find those first jewels, and that is where he's at his best. He wants to have fun and be a little bit silly in the server. That is where he, genuinely, that is what he needs.
Warcry.
You know, we've had Ewok on the desk speak about it. They're a confidence-based team. He's a confidence-based player, and I think it bodes very well for RRQ that now he's feeling good, warmed up, ready for this map of Sunset.
Oh, yeah, this is exactly where RRQ wants to be right now. And the fact that this happened in the second half, they kind of ramped it up, including the rest of the team. Cushy as well, started finally fragging, getting that confidence back as well. RRQ is just one of those teams where it is very confidence dependent. We talk about all the teams in this, but RRQ is like particularly affected by this. So yes, as we go into this last map, oh boy, I'm not sure about my predictions now, but Sunset.
Both these teams sticking with similar comps all the way through. Over on the side of T1, we would expect them to run what we've just seen them play. Exactly the same composition on exactly the same players, but for RRQ, it's a little bit different, Quack.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. You do have the Waylay, but this time it's Jemkin on it, so I feel a little bit less nervous.
Yeah.
He has really great timings on that Saturate, the Waylay stun, and that can definitely throw a wrench into the plans, especially when you're running a double duelist. So it's things like that that you need to keep an eye out for, but at the same time, Monette was heating up, now he's back to a different role.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've even spoke to Monette about this on the desk of how do you manage to reset when you have to go from role to role to role. But he said it's something he's quite good on, something he's very familiar with now, and he has so many reps on the Omen, so I wouldn't expect that kind of map 1 performance that we saw from him because he's back in the comfort zone.
If anything, when he plays a duelist, then goes into that Omen role, it kind of sets you up the right way. It's very different going the other way around. And if there's something that Monette's fantastic at, it's definitely the Omen. I think he's one of the trickiest out there, really clever in the way that he uses that Omen to TP or the way he uses his smokes to control the site there. So Sunset, do you think this is going to be a coin toss there? Because, you know, the win percentage on this map is pretty even, or do you think, given what we know and how they play their comms, how are you feeling for,
honestly,
for this?
I think it's very hard to call. Both these teams have shown very strong Sunsets in the past, so it's really all about who shows up in this next map. Both teams have had players that have popped off so far in this series, but it's who's active and awake. And I think the Omen head-to-head is going to be particularly crucial. Monette versus DH, both these players starting to fry, and on Sunset, your Omen has so much to do, especially when you're defending towards A, so I think it's whoever's going to pop off more. DH or Monette, for me, is going to be the team that takes it.
That's a good point. I'm going to put an asterisk on that, though, because just based off the compositions alone, I still think this double initiator that RRQ is going to run, even though I had a T1 prediction, it's still really strong. You have Rolling Thunder, Nightfalls, just not for just attacking sites, but retakes as well. Yeah. And that's going to be an obstacle for T1. T1, you know, in order for them to have a strong map, not only does DH have to, you know, stay consistent, you need players like Buzz and Izu to still do the things that they do. I mean, I want to see Buzz on this op again. I want to see him shutting down players like Jemkin, Monette, so on and so forth.
That's sort of like map 1. We were saying that RQ had all the right util, a lot of the right plays, but T1, you know,
they did T1 things.
Yeah, just outfrag them. So that could be the case.
No surprises here in terms of composition. Both teams running with what we would expect them to run. Now, I do want to highlight Crazy Guy on RRQ. Last time we saw them play Sunset, he had a really big map, and his util is going to be crucial for slowing down this double duelist of T1. And he has to IGL a lot on this man's shoulders for the map 3.
On the other hand, I want to see Meteor as well. I mean, you saw how confident he was. He's got to come back.
Yeah, we definitely need to see that. We're going to send it back to our casters for the final map of this series for today in playoffs. Back to you, Pilsky and Achilleos.
Here we go, a map 3 to see which team is going to be advancing forward in the upper bracket to square off against the reigning world champions in Paper Rex. Who is going to be falling down to the lower bracket, and from there be at a risk of elimination. For RRQ, this one means so much for their attempts to try to make their way over to champs. T1 at least have that significant lead in championship points to try to rely on for RRQ. It's not nearly as comfortable.
Cannot go into the lower bracket, and I'm forced to face the Genji curse yet again. Oh, mid-walk here for Jemkin. The door's closed behind him, but he can just refract out.
Swings all the way back around to it.
How's Buzz got up short here?
Uncertain, but
Crazy Guy's 100% dead here. Well, someone is.
Completely unnoted. And yeah, he's going to be able to find him, knife out. Swing the corner, gets the spot out of Monyet as well, who's frantically backpedaling, sends out that paranoia, but does not connect onto Izu. The right clicks from Monyet, however, do manage to do so. Eventually, though, Monyet going to be overwhelmed, taken down, and T1 are off to the races here in this opening pistol as Buzz finds himself a second kill. Crazy Guy now dead on the floor. Jemkin Xpharaoh both approaching here from street. A bit of damage is going to be suffered. There's a swing onto the corner off the back of the flash, and Meteor not quite able to find the kill, but does get a little bit more damage in. Cam cleared out the drone, the chase as well. The ping revealed, just looking for the wallbang shots here. T1 looking to play this out about as patiently and calmly as they can. Have the angle double stacked. This DH will be able to find it, and that is going to be the closeout coming in. Easy the casualty. T1 finding the opening pistol here on Sunset.
How does this keep happening? Like, we've seen it multiple maps in a row now. Someone from T1 has just been able to gap them. I would love for someone to really dig into that. Like, is this an individual player read? Has the coaching staff seen this pistol and been like, okay, there is a gap here. There is a timing you can find here. Is this individual brilliance? Is this pre-planned? Whatever it is getting T1 so many more opportunities than they would otherwise have. A pistol win on the attacking side of Sunset here in the third map decider is huge. They also had a great attack yesterday. Oh, sorry, not yesterday. In their last game at the end of the group stage against DFM.
Oh. Well, Buzz says this is my territory.
I mean, they're playing double duelists, but they were hyper-aggressive against DFM. They were just hitting that A side of the map over and over again, beating it to death.
And that was one of the things that was causing a little bit of concern for me for T1 coming into this. Granted, there's plenty more of this map that needs to be played out, obviously. We're just 1.5 rounds into this one, but the recent performances, you know, a win over DFM. They were able to shut down that kind of hot streak from DFM just a couple days ago in their last series. But prior to that, you know, Zeta Division, which was before they really found their spark.
Yeah. I mean, for RRQ, they've had some success on Sunset against some more convincing teams. They put Gen G away pretty cleanly on this map, and Gen G are a great Sunset team. So you know this comp is legit. And it's a fun one to watch as well. How can you not love a Waylay diving in and util flying everywhere from RRQ? If they get this clean execution off, it's just great to watch. It's exactly what Valorant should be. T1, a very different stylistic approach, and you're already seeing it. They are really favoring the firepower. They are dry contact. They're in your face. And it's up to RRQ to have this execution-based utility, the fault line, the paranoia. They need to hit the right util combos to be able to shut T1 down.
Swap with the Ghost. Buzz hands the Phantom over to Stacks. He wants to go on the hunt here and try to see if he can find any kills, get some extra charges. And will not be able to do so. Basically gets an orb in death as DH now around the back. It does manage to take out two. Solid little kills coming through here from the side of T1. No weapons going to be lost here in this exchange. And we'll start things off 2-0. Put themselves in a decent position to try to get a bonus conversion.
It's exactly what you want to see from Buzz. Handed the Ghost. If you can put your duelists on the hunt or put an agent that wants to get a little bit of a multi-frag on in the late round on the active hunt to try to bash anti-eco, even if he only gets one and dies, that's two more towards an early dimensional drift, and those are the kind of ults that snowball. T1 has already proved that. They basically invented this comp with the double duelist of the dimensional drift and the ISO ult, stringing those together on Haven.
Standing ahead.
Recon in, trying to get the spot, but does get cleared by Monyet.
RRQ secure that A control. Immediate pivot from T1. They're not playing any games, straight into this B site.
You have to be ready for this tuck position. Jemkin does get the counter swing, and that's actually enough to save Xpharaoh's life for a little brief moment, but Jemkin now coming up with a second. Gives him a real opportunity, especially as Cushy wins the fight in mid. Buzz going to be taken down, but a timing found. Izu catching Crazy Guy with util in hand, stops him from sending out that aftershock. It's just he and DH now trying to hold the line and defend this spike plant.
Yeah, so much territory that RRQ has to re-clear. Coming in from spawner B main side, it's very disconnected.
Now attention from DH. Paid in towards main. Jemkin able to dive forward, gets himself across. DH challenges in for the fight, but loses his life. It's all now on Izu.
Beautiful.
Will similarly get timinged right back by Cushy. So, in the end, no bonus conversion. RRQ get themselves on the board. And they lose out on just the 2 players.
Really well played from Jemkin. Although Xfero gets folded in the site by the market split, I think Jemkin just realizes there's 2 arms of the push here, and if I just shove into B main and kill all of these players, then that's a round-winning position to take advantage of. Really, really well played from him. Not to mention that the double dash into the site with the refract back up thanks to the multi-frag was pretty important as well. Able to break that that angle being held from the market cross. That could have been problematic to try to cross back through market to B main again.
Into the buy. Easy slowed up there by the fault line. 2 players set up here at alley. Jiggle Peak spots out 1. Now Monyet's position as well is just going to be cages across, and Monyet ends up getting blinded up here at backside, but still able to hold his own as Cushy finds Buzz. Izu dead, and TH cannot get a scrap. Just the 1 casualty. That is RRQ answering back in a big way, roaring the life here on Sunset as they tie it.
It's such a different look. You see T1 run those exact kind of executes not that long ago against DFM and just absolutely fold them in the site. I've never seen T1 just evaporate so quickly. It was a really well-paced round as well. They went and took that elbow control. They're pinching into the site together, and RRQ just absolutely destroy them.
Nice, guys.
1 entry found. Quick flood back in, and RRQ just easy as you like. 4 guns surviving. In a very good position now. Going into the anti-eco, but it's a half-buy investment from T1. A fair bit put into this one. Smashing A didn't work, so let's try and smash B.
Still don't have any critical pivotal ultimates here as just spray control eventually found. Xfero gets the headshot on the Izu. Stack's going to be taken down. Jemkin finds himself a second before DH eventually gets a share of shot woven across. Meteor looking to try to see if he can spot out anything, just staying tucked here in this position as the aftershock gets sent. Spike plant not coming in, DH now gone. Meteor will get a nice little shot there at the end. Parting gift kill on the crazy guy, but certainly cannot bail them out of this round. So RRQ now in with the lead 3 rounds straight. T1 looking like just gonna let it ride. No pause on the clock quite just yet.
Yeah, I mean, their side executes are not hitting, but they haven't had that many chances at them. We'll see if going into the next gun round, they're going to try to change up the approach and run a bit more of a prolong to default. Maybe a little bit of a shove into A main from the Neon, for example, and then work the map a little bit more. Oh yeah, Op's out. I forgot about this. The refract with the Op is so good. It's again the same thing as the Yoru for Jemkin. He can play these really deep off angles.
Oh, and that's DH dead.
That's a smokes.
I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to find that shot, but he absolutely does. And now Buzz gone inside of the smoke. Monyet able to just go ahead and catch a glimpse, and it's from bad to worse here for T1.
These are the rounds that really sting on the attacking side.
I mean, a snappy headshot. The kill not to be found.
Oh, the B side will be. Only 2 players surviving. Drone will clear everything out, so they've very well defined what space they have and what space they don't. They've seen the retake trip as well.
Doesn't get the spot on Xfero, though. He plays deep enough in towards market, so Stacks about to just face in, and yep, Xfero just has the advantage.
Wow.
Jump spot in to the feet plant, and that's Jemkin hitting another nasty shot. RRQ now stretching that lead up by 2 and in flawless fashion.
Really doesn't take anything special there. Just an op on a pretty standard line, and then Buzz from the 4-on-5. I don't know if he had gate crash up or not, but he probably, especially seeing the smokes dies, feels a little bit more pressure to make a play. Somebody has to turn this round around. You start to see all of T1 individually walking out on lines. First it's Buzz, then it's Meteor, then it's Stacks. And one by one they fall like dominoes.
Nice one, guys. Give to con, guys.
The timeout call having to be used here from T1 once again. Early signs of weakness being spotted and exploited here by RRQ. So the pressure really starts them out. Obviously, coming off the back of that opening map win, probably going to be feeling pretty good, but as RRQ just whittled away at them on Haven, it's got to start affecting the mental game.
The game gets really hard from here for T1. They've got to try to work their way back into this half. Not only does RRQ now have the ults to play with, they've got the op-out, they've also got a very strong economy. These rounds have not been close, guys. They're not taking guns out of RRQ's hands. They're going to have money for days. So for T1, it's going to take gun round on gun round on gun round to work your way back into this attacking side of Sunset. And not only is the coach having some input there, you need to say, guys, switch on. We can't just be getting picked for free going through the map, but now we have to try to design a round that's going to find some success for us. It isn't the full investment here. Meteor's got a Phantom and some light armor, and we've got a couple of ults to play with. So this is a round that RRQ has to respect. It could be potentially dangerous. They're going to really fight for mid quite heavily here.
The overdrive certainly could come through, but oh my god, Jemkin. Another Jiggle Peak shutdown. Monyet just relocates in towards Market, out safely.
Just close the door and disengage. Buzz has all of Elbow, you've got all of B main. But that doesn't do you any bloody good right now. All going to be broken. At a minimum. Shock to top, mid to clear a trip, which is just non-existent right now. And T1 at least have a foothold in Elbow, so they're going to try to get into this A site. It'll be given to them. So that'll be something, but RRQ's retake's looking bloody scary. Nightfall, Rolling Thunder, Convergent Paths, if they even need to use any of that.
I'll return.
There's a flash on a recon in. Paranoia, send it cross. No one getting caught. Lion share the pressure here on Meteor's shoulders, given that he has that Phantom in hand. It looks like they're going to Nightfall forward onto this one.
Spawn push as well.
Meteor scaling forward here, and Street is able to get the jump onto one. Buzz at the same time able to find two. Monyet, Crazy Guy, both going to be taken down. Weapons now recovered, clear the Prowler. And this round might just end up getting away from RRQ. The swing out, trying to steady, and eventually does manage to do so, and Meteor goes crazy to get them the Thrifty.
RRQ, I mean, I don't even know. It's a 5-on-4.
Yeah, 4v5 Thrifty conversion.
And you can't complete that retake.
Slow-mo, please.
It's a great opener from Jemkin, it has to be said. But this is perfection from T1. Actually, this reminds me of a round where RRQ on Ascent versus Team Secret on that big comeback, chucked into backside with Stingers. That's how you do it. You don't wait for the other team to come into you with the rifle advantage. You go and make a play somewhere. You get active with the Stingers. Credit to T1. Well, very well worked from them.
DH.
Not again, man. Please, we've learned our lesson.
Smoke off the angle.
Back in a flash.
He's got the refractor ready.
There you go. Dimensional drift.
Dimensional drift coming through. He's trying to get up and over the top, but okay. Well, they will still confirm the presence here all the same. There's Buzz. Sprinting forward, spots out Xpharaoh. Nothing else seen here on the site other than the trips. They're now cleared.
Big ults on the retake here for RRQ. They need to use them effectively. And for Team 1, I want to see them disrupt again like they just did with the Stingers.
A deep pull back here from Stax, but no Hunter's Fury. So it looks like he's going to re-swing clear through mid in towards Market. As Paranoia going to be sent in, and Jemkin up and over the top. He's catching DH completely off guard. Convergent pass out coming through. Meteor going to be good for the instant tap there onto one, but Izu with that overdrive popped is just mowing him down and zapping him to death. 3 kills for him to bail him out. We're tied up at 4-4.
It's exactly what you want to be seeing from the Neon. Getting active with the overdrive. RRQ trying to come heavily through Market there. Great movement from Jemkin to be able to open things back up. Some great utility. Not only the Rolling Thunder, but also the Convergent Pass connecting very heavily on the retake. But when you've got Izu running around on backside and taking this duel to trade his teammate very well as you try to make your way through Market, that makes all the difference.
And these are the kind of rounds that start building up that momentum and really start swinging the mental state here from one side to the other.
It's another gun round. It's just such a tense game. It's going to be a banger playoffs if this is the first round. Mid-control taken by T1.
I mean, even the first series, sure, the first map, a blowout, but then we got a 16-14 overtime.
Yeah.
This is just day one, and as the teams get more desperate, more hungry for those victories, I'm expecting even better performances. Jemkin going to be noted. Izu, slides right in for the headshot. Xpharaoh will be able to trade it back, and Crazy Guy gets the trade up, but DH is able to go ahead and take down the enemy breach. Looks for a little bit more. Spike still in hand. Xpharaoh still lingering around backside.
RRQ still has control of backside. It's got the defensive smoke to be able to play around. Buzz making a play into market as the spike goes down.
Looking to try to set up a crossfire here, and Monette not looking to try to scale in that direction. TP to get tucked. Sparrow, ooh, getting spotted. DH, fast enough to get that readjustment. Smoke going to be set up, Paranoia going to be sent out, and they are just not quite looking for him. He finds himself a third before getting taken down by Monette, who now has to play this out in a 1v2. Spotted, finding him. Buzz gone, looking to just try to hold this one up to half. Stacks counting, and plays it to perfection. Closes out the round, but it's another narrow margin.
Great on the entry there for Izu. This is exactly what he did against DFM. This has been one of his better Neon maps for sure. Able to punish Chempkin, deny the Omen TP, and wrestle control of the back of the site for at least a moment. RRQ did tuck in there, but that's where you're putting DH in a post plant. Tucking himself in. He's been so good in these XVXs. Like, I think about how clutch Stacks and Meteor are, but DH is amazing as well. You get a timeout for RRQ here. Credit again to T1. Post that timeout, they really started to get rolling on the attacking side of rounds, and it wasn't even, I wouldn't even say it was necessarily a macro adjustment, really. They converted that 4-on-5 from elbow with a really nice on-the-fly play, and then they just kept smashing market to B, even when it didn't work. There's market to B, market to B. It's the most T1 thing ever on attack. Just do the same thing over and over again.
It just feels like they've just, I don't know, something's clicked and they're like, oh yeah, we're supposed to, we're shooting them in the face. That's, yeah.
Like,
forgot about that.
I think it's something that's kind of underrated, to be honest. I think a lot of, like, I think the layman often watches these games and is like, oh, that play didn't work. We went the A site, it didn't work. Let's go B this time. It's like, no, sometimes you go A and something goes wrong and you're like, okay, it wasn't because the strat was bad. We just run it again.
Yeah.
Just do it again. Make that small adjustment and it'll work this time. And credit to T1. I mean, they've been shut down on that market play, but this time they make it work beautifully. Up to RRQ now, though, to make some adjustments. They're only on the half bite.
Yeah, basically first time that they're going to find themselves in a wonky state here economically. But Monette, quick peek, and that's going to be Buzz shut down.
Sphero and Jemkin in the back of the side again.
Smoke dissipating, Jemkin looking for that hit, sends out the saturate, and they're going to be backpedaling into it, he's got him lined up. Now it just refracts out to safety. Still here at backside. Shuck sent the try to delay the camp. Not quite getting cleared out. DH dead. Jemkin finding himself a second. They just cannot get these kills to come through. Meteor doing his damnedest. Comes up with a third, but that's now all on Stacks, and both players have full HP. And somehow, some way, RRQ, they are able to convert this effective, thrifty round to tie us up at 5-5.
Yeah, great timeout. You notice that Buzz gets isolated over on that A side of the map. He's been on the aggressive lurk on the Yoru multiple rounds in a row. I don't know if that's something that Ewok and Warbirds pointed out, did see. I think there was a haunt actually as well from short there to set up Monette for the peek out elbow. He's found that timing perfectly. That's a great read post timeout, which puts RRQ at an advantage. They're able to convert, even with the weaker weaponry.
Well, as the pendulum swings, it's now T1 who are looking to pull off a thrifty themselves.
Oh, hold on.
Yep.
Sometimes it's awesome, sometimes it's terrible.
That is just the duality of the play, as well. Meteor's trying his luck. He's collected the Bulldog.
Yeah, that's probably what he's looking for.
And now he's re-peeking the opposite side. Okay, it was actually Monette who finds that kill. As Stacks just able to find the one. So RRQ 6-5 now. Looking to go 7-5. They can get through one more buy round of T1.
It's, again, the most T1 thing ever. Like someone just trying to shove top mid, and it's like, let's try that again. Let's do it again. The triangle goes in the circle hole, and the square hole, and the triangle hole.
Yeah.
Let's grab it again. Steady from RRQ though. Chance to split the difference now at the end of the half here. It's been bloody back and forth.
Oh, well, here's a curveball.
Opts out for Xfero on B solo, and he's got all of his trips in mid. Buzz denied entry into A main. They've just got so much map control, RRQ. They've got all of A, they've got double trips on mid, and an op in the back of the site that you're not expecting. And what did T1 do? Let's go market to B again. Let's run it back.
Yep, regular door. Gate crash just in front of main. Sparrow dancing his way back over towards Bulma.
Go, go, go.
As the trip gets cleared. Narrow window to try to watch here. So far, he's playing that out quietly. He's playing it out patiently. So there's the jump up. Oh, it's going to be a leg shot. Izu actually slides in, manages to find Jemkin, but the counter spray from Monyen does manage to take him down immediately at the same time. Over on Cushy, as we're just going to go blow for blow. Now it's going to be a Rolling Thunder crashing across the site. Aftershock sent in to try to delay. Stacks avoiding the damage. Buzz here behind the box, but DH out from main. Is just delivering a world of pain. Swing in and Xpharaoh finds the first.
Taken out.
Tags one with the cam. He's looking for it, but he doesn't know where Stacks is at. He's absolutely lost him here.
Cage triggered.
As the cage will get popped. Spray to come through. Pushes past it. Oh my God! Nearly gave me a heart attack, and I'm sure that Stacks feels the same. 6-6, we are perfectly balanced here at the half.
It's lovely stuff from T1. Really back and forth. I think RRQ, I didn't catch whether there was any counter utility, but I felt like that Rolling Thunder caught two people, and then there was just no follow-up. I don't know if there was a paranoia across market or whether T1 threw out a little bit of counter utility that made RRQ a little bit trepidatious of actually capitalizing over that, but I felt like if they just stormed in on the retake into the Rolling Thunder, they had some fish in a barrel there.
High tension here at the halftime. Tied up, and a lot of this could very well come down to this next pistol.
Just really can't separate these two teams on Sunset right now. It'll be RRQ over onto this attacking side. Gonna have Jemkin Waylay flying everywhere, set up well by utility. It's going to be Prowlers with Breach Util honing in on whatever that's locking onto with a Waylay to follow up. Going to necessitate some aggression with the double duelist here for T1. They got a lot of pace behind this comp. You can see quick tiles plays. You can see them running down mid really quickly. Should be a very entertaining half of Valorant.
Great to see. Nice little representation out here for Crazy Guy.
He's got doubled up the Vietnamese players in Pacific. Got Nizzy on Team Secret now. And he, honestly, for a rookie performer coming into an underperforming team, he had some pretty damn good games.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Let's see how he fares now, shifting over to the attack with this Breach. As Izu. Okay, quick little jiggle out. He's actually going to slide off this one. The Paranoia goes across, and it's just a beautiful combo. Buzz's flash layered in as well. It's Cushy dead.
All it takes is just being one toe out of position with these set plays, and you can be caught. That is the pace of the Neon and the Yoru. Door now being worked at by RRQ as they turn their attentions towards mid, but T1 are already ready for a little bit of a crossfire, maybe a little bit of a push down in the mid round if they're denied info.
Clearing back over. Towards this A site. DH going to be forced back into the alley.
Xpharaoh could catch this mid walk.
Trying to set this up. Izu just hits the one tap. And immediately you've got so many players from T1. Everyone clustered up now to try to counteract this push. DH swinging out. We'll find a bit of damage. Headshot there from Buzz. Jemkin managing to trade back too, and Crazy Guy gets involved as well. You've got Stacks from out wide to go ahead and gun him down. That's T1. Closing out the opening pistol the second half and regaining the lead.
I mean, it all comes down to DH playing that info line. That's why no matter how many players RRQ cut down in the site, there's just another bloke there. You get a kill, there's another guy. Credit to Izu, very switched on there, clearing out the lurk. They dropped off Xpharaoh in mid after that A play went wrong. And credit to RRQ, there was some good shooting back into this one, but you can't make your way through all 5 players. Even if Stacks doesn't get that second, Meteor's ready to swing out of the smoke.
Heavy contest here as Izu going to get spotted out, has to backpedal. Even then, Classics through the box, not really going to be able to find too much damage, but plays it safely.
DH maybe holding the Paranoia off of Buzz's contact.
Oh. Up and over, and DH only going to be good for one, because she does manage to go ahead and take him down. Marshall shots going wide. Jemkin making a second kill here for RRQ as they're just looking to try to overwhelm. They're doing a damn good job of it. Cushy perfectly healthy. Does have the Marshall. Meteor's down to 10, and now he swaps it over for a Bulldog.
Got the C's. Haunt's about to come back up as well. Dart 2 seconds away as the drone goes in.
It's a safe plant. Drone getting the spot. Still double shocks available, and that lands right at his feet. Perfectly placed from Stacks. And well played from Meteor. Gets himself 3 here in the round. Still going to be a good amount of damage dealt here from the side of RRQ, but T1, they do get up to 8.
A perfect util to minimize the risk of the clutch. That was getting a little bit dicey. Thought we were on for another eco win, which, to be fair, at the caliber of these two teams has been unbelievable, the amount of classic wins we've had today. This should not be happening.
Yeah, buy the bundles, goddamn. They're hitting different.
Seen a lot this stage in general. Even DRX, I remember them winning multiple ecos. It's getting a bit out of hand. Not only do we have some shooters, even classics have hands in this region, but I mean, maybe it says a little bit about the way we're anti-ecoing as well.
There they are. Okay.
Yeah, that's...
Any,
couple of guys there.
Does anyone want to shoot the dart?
No one wants to play chicken.
Right there.
It's just a bonus round here for T1, and not a scary looking one at that. The Bulldog and the Guardian are going to be the weapons you're most concerned about.
I mean, honestly, though, they get revealed, and now they're just swinging back across to the A site. We've got DH by himself.
Yeah, I mean, well established that the Omen will be playing this exact position over on elbow, and you've seen them work their way into tiles so that the breach can have an angle to get a good fault line off. Multiple times now. Crazy guy in middle, fault lines up. Let's see if that is what they're going to go for or not. You can see T1 is ready to pounce on that. Cam gets cleared in market. Prowler confirms that at least the Omen is still there.
I mean, all these footsteps being heard. Paranoia right now about to crash across onto 4. The relay bolt is there as well. DH is dipping out the fast lane to cover the exit here from Izu.
30 seconds left.
They get one, they get out. Sliding back around the corners now. The slow push out of the smoke just has him dead to rights.
Wow.
Sparrow can only find one. Moniette, Cushy to try to fight their way back into this one, a 2v3. The tap, but no commitment and no chance in hell. A 3K from Izu, a monstrous round from T1. They convert the bonus. Now they find themselves up by 3.
That is perfection from DH. On that info line, yet again, it's the pistol all over again. As RRQ, you continue to try to shove into A main and you eat a relay bolt and a paranoia again. And the counter utility is too slow. And from that point, they try to force their way out elbow and up short, and they're running through 2 smokes. With the rest of T1 already flooding into position. RRQ just, they can't deal with this A info line. Oh, it's
Should I do it again?
Yeah, why not? It's funny.
Attention passengers. We would like to request that you shoot the dart, please.
Oh no, we're walking into mid. We're walking into mid as well. I mean, I feel like RRQ are falling apart at the seams a little bit. Not gonna lie, it's going bad to worse.
And it is.
The thing is, like, I was talking about it before. They have a Fade Breach comp. They have this execution-based utility. If you get a really good read and you get a good couple of util combos off, you're off to the races. Unfortunately, the reality is T1 has had the better timings and the better util this half.
Enemy remaining.
And right now, the better lurks as well. 3K from Buzz, Dimensional Drift online going into the next. Team 1 find themselves at double digits.
The paranoia and the relay bolt has hit every time. Every single time. It's the things that you drill in practice over and over and over again. When you take A main, you're going to run into this situation every single time. We see the Omen there. It's either the Omen solo, he falls away to sight, or they have a trap. If they're playing a trap, you need to be better about the counter utility and what your protocols and reactions are to seeing that utility come out. You cannot be losing a player to that every time because it's very common. If you're one of the better teams in Pacific, you're one of the better teams in the world, and a team that has won Pacific, has been to these international tournaments, you need better execution than RRQ is showing right now.
Final timeout call from RRQ. A last-ditch effort, potentially a Hail Mary. sent to try to turn the tides of this map that is very steadily getting away from them. And we've seen the rally back, but we've also seen the crumble from RRQ as of late, allowing for Team Secret to get their way back into that opening map of the set.
Yeah.
And the recovery to be able to absolutely rinse them in the next two. We need to see that one, that latter half of RRQ. They want to make a recovery here.
They're just a fickle team. Like, I was hoping that they would have broken that curse and broken the pressure issue after the Pacific win, but it's just continued to plague them at times.
Convergent paths, one away. Nightfall for now. Only ultimate available here to the side of RRQ. Izu getting absolutely shredded here. This gets taken down to 8 HP, but they're continuing to fight here over Main and Buzz. Oh, he's just torn them all apart.
Wow.
He goes back in for more.
It's just a perfect read from T1 again. They hold the trigger on the utility for an extra 5 seconds. They force the refract away, and then again, in A main, the Paranoia and the Relay Bolt connects with 3 players, and they get wiped.
And you have the prep right now from T1. Having the reads like this, it's looking so damn good on this defending side. Meteor may be getting timing. I think a gun barrel was spotted. But do you even try to go for this kill? Do you want to alert them to your presence with 48 seconds remaining in the round?
You'll take anything at this point. You'd take absolutely anything.
I mean, I guess a kill and then a death that would get you to your ultimate, but oh, it's...
This game's over.
Look away.
Unfortunate. Like, T1 just way too good, man. 100%. Like, the reads, the prep that they had for bind, post-timeout, they've had the perfect answers every single bloody time. Respect.
And to just counteract it on your opponent's timeout, their final timeout call.
Yeah.
To have the exact right read, and to have it end like this. I'm not sure if the call was from Stacks or from Autumn. Maybe just said, A main looks weak. Crunch them.
Love that horn. Up onto the little clothesline there. Lazy Susan. RRQ into B main now. Trying to pick up the pace a little bit into Meteor's site. They're into his domain, but inside of the site, Monya, he's actually able to create some magic there.
Strafing across with the Singer in hand, able to break the aim. Meteor does get taken down. Izu forward here, likely, spotted! This managed to find one, but Stacks! Going to try to turn the tides here. Puts DH now in a position where he has to clutch a 1v2. Paranoia still here in his hands. TP's down below him! What an unbelievable play! Tucks away, they're both tagged up, but the decay is starting to wear off. 10 bullets! The right click, no! It doesn't come through! One hell of a shot from Cushy to get the thrifty for RRQ.
I don't even think they registered that TP could go that far. That is a timing thing, guys. The way the shrouded step works is dependent on your elevation. He's sitting inside of the smoke. I don't even think RRQ clocked that he could possibly TP to the low ground at that range. I know it looks crazy that Monya is not even ready for that, but like, why would you be?
Sure.
How does it even go that far?
I mean, I had no idea where he was going either. I can't put the blame on Mun yet. You just have to sing the praises of Cushy to stop it from finding the ultimate value in the round win.
Very near miss there. Trip cleared in the back of B main by Stacks. Quick pacing from Jemkin straight up into top mid, and the rest of RRQ shoving through market now.
Forces them back to Paranoid, buys a bit of time, but DH has to reposition once again. Meteor, however, going to be taken down over at Boba. Xpharaoh able to find that kill. Now the neural theft is going to be coming through. Relay Bolt going to be sent out to try to delay it. DH with a quick shot into the smoke. A quick headshot found. Stacks, good for one more. The Jemkin scaling forward. Stacks just cannot get things aligned fast enough. Buzz now arriving here in the dimensional drift. Popping out, trying to find it, but Cushy just a little bit faster. RRQ might just be finding that groove.
Just way too late to the party. I feel like T1, they're trying to force the end of this game. Could have just waited for the Dimensional Drift to have more impact. They even have a boatload of ults they can combo with that. The Dimensional Drift with the Overdrive coming back in, or the Hunter's Fury. Meteor, unlucky, gets counter-spammed straight back through the smoke. They had a nice little crossfire, to be fair. Like, T1 are in all the right positions to be able to defend this site hit. But that's where RRQ, the spacing is perfect, the pacing is perfect. And they trade each other super well to come break open that side hold. We've got it down. We've got it down, Pat. We've got a game.
Now we do. Convergent pass as well. There's that rolling thunder. I mean, you can just trap people in the goddamn air.
Yeah, why not?
Send out one after the other. They're just going to be floating.
Buzz has got the op out now. On this info line towards elbow. They haven't seen the op yet. It's always been the Omen here.
Op today, though, hasn't been the cleanest. If he gets shut down here, that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Is ooh, Jemkin quickly slotting back with the refract.
Need a Prowler here. We cannot be dry peeking into the op. The smoke's down for RRQ.
Prowler to check, and he gets the collat!
Spike down A.
Oh, Buzz has just absolutely dominated them. I said it hadn't been looking great today, but that has certainly made up for all of the shortcomings previously. As it's a minuscule line, one that he pulls off of, but ooh, got the spot out there. On to Crazy Guy. T1 incredibly well poised to take this now up to match point.
The longer they stall, the closer that DH gets on the flank here.
Slowing them down.
Saturate going to be sent. The shorty is drawn out. Jemkin, however, dead on the push, and DH finds Crazy Guy wrapping around the back of alley. The previous round, maybe a brief reprieve here for RRQ. T1 now hold all the cards. Match point is theirs, and they have 4 ultimates behind this.
Just a changing up the angle there for Buzz. RRQ, they want to go quietly. But Buzz with the gate crash active, this is what you can do on the Yoru. You can disrespect the utility if you're confident enough, if you're bold enough.
Nice! 유병철 carry!
Oh man.
Well,
T1 on the verge of this upper bracket.
Stax now has the op in hand, something that you never really see. Izu rushing forward, dead. Great little tuck-back trap set up here from the side of RRQ. Hunter's Fury crashing across. Stax desperately hunting for something, but cannot find a damn thing. There's plenty of damage out. He does manage to get a shot in onto Xpharaoh. Despite the early kill, that does bring us out into a 3v3. The neural step now starting to go through. And oh, it's a double shock! A collat in the previous round into that from Stax. The TP to the top of the box. The death stick a fork in them. They are done. T1. These last few rounds absolutely demolish RRQ. And they will stick around here in the upper bracket and advance forward to play against Paper Rex.
Gonna have another crack against Paper Rex after their last outing. Did not go so hot. For T1 though, that's gotta be a feel-good moment. Knocking RRQ into the lower bracket. Getting a little closer to Champions Paris, not only by just moving on through the upper bracket, but also eliminating one of their competitors. Now teed up in the lower bracket is RRQ versus Gen G. Both two teams very high on the championship points, and one of them will be knocked out early.
And what a fated match that will be. The pressure higher than it's really ever been for either of those teams. But this also means that we get a matchup between our 2 Masters winners this year.
Again?
To see who's going to be advancing forward even further. Who will be falling down into that lower bracket. But for T1, a big victory. A sigh of relief, and for RRQ, it's back on the grind set. We're going to go ahead and set it down to Jen Lee, though, on the stage, who's going to be standing by with the winner's interview.
And it is T1 claiming tonight's victory. Congratulations, Sky DH. I'm gonna need you over here. 네, T1의 DH 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
GG's DH 2-1 against RRQ. A nice win to start the playoffs with for T1 and also your very first Pacific playoffs match. So tell us all about how it was today. 승리 축하드리고요. 2대1로 RRQ 상대로 승리를 가져가게 됐는데 기분 좋은 승리이기도 하고 또 개인적으로는 퍼시픽 플레이오프 첫 경기이기도 했잖아요. 어땠는지 소감부터 들려주시죠.
사실 오늘 2대0으로 이길 거라고 생각했는데
네.
헤이븐에서 되게 좀 실수들이 많았고 조금 부족한 부분이 있어서 가지고 좀 힘들게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. Well, yeah, I actually thought we were gonna 2-0 RRQ, but on Haven we had some mistakes. being made, and there were some stuff that were lacking, so I guess we need to fix that. But I'm really happy that we got to win tonight. Now, let's talk about Bind a little bit, because you are on Brimstone, and no double duelists from T1. Izu's finally playing something else other than the duelist. So talk to us about the idea behind this Bind that you guys haven't played in quite a while. 바인드에서 갑자기 브림스톤을 하시더라고요. 그리고 이제 투타격대 조합이 아닌 이주 선수가 스테이지 2 들어서 타격대가 아닌 요원을 처음으로 선보이기도 한 건데 약간 바인드 조합에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단 저희 처음에 바인드 조합을 고민하다가 일단은 원래 저희 스테이지 1에서 쓰던 조합을 썼었거든요. 지금 조합에서 바이퍼 대신 바이스 썼는데 뭔가 부족하고 좀 아쉽다는 얘기들이 많이 나와서 새로운 조합들을 테스트 해보다가 이제 바이스를 바이퍼로 바꿨는데 괜찮게 돼서 이걸로 쓰게 되었습니다.
브림스톤도 어땠어요?
브림스톤 재밌어요. 이번에는 안 하니까 재밌어요 브림스톤.
Well, yeah, initially when we were looking for a comp to run on the bind for stage 2, we actually went back to the comp that we were using for stage 1, but some things were lacking, so we decided to switch things out with the Vice to the Viper. And also, I'm really happy that we got this win, but Brimstone was definitely fun to play because I didn't have to play Omen as well. Now, you joined this team in the beginning of stage 2. You have consistently showing up for the team. So when it comes to the personal growth for you as a player, how much do you think you've grown? And in what aspect do you think you've grown? 스테이지 2에 T1에 합류하게 됐잖아요. 정말 근데 콜업된 신인이라고는 믿기지 않을 정도로 계속해서 크랙 플레이도 내주고 있고 굉장히 꾸준히 활약을 해주고 있는데 스스로 선수로서 어느 정도 성장했고 또 스테이지 2 동안 어떤 점들이 많이 성장했다고 느끼시나요?
스테이지 2 와서 이제 형들이랑 하다 보니까 조금 스스로 이제 잘해지는 부분도 있었고 제가 원래 크랙 내거나 그런 플레이들은 원래 예전부터 해왔던 플레이이기 때문에 바뀌지 않고 했던 것 같습니다.
약간 떨리거나 부담되거나 그런 것도 없나요? 플레이오프이기 때문에?
그런 거 하나도 없었던 것 같아요. 그냥 집에서 게임하는 것처럼
진짜요? 오, 담대한 심장을 가진 사나이. 알겠습니다. Well, I was able to learn a lot of myself as well, playing with the T1 boys, and it just, you know, the playoffs didn't really add any pressure to me. It just felt like I'm playing Valorant at home, and I think I'm improving a lot as a player. So yeah, it's definitely been a learning season for me too. Now, lastly, I feel like next match would be a great test for you personally and for the team because you play Paper X again. And the last time you faced them, they came out on top. So what's the rematch going to look like? 다음 경기 얼마나 또 스스로 성장했는지 테스트해볼 수 있을 것 같아요. 페이퍼렉스와 다시 만나게 됐거든요. 저번에 만났을 때는 승리를 내주게 됐는데 이번에 리매치 좀 어떤 경기 예상하시나요?
일단 저희가 페이퍼렉스한테 지고 난 이후 좀 얘기를 해봤는데 제가 그런 말이 많이 나왔어요. 다시 붙으면 무조건 2대0으로 이기겠다.
네.
그런 말이 나와서 이제 2대0으로 쉽게 이길 것 같아요.
알겠습니다. Well, after losing to Paper X in week 1, when we talked about that match, everybody just kept saying, you know what, the next time we meet them, we're definitely going to 2-0 them, 100%. So I think indeed the next Paper X match will be a banger and we'll definitely win 2-0. Now, thank you very much, DH, and good luck in the Paper X series.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 해서 DH 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
Woo! What a way to kick off playoff with this series to end day 1. This was really close, and we were very unsure about Sunset because both of these teams have showed great Sunsets in the past, but T1 ends up pulling through on top here, and we have a couple of players I think they should be thanking for that, including Meteor and of course Buzz stepping up at the very end with those up kills when RRQ started coming back. That really stopped everything in its tracks.
Yeah, did a wonderful job. This game was really close, and then we move across to that second half. T1 win that pistol, win that bonus, and then really start to pull away. Know how to use that momentum very, very well there. And like you say, I think we speak about the individuals all the time. We've been speaking about it all day, and they really started to pop again for T1 when it really mattered most in this map 3.
Yeah, map 3, oh my gosh, it gets a little bit chaotic at times, but you really start to see a lot of these players from T1. I mean, a lot of these moments and rounds where sometimes it looks unwinnable, but they're able to kind of pull off clutches or insane moments, even almost clutches. That round where DH was able to throw out the paranoia and TP across the site. That was insane.
That was so cool. And for DH to take Monyet off guard with that, the casters expressed exactly the same sentiments we were sharing in the green room. Was like, I didn't even know Omen could TP that far, and I think Monyet might have been thinking the same thing. Yeah, so this is a close series for RRQ and T1 here. RRQ, unfortunately, kind of finding their footing, their steam, and their momentum a little bit too late in the series.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, when we look ahead for RRQ now, of course, once again, they have to play Gen G in an elimination game where they've been there before, okay?
Many
times.
Those
two teams know each other very well. So, in a way, they must have seen this coming, like in a prophecy sort of manner. But yeah, I mean, they're going to be sad now. Their kind of first life here in the playoffs has been taken away by T1. And T1, of course, progressed forward against PaperX. But here in this game, Buzz, topping those charts, did a very, very excellent job. Jemkin trying his best there, but it wasn't quite enough for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, maybe not too much. It's still good. You can still see that he still has that form. He's able to take these picks all throughout the entire series today, especially with the op kills. But ultimately at the end, like, it needs to be a whole team effort. You saw some rounds where, like, even after the coach timeout, RRQ were doing, let's say, questionable things, you know, pushing the one way.
We saw them just walk through that one way and they all eat that paranoia and get mowed down. I think that by that point in the series, they just kind of lost their heads. I felt like the momentum was leaning too far in the favor of T1. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough for them moving forward. You really have to feel for RRQ in this one.
Oh, absolutely. And like you said, they're going to lowers with Gen G. That absolutely sucks. But T1, on the other hand, moving forward to face PaperX, I really like today that we've seen Buzz now go on to other agents other than Chamber. Go back to the other duelists that he's been thriving on. So I think that is lending to that success with T1. But our match MVP is Izu. I think we were debating a little bit. It should be Meteor. But why are we going with Izu for today?
I felt like he played very solidly throughout this series. When he was on the duelist, he did his job. And it was nice to see him play that Gecko over in map 1 on Bind, something we've not seen from him all of Stage 2. Once again, proving just how flexible he can be.
I wholeheartedly agree. Izu, I mean, he's the guy. He's been on the duelist, but now he's stepping up a lot more to it. He's a lot more consistent with it. You saw it on the first map where he's on that Gecko, but on towards like even Haven and down to a Sunset, he was still kind of fragging off and he was still kind of creating a lot of that space for their whole team. So yeah, Izu definitely is a lot more consistent now moving forward for T1.
It's crazy, right? You remember last year at Kickoff, Izu, you know, when they got knocked out of Kickoff, he was crying. He was so upset, and now I feel like this guy has grown through such, a process here throughout Pacific, and he's just like, now he's just considered one of the vets here on T1.
Yeah.
And now we have our playoffs bracket. So as we were mentioning, Talon is going to move forward to face DRX, and PaperX is going to be playing T1. I think this is going to be very exciting, and that's happening tomorrow. Cool. And, you know, if we're going to go anything with the RRQ Gen G sort of prophecy, one can also make the same argument for DRX and PaperX, maybe. Yeah. I'll let you guys decide that tomorrow.
That is true. But I mean, yeah, this bracket is just crazy, and RRQ stuck really between a rock and a hard place. Lose to T1 today, now you have to face Gen G. Doesn't get any tougher than that. But also this Nongshim DFM match, I really think could go either way. DFM need to start snowballing their run, and they have just had the ability to watch Nongshim play today. So I'm curious if that's going to come into play. I think all of these matchups very, very close.
In some ways, a little bit like old Nemesis, right? It definitely is super, super close. I'm still just looking at this, not entirely sure which way I'm leaning. and it's just, that's what Pacific is right now.
Yeah, Nongshim and DFM, I think this is going to be the most heartbreaking one, of course. Nongshim, our Ascension team, during an elimination match. And DFM, of course, we want to see them over in Tokyo, so that's going to be really tough. But you know what's really great? Build Diff is such a great game here.
I think you've won today.
I don't know if I've won, but I know I beat Pilsky, and that's all that really matters.
Everyone on your team really did put up the numbers, really did do a good job there.
Yeah, I mean, the game is you pick players who are going to do really well. So that's what I did. I followed the assignment.
Okay.
And they did it. But that said, I don't think anyone here has underperformed on that list, right?
I felt like
Actually,
all of us had
everyone
good
did
choices.
really well.
I think it's going to
Yeah.
be close, but... Oh, it's me!
Oh, it's you!
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Woo! Oh, I was gloating so much.
I think Primi did put in a lot of work for me. I think the secret is having Primi and Kalua
Yes.
from that first game.
Absolutely, yes. Talon, especially going into that overtime. That overtime did it for you.
You know what's really funny is back in the green room, Vic was over there doing the maths, debating between her and Pilsky on who was going to win. So I didn't even expect this at all. So what a wonderful moment today.
I fell off my chair in delight. I was like, I beat Pilsky.
You're not even in second anymore.
Oh, you took over because of the +8. Oh.
Yeah, so it's +8 for the winner. I was thinking, ideally, if it's not me getting the +8, it would be Mika, but it ended up being you. So now you've nearly caught up to Pilsky.
What a wonderful, wonderful game, actually. What a great game.
Who's got the best built team diff now? Built diff team now.
Who's the best built diff on the desk now?
Obviously, big time rigged it to get that overtime with Talon.
Pilsky is still in the lead, but I'm coming for him now.
Yeah, so Pilsky is definitely well in the lead, and the reason why we're very excited for this, besides it's mostly for bragging rights, but it's also for the laptop that will be winning. What's that laptop name?
What is it? The Predator Neo Helios 16 AI powered.
Yeah, you're so ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the laptop every night before I go to sleep.
Just manifesting here. And playoffs day 2, again, this is going to be a super week, so we're having this every single day until Sunday. Tomorrow is going to be some banger lineups. The best teams in Pacific are right here: DRX, Talon, PaperX, and T1. Do you guys want to do any early predictions?
Oh, I mean, it's tough. I think DRX Talon is just a fantastic matchup for so many reasons. PRX T1 also clash of masters winners there. Doesn't get any more intense than that. And very fast turnarounds for Talon and T1. Had to play today, will have to play tomorrow. So how is that going to affect them? And of course, that upper bracket advantage means you can watch your opponents play today, have that little bit of extra planning. So I do think there's a nice little advantage there, but these matches could go either way.
Yeah, it really could. But I do believe, we've seen the top seeds kind of fall off sometimes just because they come into this a little bit cold. So I still do kind of feel for Talon. But at the same time, like PaperX, they're still PaperX.
Yeah, true.
I think when it comes to a team like PaperX or Genji who are in lowers, they know how to survive lowers. So I'm not too worried about either two of those teams until it becomes, maybe until they face each other in lowers or uppers. I don't know. Yeah, so I guess that's it for today. Quack, it's been lovely having you on the desk. I think it's the only day we're going to have you on the desk. I guess we'll bring Pilsky back.
No.
I know.
Sure.
I know, but
damn.
We have to send him back to the casting booth tomorrow and onwards. But it's been fantastic. Great games today. Congratulations, Morgan, on winning the 8th
Thank you,
points.
thank you. I do my best.
Give,
Good job.
You know, credit where
Take down
credit
Vic.
is due.
I'm trying.
All right, that's it from us today. Remember, submit your fan art because today's the last day you can do it, and we'll be showcasing it over in Tokyo. I'm Victoria. Quack, big time. Fantastic having you here today. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more VCT Pacific playoffs action.
What you believe in, you don't need a reason. As long as I'm breathing, then I'm a stand up. Cause when I'm completed, I won't be deleted. I know that they need it, so I'm a stand up. If I only a minute, you're approaching.
Well, Glue at the same time, scaling forward to upper. Taking that first fight, losing it. The second player from Thai is there to trade one back. Once again, needing to be a hero as he's the last one standing. Push forward for this one. Oh, they're just jumping at it. Okay, with a classic all things. Nongshim are looking for a very pacey hit here onto this. Hey, how? This should be illegal. Arrest this man. Cruz looking for a third, and yeah, of course he's gonna get it.
Sprays everybody down.
He gets the 4K. It's a flawless. Starting off their playoff run very strongly. 16-14 here on Corrode. They will pick up a 2-0 victory over Nongshim.
I ain't trying to live like it's YOLO. I know there's more to life that you don't know. Everybody gonna smile.
Meteor, about to find a timing. Mumia is operating by himself, and Meteor. Crazy guy. Towards defenders, the Meteor for the reposition just on the inside of Lamps is now looking to just go ahead and play ring around the Rosie. As to say tucked into the box, and so far he's actually gone completely unscouted. As how he strikes. and he has undid all of the good. The drone spotting the swing, and he will have it. Crazy guy.
We cannot be tried peeking into the off. The smoke's down for RRQ.
Solid a check, and he gets the collect. The shorty is drawn out. Jemkin, however, dead on the push, and D8 finds Crazy Guy wrapping around the back of alley. They are done. T1, these last few rounds absolutely demolish RRQ.
This is for my people who believe it with their hands up.
Let's fly.
It's all